I have audio ducking on. It's gonna be weird for me. Let's see how that works. I have audio ducking on. It's gonna be. Oh no! I hear myself double. For me. No. 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 Whenever I put the chat on the screen, it decides to make me do double. No. 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 I hate it when it does that. I'm gonna have to play around with the ratio and compression settings for the game. Every time I speak now, the game actually should get quieter, but I don't know how well my voice is gonna do, so I'm just gonna have it like up in the background. So the game should be louder than usual, but I'm intrinsically going to be quieter than usual because they took a lot of pieces out of me today, and one of them is my throat. And I already learned by picking up my son's back and trying to pop it that I shouldn't screw with those pieces because they make you hurt real bad real fast. I'll just push that dial up a little further. Here we go. I shouldn't peek anything out, hopefully. Hopefully I shouldn't peek anything out. So hopefully what should happen is that basically when I speak, the game volume ducks out. And so, well, I mean, that's what it's meant to do. So the game volume lowers itself because I speak. So I put the game volume louder so when we get into it. I meant to be string for the last few days. I did not realize that a liquid diet for 3.5, 4 days, whatever, how many days straight, would like floor me. I did not realize that. Also, how many of these can they stick on one person before, like, this one was just found on my arm before I started streaming. How many of these do they really need on one person? I know they can even put extras just in case they need them, but come on, can't you take them all off? Because I'm gonna be groggy and disoriented enough that I won't necessarily notice them all. And I showered before I went there, so I'm not necessarily gonna disrobe again. Okay. Anyway, hey, what's going on, everyone? We're playing Resident Evil 8. I'm gonna do it on Village of Shadows, but this time I'm gonna do it on New Game Plus because I'm persistent, but last time I went on a few side notes that I'd like to just wipe from existence. I want to play the DLC and I want to do it my way, and I have a blatant disregard for my own health. So I am probably speaking when I shouldn't because they took a biopsy from my throat and esophagus, I think in 2 places in the stomach. Wait a second. Throat, esophagus, upper, small, and then from lower GI, they took it from large intestine higher up, and then lower down, and then even lower down. They took some pieces out of me today, and so me and Propofol had a date, and I was told not to return to work or do anything strenuous or that could strain me, or to basically work. And I told them right before I got all the notes on my heightened blood pressure from propofol, which should not happen, and I told them even before they put me under, you guys charge so much money that that's an oxymoron to get medical help and not work. So I straight up told them. They also told me that for the next 24 hours, anything legal decisions I make are not legally binding because technically I was sedated completely. I had to be put under for all of this. So I did specifically ask if I got online and said things that I probably shouldn't, can I just like write it out? Um, it's the getting over the effects of anesthesia, and they said don't say stupid things, but you know, that's like what my channel is built on, I guess now. So I decided, what better night to stream? Um, so I'm gonna do that tonight. Um, I already did content with Resident Evil HD. I have a thank you for the well wishes. Sharku, like, I know I need to restructure my YouTube channel because people ask about playlists and videos all the time, even though there's over 1,000 non-live stream videos on my channel, and one of them is a full playlist on Resident Evil HD. Not only have I streamed it as Chris, I think, and beaten it, but I've done it front to back because I know it really well as Jill. I played Resident Evil HD already as Jill. What am I doing today? It's not even when you have to hunt down. If you, I challenge anybody to open up my actual YouTube page and just scroll. It is literally on the front page of my YouTube page. Like I can, I'm a check. I'm gonna be a man of my words and check this one. Hold on. We going on a little side note real quick. Open new window. Hold on. I can't be that off, right? Let's see what's going on here. All right. Let's just window capture something really quickly. Where is it? This is me in Firefox. It should be like right there. Where is it? Where is my Firefox? I swear to God, it should be like right there. Okay, there we go. Bloop. All right, Firefox. And people ask me about that playlist all the time. I'm very confused because see my pointer? Okay, scrolling down, there's me live. There's recent videos, story-driven games, everything. But shouldn't it just be on the... Oh, I have it truncated. Look. Scary games. Click. Here it is. Click. Resident Evil HD Remaster. A playlist. See? There's the most recent videos that are not live streams, even though I've done dozens of live streams since those. So people think I've been gone for 4 months, but I've done dozens of live streams since then. Story-driven games, scary games. Click. There's Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, 4 original, 7, 8. Oh, I didn't stick 4 remake in there yet. Heard it. Click. Yeah, I thought it sounded like... I always feel like I'm going crazy when people say that. I do feel like it. Yeah, I heard surgery. It counts as surgery. I had to go on a 3 or 4 day, however many days it was. I thought I was gonna stream in between clear liquid diet, which usually you don't do outside of a hospital setting because that's not the best thing for you. And I got really out of it, and so I didn't get on here and stream. And then this morning, they stuck scopes on both sides of me, and they took out parts of my throat and my esophagus and the upper parts of my stomach and the lower parts of my stomach and my small intestines, and then parts of my large intestine, leading all the way from like your large intestine into like colon and everything in between. They took out parts of me, and I had propofol in me. Everyone hears propofol, and I'm pretty sure half the people either don't know what the drug is, or they think of it as the Michael Jackson drug because he overdosed on it. So yeah. And I tried to pop my son's... I did successfully pop my son's back, and I found out really, really fast just before I did this that if you push on the spot where they took a chunk of your insides out of you, that you'll immediately start dry heaving as if you just got gut punched with somebody with brass knuckles on. good God, was that a mistake? Though it wasn't a mistake. His back was actually being a bit stiff. All right, I'm playing a game. All right, so unlike last time, when I played this, we've played this. Let's play this. Unlike last time, remember how I was doing this on Village of Shadows, but I was being difficult, and you guys said I could restart it. I'm gonna restart it, but I'm gonna restart it on Village of Shadows. You know what I'm gonna do differently? I'm gonna do one thing differently, I'm gonna just do something differently. Thank you, Mike L. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna have Mike really close. Well, thank you. That's Steven, Louise, Clayton, David G, Emily Miller. Welcome back to the family, or welcome to the I think that's a lot about welcome back. So I have to do these surgeries first. I have in this, if I can fit it all into this billing cycle medical year and afford it all, because I think I'm about to I have another dental appointment that costs $800 in exactly 10 days. I cannot afford to do that, so I'm going to cancel it. I'm gonna cancel that because I can't afford it. But I'm going to instead, yes, if I don't have the results from it. I don't have the results from what happened today. My preliminary results didn't tell me anything that would help me know anything. I don't have more information other than they stuck things in places and took things out of me. Okay. Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate it. So, okay, what I'm gonna do, since Sicky Boy over here still needs to be in front of a camera and do his job, I'm gonna do it on Village of Shadows. But we're not gonna do it like we did last time. We're not gonna do that. I can't. Do I even have? Let's look at what I actually have here. Let's see what I've earned. Let's look at a few of the challenges. Finish the story 3 times is one of them. Finish the story without moving any items in the inventory. Okay. Can't spend money. Finish the story within 3 hours. And no recovery items. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do Village of Shadows. Look at this. I do have some saves where I've played it twice through. So I'm gonna use one of these real quick. And I'm gonna feel nothing over this. I know it's starting back from scratch. I feel nothing. Give me Navi's if I haven't said hello.
Long ago, a young girl went with her mother to pick berries for her father, who was hard at work. But the forest greeted them with a dark, cold silence.
Hi, fire.
Empty. Yet determined to find the berries, the rascal broke free from Mother's grasp and vanished.
Welcome back to the family, Demetrius. I really appreciate
Mother's
that.
worried cries
Hey, Ro.
fast as the girl ran on, over vine and under branch.
Yeah, I'm drowning in medical bills, and I spent all of my money for other medical bills on my dental bills, the teeth I broke because I was hurting. So now I am like broke ass poor, and I still need to get sinus surgery and herniation surgery, and possibly whatever surgery is needed to fix whatever they found today. Ro, Matthew, Aaron, Vegeta.
Storm clouds loomed, and the air turned bitingly cold.
It's a woozle. Hey, Mary. Okay, we're gonna. This woman's talking a lot.
We gave, but more you took, she snarled.
Okay.
So more in turn.
I turned up the volume big time, but every single time I speak.
Nothing. I'll put her down.
Every time I speak, it should actually make the game volume quieter. So, in theory, if I have the levels kind of correct, I figured out how to do ducking again for a stream. I should be able to speak and it'll be quieter than me.
There. It's like I said to your mom. That book's too scary for you.
Which should make it nicer for you guys because it means that you'll hear all of the things that are said. You'll hear things louder in general, so it'll be more balanced.
There you go, sweetheart. Don't you worry. I'll be right downstairs. Daddy won't let those weird fairy tale monsters get you.
Yeah, well, audio ducking under compression, it's under a really dumb thing in OBS. It really is, Patrick. It's stupid. I had it set up in other audio programs, and then I forgot how to do it. I never set it back up in OBS because it's dumb. And then I went and searching for it, and I was like, oh, there it is. So yeah, I've got it set, and it doesn't even let me set audio ducking by like decibel levels of how much I want it to lower the. It does it, but by a sliding scale that makes virtually 0 sense. It's just a scale. It doesn't. It's not like, oh, duck it by like 3 decibels, which is exactly what I'd love to do. I'd like to duck it by 3 decibels, and it doesn't let me choose that. It's just like, would you like, on a scale of 0 to 32, what do you want? Hey, Shadow. Hey, Yankee Frankie. No, I'm purposefully starting over to make it easier on myself. The stream title is not completely clickbait. I've already had 2 people message me and say that having an EGD and a colonoscopy with biopsies from both sides, which is one side's going down your throat and getting to your through your small intestines, and the other is going the other way to get to your small intestines. I've had people tell me that's not real surgery. I'm gonna tell you right now that if you're completely sedated and you don't get to be awake, and your last memory is of them wrapping the tube around your face and putting the air in your nostrils and telling you not to speak while they check your everything, and then they proceed to cut pieces out of you and examine you and possibly cut out any polyps or cauterized ulcerations or anything else, that's surgery. That counts as surgery.
But I was forced to suddenly move due to water leaks and resulting black mold.
Oh God, Michael. Oh God.
Speedy recovery.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good God. Black mold, get out of there. Nothing is real. No, taxes, death, and medical bills. Taxes and death are very real. No, I need to, even if I'm not feeling my best, I gotta work. If I'm not this, I need to work another job. Even though I've been putting applications and getting denied left and right. Are you kidding me? Nothing's real except for love. It's very real that I make $2 grand more this month than I have right now, or I don't get to live in the house I'm in right now. That feels really real about right now. So, you know, that's a real thing. For stream since finding your channel, things was great. Oh, you're very welcome, Liam. I don't know. I haven't had a vasectomy. I've though had many EGDs. I've had many. I've been scoped many times to cauterize bleeding ulcers. Like my whole childhood was surrounded in, and for some of them I was awake. Some of them are considered awful. Oh God, wait. Hold on. Phone call. It's not a fun one. I just told my ex she'd be the first to know if I had to have another surgery. That's a lie. My son will be first to know. She has something going out of town sometime and wants to know if I can watch Rowan during that time. I knew that wasn't going to be a fun phone call. I never liked talking to her. Hey, Stacy. Went to the ER today. No, Stacy, I'm going to be the baddest of noodles. I'm going to be my noodleage. You don't even know the noodles. You don't even know. Oh my God, I have... Okay, hold on. We got to check something really quick. Oh, I've maxed it out. Okay, you guys ready for this run through? Hey, Julius. Hey, Smooth. Thank you. I wish I had said.
I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5?
That one always surprises me, no matter when I hear it.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
What happened?
Thank you. I wish I was cybernetic implants. That'd be really cool. Was what and it? Oh yeah. Hey Trace, what's going on? I was about to say Pupper, aka Pupper Snuffers. I am actually technically, now that I'm trying to do multiple things, I am more out of it than I thought I was. Hey Al, I'm more out of it. Who would have known that the doctors might have been right about doing multiple tasks? That alarm scared the crap out of me. Hey Richard, what's going on?
What the hell?
I was gonna try to do the not healing more than 4 times thing, and that guy has to just do that to me. I think I get a free heal though as soon as I was it frugal father and not crafting more than so many items and not spending it so much money. I'm gonna try to do some of those real quick. So I'm gonna try to do some things in the interim. Super chats still don't show up on that bar, but that's fine because YouTube decides like they're like pick a number, any number between 1 and 3, and then they pay me eventually super chats.
That's fine. I'll be a good noodle for both of us. Looks for my halo.
Looking for it, you have to look for the halo. I'm not gonna say that's telling. I'm not gonna say that like tells on you. Wait, what's going on, Ellen? You finally have a house software and accepted it. Congrats, Al. I'm glad. That's awesome. Alright. Ready to see what it's like to actually be able to just run through this game and take ass and kick names.
Over?
I'll get a pass on my brain's filter not working tonight. Is it not worked already? I didn't know if it was already not working.
Damn it.
We gonna go after the big guy. First we have to aim. Remember, you have to aim the weapon. Also, they can now come behind me because I'm an idiot. See, this is the idiot part where they can come behind me.
I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Oh.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
There's no end to them.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Thank you, Michael.
You and Stacy might halo, but I don't
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. No. 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 Please give me my health back. If I make it a Castle Domitresque with this overpowered weapon, I'm waiting for the big guy to come out real quick. I want to shoot him. I'm probably going to kill teammate for him to come out, but it's fine. Come on. You don't need all that health. Let me have some of it. Frugal father. I'm not going to spend money, right? This is just going to be like take money run. What is he doing pacing? Please just drop dead. Thank you. Alright. Kicking in now. Thanks. Pretty sure the sequence is allowed to end when everyone drops their money. I give you full permission to end the sequence now. I think I took everyone's money. Moved his body around a bit. Hello? Oh, I need to like go back in a building. I have to go toward a building. Here. Any building will do, really. Come on. Come here. Oh, there I am. An RE original Everyman's Guide. If you're looking for Jill, just look at the Jill playlist. I don't know if it counts as an Everyman's Guide, but I don't know also what you're looking to unlock, so I'm pretty sure whatever it is that you might want, I absolutely nailed that fast enough. I shouldn't need to craft. I'm just collecting things. This is my, I'm gonna be a hoarder run. It's just hoard. I've got a weapon that's got infinite ammo and shoots like a dump truck. Do I have a sniper rifle? Sure do. Shoot the crows from here, get more money, and we move on. See that? We're going so much faster. Look at this. Look at this. We're just speeding along. Come with me as I speed along. I don't know if I want to become. I've been thinking more and more about whether I want to actually become a guide channel. Because it just those were such passion projects that I got so much encouragement of like, hey, put your notes into a video. I've really struggled with that, probably more than I should. I should just turn it into a job because everyone else has to punch into an 8 to 5, right? So that should be like the job part for me, and then everything else gets to be fun. But I'm afraid doing that as a job will just take out the fun for everything else, and then I might as well just work at a company that pays me a W-2 so I can just file my taxes way easier. Man, is it a lot easier to file your taxes when the company pays you your stuffs. Self-employed is definitely not ideal. I don't know if people thought it ever was. Okay, hold on. I got it, dude. Hold on. Break this. Can I... Are you jumpy? You want to be a jumpy boy? You want to be a jumpy boy? Are you a jumpy boy? Hey, Nash. Hey, Christopher Golnick. What's going on? I don't know who wants to be a jumpy boy. And then he just appears because of reasons. I'll collect the bodies later. Let's see. Let's see how I feel. I buy his birthday present video was acid reflux. Yay. Mary, I don't know if I don't want to be the first to tell you this. And I'm sorry if I am. That's not a good birthday present. That's... Have I ever considered learning how to trade on the stock market? I've learned a lot about trading on the stock market.
I'm sure Louisa will help.
Having seed money to do so, I used to have a retirement fund of almost $200,000 for just my share before my divorce. Thank you so very much. And I didn't have to live like that. A lot of people on the stock market got to find out very recently that that's called basically gambling. If it's not just a retirement portfolio, that's just gambling your money. And I have a child, so I can't gamble. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Mr. Joe. I don't know if today I'll be a top-notch quality Resident Evil content. There's a randomizer now for Resident Evil 4. I have to do it. I don't know what they're going to randomize or how they're going to randomize it, but they're going to randomize it.
Damn, the fire's moving fast.
Fire's moving fast. I wish you were my wife more than me as my wife. Let's go and watch you die.
And try not to breathe in the smoke.
I know.
Try.
Thank you, Ethan.
I swear to God, I'm gonna play Shadows of Rose. I want to have this game just fresh in my brain.
Just don't get it.
Resident Evil 7's fresh in my brain. I want all the things fresh in my brainy brain. Actually, while I was trying to get stuff fresh in my brain for Resident Evil Village, for Shadows of Rose DLC, to go ahead and play that, my brain decided to put instead in the limelight something I saw in Visage. And because I saw it in Visage and I realized what I saw, my brain is now in like Visage mode, and I need it out of that mode real fast. I needed.
Who's there? Stop! Mother Miranda! Hey!
Nathan, this isn't the time or place to make those kind of decisions. Truth be told, we don't know each other's financial lives, but you absolutely don't know mine. So this isn't the forum to talk about how to like make $2 grand in a month to pay money that government does care about if it's sustainable, so that they can check you my 3 months worth to see if I'm allowed to live in a place. Your advice falls on deaf ears on me because it has no application to what I'm talking about. Maybe keep that to like a financial channel. So is there a channel that talks about finances? Like, because I'm also held liable if I let bad financial advice stay on my channel in comments. Did you know that? Did you know that YouTubers are Stacy Good Noodle? I don't believe Good Noodle. Do not say I believe Good Noodle.
I would say you owe me a birthday dirge, but I'm so over 30 already. I need an adult. Lol, but you being here is a great belated birthday present.
Oh, happy birthday. Oh. I'm saying I don't want to give financial advice. I can be held liable for advice I give when it comes to things like that. And I can be held liable for letting people give too much advice and things because supposedly I'm supposed to police my whole damn YouTube chat on everything.
The man is of no real use to anyone else, and my daughters do so love entertaining foreigners. Furthermore,
Wake up, Ethan. Okay. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Jesus Christ!
That's right.
Hey, Bri R.
For your life.
Bri R, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Number one. Easy prostitution. You, who's gonna... Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm trying to go out all out on the channel. Trust me, that is exactly what I'd love to do.
My word. You truly
I'm also
are
trying to get
strong
healthy enough to be able to pull that off. Otherwise, I would have been live.
Think I've let
I would have been live the last few days if I could have done that.
Gotta keep Donna and Moreau entertained.
Because I haven't been live because of that.
Get a 5. Can I get a 5? 5.
Thank you once again.
Tonight.
Words I didn't think ever.
American ground beef.
Wow, the in-game audio might actually for once be a tiny bit too high because that actually peaked out on that.
Freaks have Rose.
I've seen the in-game cutscenes enough times I don't have to see them again. If I could jump into a real-life Resident Evil game, which one would I choose? Oh God, that's an interesting question. If I had to jump into a real-life Resident Evil game, let's see. The first one's a death trap, and unless you knew what you were doing, and were lucky enough to know what was happening and could get out, and most of the traps were meant so you couldn't, then no. Resident Evil 2, you had a 10% chance to even be immune, and then on top of that, you need that 10% chance plus the ability to actually get out of the city to survive it. So 50% were infected and became the zombies that you know and love. 40% of people, the infection burned them out and they died immediately. And 10%-ish are naturally immune. And then you have to not die while being naturally immune. So there's that. Resident Evil 3 is more of the same deal. Resident Evil 4, you're screwed if you're part of the city. Resident Evil 5, you're just kind of screwed. Resident Evil 6 is such a
Could Rose be?
what would I call it? Tripolar mess that maybe that one's survivable. I'm assuming the question is being a part of a Resident Evil game and then being able to like, what Resident Evil game do you want to be a part of? As in, you don't get to be like, it's Raccoon City, but I get to be in Los Angeles. You know what I mean? This one, I'm not gonna make it out of Revelations 2. If I had to be a part of any of one of them, I'd say not Revelations because of the terrorist attack. Revelations, no, it depends on who. Maybe Revelations. Because the whole world got attacked and there's big sectors that got attacked and maybe you can survive Revelations. Resident Evil Revelations, there you go. There's your answer. The rest of them, you're just gonna die. Everyone always assumes they're gonna live. I don't know why people assume they're gonna live through like these horrible things that happen. But like, to be honest, your zombie chow or the equivalent, but most people get dropped into these worlds, and even if they have survival training, military training, arms training, defense training, anything like that, you're still, have to beat out first the 90% chance that you just get infected because you drink the water in the first few games, and then after that you have to get lucky enough to have your arms and the means to get out and not get nuked. Like, all the games are a death trap. That's why there are protagonists and very few survivors. I want to study by Wishlist. I don't know when I did so. Well, thank you for the sentiment, 77. I appreciate that. Whoa, I have a lot of things on me. I don't need to pick up more things. I might run out of room for putting things in places. I need to pick up like items that can be used for first aid later. Depends on which scenario in 6. Yeah, I guess it depends on which scenario in 6. I wouldn't want to be in any of them. Resident Evil 7, I can get out of that house. Lucas literally says in the documents that you find in his room that he's been a sadistic jerk to Zoe for the longest time. And then you find out with his connections to the connections, you find out that he's that on top of being a sadistic jerk, he's also been basically anyone who's near the house. He's got surveillance, he's got everything booby trapped, and all of that is if someone stumbles near, even anywhere remotely near the house, he plays cleanup. No one's getting out of the house in Resident Evil 6 because he's gonna kill you. Like, the dude's gonna straight up just gank you. No one in here is any different from anyone else here. You're getting ganked by, if nothing else, you're getting ganked by Lucas. I mean, he literally states he feels like his full-time job is killing people that stumble onto the house. I've never met somebody who's just like, you know what, I'm a software engineer. I have a great interest in electronics, and but I had to quit all that. My full-time job now is to kill anyone who comes into contact with my family. It's really turned into my full-time career. You know, you don't really see yourself going down that track, but, you know, here you are, just, you know, murdering people left and right. Some of them are for fun, yeah, sure. Sometimes you just, you know, gotta stab, and, you know, it's just, we talk about it in the break room, on the job stabby stabs. But other than that, yeah, it's nice. My family finds people. I go and kill them randomly behind my family's back to make sure that I cover up the evidence, and everyone gets to be happy. They get to be infected. I get to kill people. It's a great career choice. What do you do for a job? Lucas said never. No one's getting out of Resident Evil 7. Lucas is going to gank you. You might get Ethan'd. No, you wouldn't. I mean, it's very low cause. Ethan got Ethan'd for very specific conditions, so the science that is trying to be presented in this game, the way that it works, is that Ethan is in a symbiotic relationship with Evelyn, the E strain. And unlike her creatures, the molded, and unlike people who aren't fully taken over, he's in between those two stages. Specifically because Evelyn wanted him around, because that's Mia's husband, and she wants a family and considers Mia her mom. So she does not want to take over or mutate or do anything, and has not had enough exposure to Ethan. On the other hand, Ethan literally died. So, best chance of survival? No. Your best chance of survival just got dunked on right there, because unless you're Mia's husband, she ain't doing that to you. She's not slow infecting, letting you have control of your body. Hey, Guru Ranger. Why, I don't know where the disrespect is, Mr. Joe, for saying that, but you know what? I don't think Leon would take disrespect for that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Are the audio levels okay now that I've actually got compression on all the other audio sources while I'm talking? Is the game nice and loud, but you can hear me over it whenever I talk? I'm hoping so. Is it better than usual? Hey, Christian, what's going on? Is it better than usual? Did I do a good? Did I do a good thing? It was a rush job. I did it like 2 seconds before the stream. Hyperbole, like 5 minutes. Okay. Boom, clack, shat through the heart, shot through the... I shot through the heart. From New York? New York. I can't do a New Yorker accent. Shot through the heart. Makes it sound like I had an unfortunate diaper accident near the heart area. Yeah, but the wolfsbane, and hear me out, requires me to think. While this weapon, and once again, just go with me on this, zero thinking required. Like, there's no real thinking. I'm running through this. I don't know how many brain cells are needed to usually play the game, but I'm definitely not using them. Whatever brain cells are usually required, I'm just not using them.
I can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess.
My Graham, you know what you said. You put your nose in the corner. Right on the chalkboard saying, I will not do... And there's like 3 things in that list.
No pain. My body is breaking.
It's just to get rid of these because I need inventory space. I blew myself up a little bit. I hurt myself. I hurt myself today. Anyway. I can toss things if I get too many things. I forgot about that. Stacy, I don't know if I can sing your happy birthday song today. I mean, they took part of one of the biopsies they took was from my throat. And you know what the really weird thing is from taking a biopsy from your throat? You can actually feel it when you swallow. It's supposed to be a small sliver. It's not supposed to be much of anything, but you can totally feel it. You can totally feel it. It's very weird. I don't think I've had many biopsies from my upper GI. I don't think I've ever had a biopsy from my throat. You can feel it. It's weird. I need to get the green screen set up because there's something I was going to do for this game. And also I'd like to just have a green screen so I take up less real estate in the corner. Chat can take up more real estate and I can just duck out of the way if I want to. I can just yeet on out, Edis McFleetus. It's not the most pleasant thing. I am immediately way more exhausted than I thought I'd be. I'm gonna be honest with you. Hold on, I gotta find a place to save it. Where are we gonna save it? House with the red chimney. That's from this here. This is from Casual. What am I, some filthy casual? What was I doing? Was I doing a specific run? I had to have been doing a specific run. Being some filthy casual like that. Do they give me pain meds? No, they don't usually. They do not. They don't do that. I was gonna say I had a whole list, but I can't pull it up. Did I bring up that somebody pointed out to me how weird it is for people to say things like honestly, as if you've been dishonest the entire time? Honestly, no joke, for reals though, no cap, to tell you the truth, I have a whole list of someone bringing that up, and now I can't forget about it. Like I feel like I have to read off a whole list of things. Did I bring that up at any time? Did I share that? Well, see that I hadn't thought about it till somebody else brought it up to me, where they were just like that they hate that term, and they just hate it because it like implies that the rest of the time you just weren't being honest. And now that I think about it, I'm like,
Shall I give you the
yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Oh, she want to attack now. Again, limp. Well, I don't know. I've always followed by something with offensive. I don't know. I lived in the South for so long that I actually think that no offense might actually mean no offense sometimes. But people in the South, I'll tell you something. They'll say some of the most offensive things that you've heard in your life, and then just say bless your heart, and it sounds like such a stereotype. It happens, or like, but bless his soul, or but such a sweet child. I've heard that now. Instead of being bless your heart, it's starting to sound like such a, be like, you had to, such a sweetie, but dumb as bricks, things like that. Like, I don't know what it is, but apparently the thing in the South is to give a compliment and absolutely the worst not compliment. And I know it's a stereotype, but I've heard it changed up now. Like the formula's changing. We're evolving. These are evolving times.
What have you done to my daughter?
These are new times, new days, new everything. We're getting more progressed in our society, and I've just heard more and more of like the variations on that. Like, such a sweetie, but God forbid, man, got that horse face and something like that. It's just. It just makes me look at it going, oh God, there's new ways to get away with it without saying bless your heart. I've actually said no offense before. I've absolutely been the one to say no offense. And I meant it. I said it and I meant it. I've been the one to say just like, no offense or no disrespect. But usually it is with like, I'm afraid you're going to take offense to it, but I really don't want you to take offense to this because it's not something I mean as being offensive. If I want something to be offensive, I'm probably just going to stare you dead in the eye as I say it and not look like I'm happy. I'll just be offensive. Hey, Free J Free. Oh yeah, I'm from Atlanta area. I was born in that would be Atlanta, I guess. There's a lot of Atlanta to people who aren't from Atlanta, especially. But you know, there's oh God, I just forgot the counties. Fulton County and is main part of Atlanta, but then there's blah blah blah, whatever. I get to be one of them legit born raised Southern boys, even though I've never spoken like a stereotypical Southern boy in my life. I have to put on an act and put on a draw of some sort, and then I sound like I'm from the wrong parts of the South. Oh, Forsyth. Is this too much information? I was born through the north side, the hospitals. I don't know if that counts because the north side center I was born at doesn't exist anymore. But it was definitely in proper downtown Atlanta, so. I was born in proper downtown Atlanta. That was the thing. Oh, I should be resting. I was specifically told by the doctors not to do what I'm doing right now, so I decided to go ahead and do it. Because doctors like to say words like suggest way too often. Let me tell you something that doctors just don't seem to get, and I'm gonna lay it out so easily. Anyone here can get it. It's just super simple. Doctors suggest things that make you not make money, and then they ask for money. So when a doctor suggests something to me, I take it as a suggestion. The moment I know that they suggested something to me, but they also want money from me at the same time, I'm like, oh yeah, it really is a suggestion, isn't it? Because you could also be homeless. Could I suggest to you to not make me have to pay money? They don't like that suggestion.
Oh shit.
There.
Thanks for stopping by, Richard.
Go ahead, do your worst.
Yeah, and the last week, the last few days, I need to edit Amnesia, the bunker, so people can start getting their fix on that. That didn't show up. I need to start editing Visage, so there are some videos coming up. People really think I'm gone, so we're gonna be doing a lot of, like I said before, recording. But while my throat should be healed up in about, for me to be able to scream and do all that stuff, it should be a few days. Shouldn't be too long. My lower GI can take about 3 weeks to heal up from what I just did. So I might have a few off days. But hopefully I can get back to things that I planned on doing. And for some people, you guys are a bunch of sadistic people who like seeing me scared. Which is why games like Madison and Phasmophobia has gotten a lot of overhauls. I want to rip a lot of the sound bits of like the scary sound bits in the background from Phasmophobia and put them as donation alerts so that they're cranked and you can make me think like a ghost is hunting me or a ghost slammed a door and really screw with me. And I'm just going to take the audio monitor and make it so it's off the screen so I can't see if you guys did it or if the game did it. So I won't have any visual indication on my side who did what.
You will learn what it means to insult.
So I have ways. I have ways.
On a little known secret account.
Thank you, Anonymous. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
To Daddy.
Mommy.
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. Yeah. It is evil. Mostly to me.
Time to die.
Why? Don't come back this way. Thank you so much. I can't chat on your main one for some reason. I'm sorry that's going on. You want to go to Georgia just to learn about history? I can give you what history do you need to know about Georgia? Pre-Civil War, we had a lot more things, and then it got burned to the ground in the Civil War, and then it got rebuilt. And you can go down to downtown Atlanta and see all the historic buildings that still have burn marks on them. Where since they're historic, they've rebuilt it, so you can see like old like paintings where they would advertise on the side of the building, where you can see like the line of where it was burned down or broken down. And then because they merged 75 and 85, there's a lot of poverty, crime, and everything else that's pretty much awful in society. There's all of that. I can give a crash course on Atlanta right now. Atlanta's not... There's a lot of things around Atlanta that are great. Atlanta itself maybe is better to commute. Maybe Atlanta itself is better to commute, you know. What is up? What's going on? I was about to say I have Indian in my roots, and then I was going to make a joke that probably wasn't appropriate. But I stopped myself, so everyone be proud of me. Clap, applaud. Don't hold your applause, please. Hey, John Parker, what's happening? What's going on? Yeah, there's, when I was younger, I used to actually go help with charity work, like, going downtown. There's a lot of people who are actually homeless is for mental illness. So a lot of homelessness is not because people didn't try hard enough or do well enough. It is definitely mental illness, and a lot of them are veterans, and so that makes me feel even worse. And when I was younger, I used to try to do a lot of charity work downtown, and I ran into all types. I ran into one guy who how many lockpicks do I have? Oh my god, which button is the button I'm looking for? And when I would do a lot of the charity work that I was doing, one of the first things I learned was that in a zip code that I'd be doing a lot of work in, there were like, yeah, I've been homeless twice myself. Homelessness does suck, and I've been there twice. I do know what it's like to sleep in the back of my car and have the police knock in the middle of the night asking what you're doing and making you leave a parking lot because somebody saw you and you got uncomfortable, but you don't have gas to move your car. So you literally have to just abandon the one safe place you had. Yeah. It sucks. I've also been told to leave by police and was like, okay, and I just rolled the car to the next free space that wasn't that parking lot and just resumed my night. But I don't want to do the Hollow Joy. For once, I want to go kill the other one. I'm gonna kill the other one. She's gonna die. She's gonna die tonight. Tonight. Wait, do I need the key to actually kill it? Or do I just go upstairs? I can't remember. I don't need to kill everyone though. Zero's Wrath? I'm not sure I have. That doesn't sound familiar. We're going to be like blitzing some games here soon, especially a lot of indie games. We're going to try to get around them. I'm going to make thumbnails for all of them just in case any of them are really, really short so that we can do more than one in a night type deal. The Hollow of Joy. Oh, no.
Play with with me some more.
Oh, no, 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 no. It's locked from the other side. No, 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 no. That's... Why am I... That's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to the hall. I wanted to go to the other side of the hall pleasure. Why did I do that?
Mother!
There you go.
So we finally
Wait, where? Uh-oh. Wait, she said mother. Oh, I don't like this. Even if you can buy the infinite ammo guns, if you're talking about real money transactions to do it, I am 100% against those. Hey, Vamp, what's happening? What's happening? Seems to have a what filter? I can't read that. Hold on. Oh, let me put a different key, please. Let me try a different key. Everything will be fine. Ow. Extend the arm. An odd filter? Well, I mean, there's enough. Are we on the subject of when I was doing charity work down in downtown Atlanta, I got warned that before I ever got downtown that there was going to be like 2 spots that I did not want to be caught dead in. And it's 2 streets actually, and well, 3 streets rather, and it's because Atlanta has a containment policy, not an actual like policy that long-term helps. So Atlanta's policy, in a lot of ways, oh, she's already dead. Because Atlanta has a containment policy, you'll find that there's a lot of crime in certain places, not in others. So basically, there are streets that we were warned before we ever started helping and doing charity work down there. We got a big pep talk about what streets to never go on because police will not patrol them. They don't patrol those streets, and it's a policy that's helped them be able to not have to be overwhelmed. And a lot of bigger cities actually have that same policy, and it's kind of sad. Yeah. I had to get the whole lecture of like the containment policy thing and don't go in certain places. And so I started learning about a lot of the people there and just like how bad it actually was for them. But one person I ran into, I got to meet all types. And one of the types I ran into was a guy who chose to be homeless. That's the only person that I ever remember being like, he chose homelessness. He ran away from his right. He was actually a minister from up north, and he chose. It was so stressful on him. He'd rather be. He openly said he'd rather be on the streets than have to go back to, like, he had a wife and child and everything, and like I have very little leniency in my own moral code for that kind of thing of bailing on your family.
You disgusting outsider.
They've done that in many cities. It's just about which cities did it work in. It just so happens Atlanta, it worked in it. And then there was another city that was just very, very weird. It's a few cities, places that I've tried to help and that have been really weird.
Finally came to stop.
sick of bugs.
We keep running because we're doing this. I already picked up all the lore that would be needed in here. I don't need it. Ring-a-ling ding ding ding. It's dinner time. Dinner in the morning, dinner in the evening, dinner in the supper time. Hey, Paul Goldner, what's going on? Some words that get used over and over in chats, so, and I know I probably play enough Resident Evil games for that word to get flagged. Maybe Dead just got flagged on my channel. I don't know if it's always a bug. Sometimes sometimes the best bugs are features. There's one guy, I've told this story before. There's one guy that was on purpose homeless, and he tried to lead me to one of the streets that are actually really bad, but he led me somewhere else that was actually in the park that I was at, and it was just a bundle of thousands of dollars where people were just handing out dollar bills and everything, and he literally was there to run away from his life. So there's always those, and then there's always homeless. I always say around Atlanta is a better place to live. Being able to commute to Atlanta is awesome. Being able to live in very specific parts of Atlanta, if you got the money, is awesome. If you got the money, more power to you. Living in general Atlanta, no. I was born into the actual subsidized housing that got condemned when I was 3 months old for being unlivable. It got condemned, and my family got kicked out. And then I got kicked out and just ended up in a place that was worse than not having any place to live. And then we ended up in a place that we actually could rent a house, and then my biological father was a jerk, and then we had to rent in a duplex, and then gangs came along. So, but that was all not in downtown. Downtown was where I was born, and then the first place I ever lived when I was 3 months old was condemned as unfit for human life. So every now and then when I talk about stories about being like broke ass poor when I was a kid, I was poor. Like, there are levels to being poor. I don't know if and Nightbot I haven't changed in a long time of what you should say. I mean, it still tells people to give me, like, harass me into doing guitar lessons, but I don't have the money and time to do guitar lessons because I'm too busy trying to save up money to not get kicked out of my house paying medical bills. So, but I mean, I can in my free time do free lessons online, but that only gets you so far. I need to actually not only do, you know, online free things, and then like courses that I've done online that, you know, I might or might not have during those courses over like things like Skype recorded the lesson and everything so that, you know, I could go back to it and remember what he said, because who would ever do that? Certainly not I. I would never pay for lessons and then record it so that I could remember what the heck I was doing. I'm glad to hear that, Joe Potter. This career fell in my lap, but not by choice. I did not plan on YouTube being my actual career. I've said that many, many times. Now me having to need medical care to get... I will address this because this actually did bother me. This is I'll be on and off the subject within 2 seconds. There are two very long time supporters that I don't really care if they hear it now, but they accuse me of griefing once again because before I just took a few days off. Oh my God! How many of these things do they put on you? Jesus Christ. I got accused of griefing once again because I was talking to you guys about medical stuff, but I literally in the last stream said I didn't want to talk about medical stuff. But this time, and I quote, they said that having an EGD, colonoscopy, having biopsies done, and full sedation didn't count as surgery, and that I need to stop over dramatizing. So there's always I'm just confused on what I'm supposed to, if I'm supposed to be so real and honest on YouTube. I don't know what I'm supposed to say anymore now. Because as somebody else actually put it, people have to realize by now, if I've been talking so long about wanting to be better, think about it from my shoes. I've been this long not feeling this well. I would like to be better as well. I don't want to be like this. I'd like to be running in the mornings,
The entire bloodline of House
being with my son, doing stuff.
done in by the likes of you.
I don't want to be like this. And I don't know what. That's not the right one. I have no idea. These are the wrong ones. Uh-oh. She's like right there. I forgot all of them. Except for the rage. I'm gonna need to run. What? I'm not gonna say who, because if I say the profession of one of them, it gives away who it is in the community that it was. I'm not gonna completely ostracize people who, because both of them have been here and part of the community and supporting me and have like 2 year shields. So I don't want to sit here and just like demonize people. As good as that might feel in the moment. Shouldn't do that. But like, I don't think anyone aspires to feel like shit 24/7. I don't think anyone. I don't think anyone aspires to be shopping and the day before Thanksgiving be in incredible pain because you tried to eat something that a solid that you knew you probably shouldn't eat, but you're trying to do it because you're doing it for family and your son. You're just trying to be kind of normal and be able to, you're just trying to be a normal person, and then it's like Thanksgiving the next day, so like stores are gonna shut down, so you decide to go with your son right after your parents leave your house for Thanksgiving dinner. You host at your own house. You're feeling super awful, super sick. And you're pushing your cart, and then you stop your cart suddenly and it bumps into your stomach. I don't think anyone aspires to ever like have a cart bump into their stomach, have a intense pain, look at their child and say, I don't want you to be scared, but we might need to go to the hospital. So I don't know what people think I'm being transparent looks like. What's up, little boy? Good. Keep going through the storyline. I can play with you even more and more. With more and more jobs. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I
Oh,
got-
every
can I-
little bit
Can I get a
helps.
5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say.
Those are truly words I never thought I'd say.
Looks
So
like your outside matches your inside.
hey, so do I, and I thank you for that. I really do. By the way, for anyone who was here for the last time I streamed Village of Shadows, but I did it on like without all my perks for new game, we are already basically where I was. Anyone else notice that? Oh crap. Yeah, you get results from the tryouts. That's a sore subject a little bit. Because I just more or less disbelief at this point. At this point it's straight disbelief. I'm still very, very proud, but I'm in what even mode still. Yay, I'm chasing her up the stairs. Now we have to check more documents and get more in the mood of the game soon. No more places to go, Ethan. Do I have... If I don't collect the documents in this playthrough, I can just go to another playthrough and get the documents. Five in the fishnets. I'm not selling her body.
You're the one who's cursed.
I'm not selling her. Thank you, Joe Potter. I appreciate that. Every little bit does help. It really, really does. I don't know. I have random things. I love it when I can be in a more jokey mood. I realize that it's been a while since I've played a game that I get so like wrapped up in, like Phasmophobia or something, that I joke around a lot more. And since there's been more serious things happening, I end up being more serious. I want to joke around a bit more too. I don't want people thinking that I'm serious 24/7, even though, to be honest, I am somebody who has like a dry sense of humor that is more serious most of the time. My jokes come across as just like, I do make a lot of jokes that are just kind of like turned sideways and look at the corner of my eye kind of joke, because I know exactly what I said, but I don't have to call attention to what exactly I said. Those kind of, you know those kind of jokes where you absolutely know that what you said like is it considered a joke? I hope so. But those kind of, I make a lot of those. I do a lot of puns and play on words, but it's a lot easier to do it when you're actually talking to other people. I probably should, on my streams, invite other people to play with me, but like I addressed in another stream, I gotta be really careful about that, because whatever they say and do can be used against my channel as well. And I don't want it to turn into another time where I just allow people to join in on games and be in the Discord and chat, and just use it the whole time to think that it's like, instead of bantering it between like friends or people that are just like having fun playing a game, turn it into let's make jokes at my expense the entire time. Because that's not fun for me. I don't think that'd be fun for anybody. That's not fun for me. Hey, where are your friends? Your friends are worth money. I'm not saying I wouldn't shoot your friends if they weren't worth money, but I am saying they'd have a better chance at living if they were not worth money.
Is this?
Yeah, your friends would have a better chance at life if they were not worth money. Just gonna put that out there, dude. Really sorry. It is actually, it's harder for me to do that without like staring at chat and conversing with chat like you guys are actual people and me like sounding it out in my head or restating it. Hey Ian, what's going on? Unless that's Lane, a lowercase L. Oh, I got shotted. Get ready for the heart thumpies. I don't think I have the achievement for not healing challenges. Let's see. Hold on. Do I have the one of not using that many like healing items? Because I don't on this have all the things, many of the things. Finish the story without removing items or using stack items. Without moving items or using stack items. So I can move items, I can use, finish the story without crafting any items. So I can craft macaroni and cheese, I got the blues. Finish the story using nothing but close combat weapons. Yeah, we're not doing that right now. No spending money. 4 or less recovery items. I'm missing one file. That is always annoying. That is always super annoying. I'm missing 2 Goats of Warding on PC. Are you kidding? Or on PS5? Oh, jeez. I'm not doing all these things right now. Oh. Did I see the one that you can, how many times you can heal? Did I already pass by that one? I don't know if I did or not. I didn't do it. Yeah. Okay. It's the snake oil one. I can't. I'm gonna do that on this one real quick. Well, you auto heal on this difficulty as well. It just so happens though that you auto heal a lot slower on this one. Actually, I just installed Dead by Daylight on something. I was thinking about doing some of that. I want to get through. I want to have a bigger library of games. One of the things I used to make sure I did when I was streaming is that like 1 to 2 uploads per day of anything for people to watch, and at night I streamed. So I did both. I really want to get back to that. I also have a $500 electric bill due on the 9th, my dad's birthday, and I have $290 in my bank account. So you know, right now I'm trying to prioritize what I should do. I wish doing what I just didn't shoot my throat, because this is about the time that I'd be like bugging the ever living fuck out of Patrick Carrier about doing a voice demo reel of. Actually, Patrick, are you here? I need a little help, because I'm finding what the most difficult part of doing a voice demo reel is for voice acting stuff. I found it. I know what it is now. I absolutely know what the most difficult part is, so I know what I need help in. I mean, it's the second most difficult part. I don't know if Patrick Carrier is still here. Wait, is the daddy command still up? I mean, hell, I'm considering becoming a cook again, so you know I'm down on my luck a little bit. Because my lungs do not stand the grease very easily anymore. They didn't before, they won't now. Is Patrick still here? Wait, can I be really, really far away and shoot these guys and they don't notice me? Don't notice me. Just like every woman. Don't worry. See, look at that. It's just that easy. And you too can go unnoticed. Just that simple. Look at that. Perfect. I'll find out the results of surgery. Like, they gave me piss poor preliminary results today, which basically said he took a sample because since I'm 3 months out of when I was bleeding the hardest, it was too delayed between that. Like, I don't know why it took me 3 months for this procedure to happen, because I was bleeding hard 3 months ago, and now I've been bleeding in Sprite. He took a part to check why I could have been bleeding then, but I've also been throwing up blood, and he did see reasons to take samples there. And then there's been an obstruction in my throat. He took samples, but he didn't see something. Like, I got nothing conclusive. Like, I wish I could just sit here and be like, oh yeah, I got this, then the other. I got nothing that I could even remotely try to pretend was like conclusive out of it. So I have to wait. I think you have to just type !daddy and you get daddy. I think you have to go about it that way. Hold on, I gotta go get Louisa's necklace. I could do it later, but I'm gonna do it now. Caca. And I'm gonna get the yeah, I know. They're barking at me. They're gonna dive on me here in a second. Look at this. Watch this. Oh my god, I knocked the pig over shooting her. We gotta get rid of some stuff. Handgun rounds don't really sell for much. So we can, I mean, in the scheme of things. I wanna get the expensive stuff. How do you sort again? No, I picked it. I just did this. I just did this. Why are you doing this to me, game? I forgot how to do this. Don't punish me for my ignorance. Punish me for other things. Like, I don't know. Oh, I had to come back over here later anyway. I have to come back over when it's, when I have the freaking thing. Speed run. This gets to be the speed run. We're using all the strats. Close the inventory. Okay, hold on. This is a nightmare for anyone to look at. Hold on. We're doing it for the money. And also because I can't craft anything. Don't I have infinite everything else? Can't I just do that? And 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 then we should be fine for a while. I just threw away some of you. Don't get at me. Hey, Amarok, what's happening? Amarok. For some reason, I hear your name as the song. Oh, I'm as strong as I could be. Amarok. Nothing ever got to me. What is what car company did that whole thing? I don't like country, so I. Oh my god, that chicken. When they run around like that and run away from you and they don't let you shoot them, is that when roosters win, is that getting cucked? Because you're getting the cock is ruining your luck, so it's getting probably using that word wrong. Gotta head to bed. Just want to say so. Stacy, no. You said you'd be Chevy. It's Chevy commercials, isn't it? It was. Wait. Whose birthday was it though that I was singing? Wait, Stacy, wasn't it your birthday? Wasn't I supposed to try to sing? I don't know how much I can do that. Oh, happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Babies crying, people dying. Happy birthday. I can't do the voices. I can't do the voices though. What is the is the Easter Bunny Burgers like the Santa Claus Bookish Sleigh? There's one year closer to the grave. Think of all the food we'll save. I can't sing it all. I can at least do that. But happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Babies crying, people dying. Like, I didn't put distortion. You guys don't get to hear me sing that song without distortion. Consider that my good deed or something. There's something in there I did. That's a deed of some sort. It's probably good. I don't know. Good is subjective, I guess. I did. That's my deed, and I did it. I did the deed. Are you happy? I like it better with distortion because I don't necessarily like my voice. But technically, I should take a note from other YouTubers and just have karaoke nights where it's literally me singing songs that I know will get demonetized, and immediately I privatize it so it doesn't hurt my channel, or take it down rather. So I immediately delete it from my channel so it doesn't hurt my channel. But do nights where I just do karaoke. So I can practice not only being less shy in front of you guys, but practice what I should know about singing and just have a whole night of actually warming my voice up and actually singing. Maybe not actually trying, but half of singing is getting over your nerves. Hey, don't worry about being 30. I'm looking forward to being 40 because 30 sucked for me. So let me hit 40 and see what happens there. I'm gonna be in my 40s and just be like, just dig the grave. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna carry around a clump of dirt in my pocket at all times so I can just sprinkle it on top of myself and being like, I'm starting. Just sprinkle dirt on top of myself and be like, you start getting the hole ready. I got the dirt. Look out the window. Where? 748. 7. Not this one. Or no. Thank you. I can include guitar in that. On karaoke, if I made it into karaoke nights, yes, I could actually, if I just delisted the whole thing and know that the only money that I can possibly make is through, I don't know if I'm allowed to do super chats on those nights, but I know I can do Streamlabs if I know the only money I can make is through that. And just is to get up my confidence, and also that I could afford to immediately have all revenue for a stream taken away. Then yeah, sure, why not? Because that's something I wanted to be able to do anyway, so that's fun to me. I have to get used to singing again. Eventually I'll have to prove to people that even if you don't like my voice, I at one point was a singer that actually sang professionally. What counts as professionally? Having to freaking state hop, perform, get paid for it, all those things. I don't know what counts as professional, but getting professional training and then using that training on stage, I think ends up being at least semi-professional, right? I don't know what the definition of professional. I don't think professional at something and career are the same thing. Because I had a career in coding, but I would not have called myself like the professional you want to go to. I would say I was good enough to just do my job. It was my profession. But it's kind of like, I don't know. I got a jar down. I need to put the jar. Uh-oh. Excuse me, I gotta kill all these guys real quick. Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me. Excuse me, guys. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I want you dead, and you're super alive. So, slight misunderstanding. Okay, yeah, see, you guys are still super alive. Nope, you're dead. What? Wait, can I actually... Oh, game. Oh, you sweet summer child of a game. Let me actually get the money from here. No, I gotta go to the other side. Didn't make me feel specialist. Save strength. Yeah, well. I do what I can. This weapon makes that look easy when I damn sure well know that is not. Did I end up getting the Luthier's key yet? Luthier's key comes later, right? Yeah, that's a... While I'm looking at this... Whoops, where's my crafting? Where's Louise's necklace? Get that thing out of there so I remember that. Did I not put the... Did I not get the Crimson Skull? Like some of the easiest money in the game. Did I really forget to do that puzzle? I forgot to do that puzzle. I'm looking here to do a money run and I forgot that. I'm gonna blame it on the I'm gonna blame it on the lag input. The chlorofluorocarbons. There's a latency issue, and I was actually at the ball puzzle. And there's a and then when you go and so because of that, it totally have a bleep button I should use more often. You know, I would have, but I didn't want to spoil it for anybody else. And really, just to try to sum it up without giving out spoilers, I didn't use the ball because later on you can. That's the mute button. Hold on. You can totally and also be able to use at the merchant, which would let you actually in the in-game, which is kind of a secret too, for being. And I also, when you're Heisenberg, his fight is so much easier because then it's over like that, and then you just are able to beat, and then you get a new thing in the new game, which earns you about the most money you can get. I need to get used to that button more. I can get super angry at people and just use that button, can't I? But it takes away my hands from the controller. You mother piece of cockfight. Bang. 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 Got you. Hey, Christian. What? You have the fun with your mom and you came back to something that's largely normal on my streams. Me doing something completely useless and stupid. What's the problem? I'm not seeing the issue. Hold on. We gotta get into this house in weird ways. We gotta take a ladder up. I got the big giant boom boom second. We still need to take the ladder up. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much. Combined with the wing key.
Damn it.
Better go see the
Duke
dude.
again.
Yeah. Did you want to sing happy birthday to Stacy? Should I make like group Discord chats where I can get like 10 people in there to sing happy birthday in my behalf? Can I randomly make Discord rooms where you guys on my behalf just sing happy birthday to everyone for me? And then like I cut it off after that. When my throat's not doing the best, everyone else sings somebody else happy birthday and then we can cut that. I mean, it's a win. To me, it's a win-win. I don't know if that's everyone else. I don't know how many people here are way too self-conscious. How many people here have things like pride and dignity and respect for themselves and shame and... I don't have any of those things, I don't think, anymore. I mean, I was on a 4-date. Shame and all that stuff. How am I... I'm sitting here talking about just having biopsies done of everything from my... like, trach down type deal. My whole digestive tract, esophagus, neck, esophagus, stomach and everything. After being on like a 4-day liquid diet, what kind of dignity do I have left? Do people, if that's what I'm talking about on the streams, I know other people might like feel self-conscious about singing, but like And I have to get over the idea of the jitters of singing so I don't get off pitch and go like flat or sharp because I'm getting nervous. But that's totally different than like what I've been doing lately. I'm like just telling you guys all this medical stuff, and like for those who have actually been through it, they're just sitting there going, oh, he's just telling us that he was like... Like he's just nonchalantly making it sound like it's no big deal that what a clear liquid diet does to you is that you pee yellow Kool-Aid out your butthole for 4 days and then they do a procedure on you. It's that guy that wants us to be able to give up our dignity. Cool. To which I say, yeah, it totally is. And why is it yellow? It's the only color flavor anything you can have for like Gatorade and stuff like that. So I have like zero dignity left. What? I don't know what that is. Hey Gus, what's going on?
Ethan.
Oh God, we have to go through this house.
Ethan, come with me.
Oh no.
I have to tell you.
Mia?
Oh.
What's going on?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Different. Ethan, you have to fix her. Everyone leaves me. Even Rose. I don't want to build.
And this is where you start huffing the good drugs, and you get the, This is when I turn into a whiny little baby.
What's going on?
I'm like self-conscious now. I found 2 pads on me. They didn't need a second. By the way, they had me roll over onto my left shoulder, and I specifically told them that like my left shoulder is actually doing not so well. So I think the anesthesiologist immediately, to spite me. Oh, true story. Okay, true stories of me being in a hospital torturing like nurses and stuff like that. Super true. So there was a nurse there that was just like, all right, you gotta take off all your clothes and you gotta put on the gown and everything. And it's like, just, you know, back open, just leave your socks on. So I was like, oh, you mean like weekday sex attire? So I immediately like to embarrass nurses if ever possible whenever I have to go into anything for a procedure, especially when I know that they are going to be seeing me naked when I am unconscious. So I'm gonna do everything in my power. So like she was like, she was laughing at that, was like, yeah, put everything in this bag, your stuff, whatever. And I stripped at super speeds because I was feeling dizzy and I wanted to sit back down. And she was like, do you need a warm blanket? And I immediately told her, will a warm blanket make my Johnson look bigger for the procedure? And she was like, oh my God, and just like was laughing. And another nurse like was walking by and was now laughing as well. And I was like, all right, I did my job. Then she caught me off guard of asking me family history and was just like, and your brother died from a pituitary tumor. And I was like, oh my, it was apparently in my medical chart, so she knew that. So that really threw me off. But she was asking me like all these questions, and I was asking other things. And she's like, I'm gonna get your IV in you and everything. I was like, all right, I'll do it for you if you want to, if you want your job to be easier. I'm a little lightheaded from not eating for 4 days. And she's like, no, you can't do that. And she's like, I was like, no, I've done it before. She's like, I'm gonna pretend I can't hear anything you said. I was like, oh no, I'll write it down for you if you can't hear you. If you have pencil and paper, I got that for you. And like, that's when another nurse is like coming over and just like looking in and like laughing at the curtain and whatnot. and I thought that she had started the drip early, and I was like, yes, hydration. I was so excited for the IV, and I saw she put the stopper, and I like called her back over, and I was like, put the IV in me, and you didn't give me the good stuff. I want water. I want everything in that bag. And she's like, well, people go through that bag fast. I was like, because they're dehydrated. You just had them not like, you have people like me. You just had not eat for 3 or 4 days or drink or get anything. Like, I want what's in the bag. Like, put it in me. And she was telling me, like, she was talking about the doctor, and she's like, he's, you know, well, you know, she can start the drip because the doctor's really fast. He's in and out really quickly. And I was like, this is the only time that like a male would ever be congratulated for being in and out really quickly. And, you know, mad props to him. She's now laughing. The other nurse is going crazy. They're trying to, it's like, it's just cloth curtains between me and other patients and everything like that. So like there's 2 other nurses trying to take patient histories and everything. I would like, they're asking other people like, do you vape? Do you smoke? Have you have family? I'm listening to a woman go like, do you vape? And someone's like, yeah. And they're like, and the woman is like, no. I mean, I was, and she's like, no, I wasn't laughing at you vaping. I overheard a coach. Sorry. Like she was trying to, and so I was just like, I'm gonna start this. Just give me a liter bag. I mean, I was like, I want to, I said, I want 1,000 mils in here, like ASAP, because I just want all of it. I'm dehydrated. Let me just I'll just carry it home. And she's like, I can't do that. We don't even have liter bags here. And I was just like, just give me a few then. I'll just put it in myself. Like I can put it in myself. I'm a male. She's laughing at that. She's cleaning another bed. She was cleaning another bed behind a curtain, and I don't know what I was saying, but I was like, so about that warm blanket, oh yeah, I also told her like, I can guess your age or how long you've been at this based on how well you can put an IV in me, because IVs don't hurt me to put in anymore. And so she put that in, and I was just like, you've been at this like 7-10 years. And she's like, try 17. I was like, I wasn't gonna try 17 because, to be honest, it doesn't look like you could have been doing the 17. And she's like, I'm 42. And I was like, whoa, well. And I actually was stunned. I was legitimately stunned. She's like, I'm gonna take that as a compliment. I was like, you should take that as a compliment, because I figured you'd basically be like in college, you know, doing this to your friends, trying to say that you've been doing this for 17 years. And she's like, no, I've been. I was like, well, okay. Well, she's like, I'm celebrating my 34th birthday again. I was like, woman, you just celebrate whatever birthday with a face that I swore you couldn't have been doing this for more than a decade. I think you're good to go. And because I had said that, I made the follow-up joke when she's like a curtain away. And I was like, so about that warm blanket, I'm starting to feel cold, but only in a certain area. And she's laughing. She's like, oh, stop. Do you need the warm blanket? I was like, it only depends. Are you specifically going to be in the room when this happens? And so she's got like a friend that's like completely just staring in between the crack of like the curtain, just staring me down, and like tapping the desk to her friend to tell somebody else to like look my way that I was saying all this. And then the anesthesiologist, I was so transfixed by this curtain to my left of where I knew she was cleaning a patient bed, getting it ready for the new patient coming in. Like she was prepping everything for a new patient, for a new intake. And so I was so transfixed on like this conversation with this curtain that the anesthesiologist like stood there for apparently a few moments, and the nurses were dying laughing because she apparently was starting to talk to me, but I didn't realize since there's curtains. She thought I was talking to myself, and she was starting to say, I'm not sure he can do this if he's in this. Oh, you were talking, and she didn't know I was talking to someone else. She thought I was talking to myself. So the anesthesiologist walks into like where the curtain is. She doesn't see any earbuds or anything in my ears. She thinks I'm talking to myself. She doesn't realize I'm talking to like the nurse that's beyond the curtain and whatever. And she thought I was legit crazy. And she right then and there did not. So from then on out, like that nurse was not having any of it. The anesthesiologist had none of my jokes. She wanted nothing to do with it. So that ended my spree of just completely torturing the nurses, other than the other nurse that showed up, and I was just like, can you get the they're like, they're gonna put something in my I can't remember what it is. It's the bite guard thing that makes it so that they can get all the tubes down your throat, so when they go to scope you and everything, that your airway is open, blah blah blah. So they would get, they put that with a latex. They don't use latex anymore, just in case you have an allergy. They put that around the back of your neck, and they put that together, and you don't want to bite down hard on it, so or anything. You don't really want to clamp down. I was trying to talk, and they're like, you shouldn't talk with that in your mouth. I was like, so I took it off a little bit, and I was like, yeah, before I'm like ball gagged, I just wanted to know if my O face was going to be seen by anybody who's not wearing a ring, because I'm hanging loose out here. And that's when the actual doctor was in there. The doctor fist bumped me. He's like, I got you covered, man. So the anesthesiologist was like finished with me. There's another nurse that was like, his assistant was actually in there. I put the button. He's like, and you're gagged and good to go now. And I was like, thumbs up. And he's like, and the anesthesiologist, like in a very exasperated way, is like, you're gonna be taking a nice little nap here or whatever. She was totally put out. She did not have I did thumbs down for taking a nap. I'm like, I tried to say I'm sitting. They're like, don't talk. I'm like, I'm up. But I just tried to make it look like I'm up like that, but they weren't. So I did like that. And that's the last thing I did while I was conscious. Basically making it look like I was getting up in the wrong place. Luckily propofol doesn't cause morning wood, so and then everything else was a rush after I was out. So this is a warning that if you're in the field where you could run into me in the hospital, if I ever visit your state, if I'm ever in your area and I need to go to the hospital for any reason, and you have to ask me just simple questions, and we have to get something simple done, I'm going to embarrass the ever-loving hell out of you, because I'm the one that has to go through anesthesia and wonder, oh, I hope I wake back up type deal, because I do have I've in the past had bad effects of things like propofol. Like, I'm the one that has to go through all that. I'm going to alleviate all that stress by making you just completely, I want every nurse, basically, you see my skin color, if my skin color or lighter is not beet red by the time I'm finished speaking, I didn't do my job right. I can confidently say that I actually got like 2 shades darker than this beet red by the time I was finished talking, except for that anesthesiologist, and except for the doctor who gave me the bro fist bump of, I got you covered about your junk. So I just thought I'd share that interesting. I never thought in my whole life I'd get bro fist bumped by a doctor. Ever. Come with me, Ethan. Yeah, I got bro fist bump. It's fun. So anyone other than Alyssa here in the nursing field? Anyone else want to absolutely anyone else want to absolutely be embarrassed all the hell and back? Because I will do it for you. I'm the same guy that we're talking, the stream that I'm gonna put on private. We're talking about that reason that I'm not dissing cooks. The reason I didn't want to take the only position that I know that I could do, like of being a cook, that might work out and might help me with my goals and pay bills, like, because I keep being told I'm overqualified because I've owned my own businesses for way too long. And if you've never been in like HR or the hiring departments, you might not know that you'll get disqualified for a lot of jobs, because if you are able to run your own business, it really doesn't matter what credentials you have behind your name. The person hiring you is much less likely to hire you strictly because they know that you can possibly do their job, and it's called job security. They don't necessarily, and this is literally what I went to school for. This is industrial organizational psychology. This is working in HR and whatnot. There is a correlation between not getting hired and having overqualifications, and some of them are strictly because, one, the job knows that you're going to ask for more pay than they want to pay for the position eventually, even if you say you don't want that pay starting off. But the second one is a much more straightforward. They don't want to hire you if they believe that you could do their job, and it's job security. And so, and so I was talking that I didn't want to go back to something like being a cook because my dad's dying from being a cook. His COPD and emphysema was caused by being 17 years over grills and whatnot to make ends meet for my family. I don't want to necessarily die from not being able to breathe, because now the only time I've ever seen my dad beg in his life was begging for oxygen when the hospital sent him home too early. And that is probably the most mentally wrecking thing I've ever seen come from my parents, other than when my mom was overdosed on steroids. Though I didn't see that, I only heard it. That's the most wrecking thing I've been through in a long time. So, I mean, I could do something that could help.
I've been waiting for so long.
Oh God, Angie.
I'd make a much better daughter than Rose. Please, won't you stay with me forever?
What?
And it's time for
Wait,
this.
where's my gun?
Yeah, it's time for this. And so, I don't remember what parts of this are supposed to be everything. Oh, all eyes closed. Just dismember my loving mannequin wife. Where was I going for that? Oh yeah. While trying to find other ways to be able to make ends meet, because YouTube isn't quite cutting it at the moment, and not wanting to take the job that's killing my dad, because I've been a cook and everything for long enough. I keep being denied for the overqualification. I understand. I get it. Now I almost want to make it like a mission to definitely go the LPN route no matter what, just so I can embarrass the holy ever loving everything out of. I want to be like, I know that it might be not be for me because I might get fired, but I don't know if there are patients like me out there. I want to meet some of them. I want to see who can make who the most red without getting fired.
Whoa! That's a kid? Can you believe it? She's so energetic. It's crazy.
What happened to photography? My career got decimated by a few brides the day my brother died. That's what happened to photography. My brother died. I called one bride and told her I couldn't do her engagement session. the next day, because my brother was dead. The first phone call I made after my brother died on April 22nd, he was declared dead April 23rd, early in the morning, was to a bride to tell her I couldn't do her birthday, or her engagement session. And while I was at the funeral home making arrangements, 5/29/11, she got super mad. That I still had not called her back about making additional arrangements about her engagement photos and everything. And I told her I was literally at the funeral home planning my brother's memorial, and it was the last time I got to see my brother's body that day. So, you know, I was actually really dead inside going through all that. So I was very deadpan with all of it. She took exception to that, and I went from being one of the highest rated photographers in the Southeast by 2 different very reputable sites, you know, badges of honor if you're in the wedding photography industry, or a lot of other industries, of being rated by clients and whatnot. And
Why is this here?
she contacted other brides that day, not within that week, because she wanted a refund. I told her no, she couldn't have a refund. Like, this was, you can't have a, like, just no. And so, dang it. And so the policy of a lot of those websites is that they're allowed to change their user reviews based on their experience. And so she got a lot of brides to say that, you know, I have the lawsuit still on my other computer that they tried to sue me and they did not win. Where the brides, basically, past brides, you know, they said, make a claim of something he did. Like, they basically came together and said, let's say that he did something bad. And it was just a lot of slander that they did a lawsuit. I showed everything and I presented everything to where they did it. They didn't realize I had business insurance. I guess they thought I was just a small business that didn't take my job seriously. And I had weddings booked all through 2016, most of the way through 2016. But because of what happened then, both of those sites kicked me off from getting leads anymore, and from being able to show my badges of best of 2015, 2014, 2015, 2016, top 5 in the Southeast, top 5 in Georgia, best in Georgia. I couldn't show any of those, any of those things anymore. They wouldn't hear my side of it out of letting me back on the sites, and those were where all of my leads were coming from. And so basically overnight my photography career got wrecked, and ever since then it's just been anxiety trying to think about going back to photography. And I tried to go back to photography for a friend, and they acted like a jerk to me, and I put all their images on Dropbox and just basically sent them links and said, like, whatever, because I was basically voluntold and was doing the wedding for free. And they actually hired me on one of my streams and just were not kind at all, which is the least professional thing to do ever. Whoops. It's the last 2, sorry. And so, because of that one, that was my last, doing that wedding for a friend was my last try at actually doing weddings again. And since it went so horribly bad, and then I found out they didn't get their wedding photos because I downgraded my Dropbox subscription, and so I didn't have the storage space for everything anymore. And the hard drive that had their wedding photos on it is the hard drive that is still crashed. and there's a whole debacle over that, and losing one of your friends over something that you did for free basically is not cool. And so even trying to get back into photography, I basically got another mental wreckage. So I'm not a photographer anymore. I have awards and they're all shelved. I've got little plaques and little things that prove that at one point in time in my life, I was an award-winning photographer. And that's a different life ago, and I will not be going back. I mean, I'd love to be able to do street photography and stuff again. Wedding photography and photography that could get me paid. Like, other than working for a company type deal photographer, which a lot of companies actually gave up on their photographers, if you didn't know about that. There's a lot of companies that have actually fired their on-site photographers. Like, for example, a lot of newspapers have fired their photographers because they're people with iPhones and they just take the people's photos that, you know, were done at the scene and claim that it's theirs. So I don't know if you know that. That was a thing with like Wall Street Journal and New York Times, that they basically fired the whole photography department. So I don't want to really do stuff like that anymore unless I'm working for someone else. I don't want to be responsible because I don't want it to come down on me anymore. So my photography career was wrecked by impatient brides because I was too busy trying to plan my brother's funeral. That is what happened to my photography career. It's fun. Fun. So now it's this. Well, when biopsies come back, I'll let you. I promised as a tongue-in-cheek promise, hey Divvies, that if all of the biopsies come back completely normal and nothing like I'm not gonna die type deal, then maybe like next month we'll do like a victory healthy like Micah was asking about nipple tassels, of course, because Micah be Micah. But honestly, I already got the only piece of news I got from the whole thing that I did was the one thing that I didn't want to hear, which is my throat might be one of the outcomes I did not want to happen, which is just going to make it harder for me to actually even speak over time. It'll just be harder and harder for me to speak if I want the biopsy to come back and show something else. Otherwise, it's something that there's no real known treatment for it completely. And my job depends on me speaking, so that would really suck if that's the diagnosis I've got, and that's all the information I got. That's it could. Oh God, it's freaking jelly bean. That it could be possibly that. So. That's all I really got for now. Hey, Kale, I have no idea what's going on. Stuff like this, Kale, has happened to, like, Alyssa in particular and some other people. Oh, God, Jelly Bean, baby, shut up. No. Don't scream at me. Hush up, Jelly. I don't want your Girl Scout cookies. Patrick, I was just talking about you. Oh, God, am I bruised up. I have actually never been this bruised up from an IV, even when I've been put under. Whoa. Hold on. I just took off the tape for the first time. Huh. I should probably actually put a warm compress. Now that the tape's off and pressure's off, my arm immediately hurt. Whoops. I was just peeling it off because Jelly Bean Baby was there, and I was like, that's been there for a long while. Now I'm regretting things. That hurts. I'm actually bruised under that. I don't bruise easy. I've never really bruised from IVs, even for anesthesia. Ow. Patrick, I was just talking that if my voice stays usable, I found out what the hardest part is, and I need help. I need help. I know what the hardest part is now about making I found out what the hardest part was about trying to make demo reels and stuff like that. BMGs, backtracks, and like just in general the idea of just soundscapes for me to do made up vocal lines over to be able to show off range of what I can do vocally. Holy crap. Did I not realize how hard it is to basically think of, engineer enough situations, enough things and ideas to show off vocal range of emotions and everything else. That stuff's ridiculous. I am out of my depth on that. I'm looking for all of them, Patrick. And everything from voice lines for audiobooks to anime to video games, everything in between. I'm looking for all of it. Everything from like serious, like for even to the idea of getting ready for a fight type dude, because you know, listen to anyone else's sound reels and everything of when they basically have to publicize themselves. Putting together those demos, holy crap. Started down that way, and Jesus H. Is that just... Oh my... Go ahead and slap stuff together so I can start thinking of lines to put over it and voice something, because Jesus Christ. Jesus H. It does. It takes the kind of work that I really figured out that I was really out of my depth for thinking of like original, but it sounds like it fits inside of like inside of like reading an audiobook. It sounds like it fits inside of a video game. It sounds like it fits inside of an anime. It sounds like it fits inside of whatever, like background vocals for something. Like it was overwhelmed. That was the most overwhelming thing, because I thought I had a few good sound, and then they sound like crap. Putting together basically taking a lot of stock footage and then trying to engineer it together from things like I've nothing against Epidemic Sounds. I've got a subscription to them and something else, but like there's just not enough sound bits, and I just got very overwhelmed of like I got nothing. So I got nothing for a demo reel of like, what do I even voice lines on? Because it all, after I like started putting things together, I voiced a few things and it just sounded like crap. How's August going for me? I had surgery 9 hours and 50 minutes ago. I left the hospital. Let's just say, or somewhere. 10 hours ago, I finished up having surgery and all that jazz. How about you? I know I need a good mix. I'm out of my league. I'm out of my depth. And I'm afraid to show anything of what I've done before, because basically I've taken sound bits of what I've done on here, what I've realized I've done, and put them to different tracks that match the vibe of things that I've done on streams that people wouldn't think about, and use that. But the offers you get from stuff like that are really cringe bad levels of either can you work for free or can you do it for like, hey, here's basically 40 hours of work. Can I pay you $50 for the project? You'll get exposure. And for anyone who ever thinks it's okay to be told you're being paid in exposure, let me tell you something real quick. That's a lie. Oh, there's no guarantee I'm okay, Sam Carter. I just haven't found out results. No. Getting paid in exposure is the biggest bull ever. See, no, Patrick, that's what I'm failing at. Like, every single time I think of something to voice, I can't think of how to put some kind of BMG or like some soundscape or soundtrack or something behind it. But every time I hear like a BMG or a soundscape or a soundtrack, I think of a line to put on top of it, but I don't own it. You know what I mean? Like, I can listen to like scenes from Trigun and know that it still doesn't fit. Like, I've watched Trigun like a bajillion times now, but I can at least put together the idea of, I know I'm not Vash, I know I'm not Wolf, oh my god, or Millie or whatever. I know I'm not like main characters, but I can put together something as if it, like, you know, to the back, because it, you know, it was composed, it fits properly. And then things I think to do, I don't have anything to put it on, if that makes sense. Like, I've got, it doesn't feel like it fits, and I'm embarrassed of it. So I've hit this brick wall of like, I tried to be better at it and I suck at it. I suck at it real bad. I'm gonna use the bathroom. If it's a demo reel, you don't have to worry about copyright stuff. There are 2 companies specifically that I am talking to, and one can be a full-time career, and they actually do care about copyright stuff. They 100% care about if it's copyright stuff. Like, one of them I don't want to talk about, because if it works out, it'll be a blessing and a curse time. But there are two in particular that I was actually working towards, striving toward, and they absolutely care if it's copyrighted, anything in the back. So anyway, I need to use the restroom really quickly. I can do IT, but still, people that have degrees in IT will get it more than me, than my experience back in 2003 to 2006 or something like that. Like 2002, 2003, I can't remember. For a few years, IT down south. People that actually have a degree in that will get it over me. I gotta use the restroom really quickly. I'll be right back. Okay, hold on. I got a shake. Thank you. Oh, I got a shake and I put my son to bed. So there's that. Thank you. Hey Patrick, are you still here for one more second of your time before I say anything else? Because then I'm gonna go back to things. God, I can tell that the biopsy that they took from my throat, it's weird that it's okay. So the problem I'm having, and I'd send you just sound samples of what I've done, but it is that I can't use copyrighted material because for one of the places that I'm looking to submit this to, they can use some of my sound reel as part of the stuff they use for the company. So it can't be copyrighted. The other place is the exact same of they can decide some of what they're doing, and if when they post it, it can't be copyrighted. So a lot of their own stuff internally has a rule about that. A very big strength I have is being able to hear, like, you know, like when you hear like the background music for like the first thing I think of is like Psycho-Pass. I hear of the chase, the BMG of like the suspenseful chase background music that goes on from the very first episode of Psycho-Pass to end of season 1 when Akane gives the speech about the law doesn't protect people, people protect the law. And every time I hear something like that, and I don't need to write an episode of Psycho-Pass, but I can easily in my head write down like how I can write basically the story of how you would get to that sound, if that makes sense. That's where my strength is, I'm finding out, lies, of being able to do stuff that doesn't involve copyright music. I can basically write to where my voice would get to the point of being like sounding happy or angry, maniacal, whatever, evil, whatever it is, dead serious, deadpan, over the top, exaggerated. I can think of, even if it's just a snippet of like 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds of something. I've heard other people's demo reels, and I've literally, after hearing those demo reels, I hear how like the script that the voices they did over it could have been so much better if they had just spent a little bit more time, because it sounds like you basically get and for anyone who doesn't know, like when you start trying to look for voiceover work and all that kind of stuff, you get like a minute maximum for some people's time. They listen and they will hear, when you're starting to put together some demo reels, some of those splices that you have to put in really, really fast, you got to put in like the succinct 1-2 liners with this track that goes behind it, that it all fits together and bleeds into the next one perfectly. And for some people that are really looking for a certain sound for what they're doing, they will give you 30 seconds, sometimes max. If they're on the fence about you, they give you maybe a minute of their time, but sometimes they don't got a minute of their time. But you're trying to usually put together 2 to 3 minutes of just different ways that you can utilize your voice. So like you have to at the first like get somebody's attention and do all this other stuff and blah blah blah. And hey there, Fidelio. So like you have to basically hook people, and the thing I'm struggling at most is that like hooks of going from like even how to fluctuate in between it. I'm trying to record better samples, and what I'm finding out is, one, as my throat's getting better, that's one of the first things like to do. I've even got a list of script things I've written down here, but the problem is like, you know, waiting for Rowan to be out of the house so no one has to hear me, and I can be like as somber or shouting at a mic as I want to. the problem is that I really suck at I guess making just good like BMGs or soundscapes or soundtrack, something in the background to work up to. I suck at it. So this is the first time I will ask for help. Like I don't know what to use the voice recorded over of your own found music, and I can score it and send me a reference, and then voiceover soloed, and then music soloed. I think I could do that. That it makes me feel like I would write. I don't know. I'm basically I'm sitting here going, hey, can you please like just send me something like dramatic that I'd have to voice. I work better under. Here's the thing. The other thing is I work better under like the pressure of I have to come up with something. I have to be like, if I get to just pick it, I'm gonna just go back to things I've heard before. And that's the other thing I'm afraid of, that I've heard. That's what I'm basically asking, to start off so I know where to go. Because I'm hearing that I'm giving a lot of the same voice. Like, I have a voice, and my own has a place it can just reside. My own voice can be part of the demo reel. And my natural voice, the one that I'm using right now, right here, right now, is the one that you actually would hear if you were on a couch next to me, if you were on a bed next to me, if you were watching a show next to me. I use it more than you'd think, but I do know how to use it for other things, anything. So I can do, like, I start off like with a base of a voice, but then I don't know what to do with it. Like, until I actually figure out like, what am I doing with it? And then all of a sudden the inflections start coming up of like, realizing that my bass voice immediately goes up in timbre. That my voice rises from here and immediately wants to go into that nasally, everything. I have to control that and think about it. And the best way I've ever figured out is that I found somebody else. So this is totally what you should not do. I found somebody else's BMGs and everything for their voice demo reel, that they actually had their voice demo and their voice demo reel, and hidden on their website was actually their backtracking. And I liked some of it, and I looked at their coding for their website, and I saw it was actually still in the code for their website, so I downloaded it. And I got rid of it. I felt bad about it. But I sat there playing around with it. And because I was really thinking, I had an email offer for, it was like $300 to have, it was like 10 pages worth of a script for something that was supposedly a small project. No revenue after the fact, anything. It was an upfront pay, blah, 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 blah. They're considering voices. And I was like, I need money wherever I can get. 10 pages of something, of actually having to voice lines and do possibly and having it in like 5 revisions. $300 is, no, don't usually take that. Don't take that unless you're really like scratching for money. If you're working in scratching and you need to be, at least it's not saying you're doing it for, you know, exposure. At least they're paying you something. But like 10 pages and 5 revisions is a lot of voiceover work. But I was trying to scratch some things together for that. This was like a year and some ago, and then I looked back into it, and I was just like, I can't. Because when I was under pressure, I listened to that, and I immediately in my head, because it wasn't attached to something like another anime or another show I've watched, because it was attached only to this other voice artist that I think could have used their track better, the only thing I could think of is how could I use it to make a better story. And so because I thought I was on a deadline of I needed to submit something that night, I did not get that job, but I did get another one that paid like $50 for way too much of just sending little voice lines back and forth. And they asked me to do stuff like 10 times over. And after it was all said and done, I basically got paid for like $5 an hour for my time, which was so cool. It's so fun doing that. That's why there's an actual, but when it was the idea of, okay, I have to come up with something tonight and I'm kind of embarrassed about it and something like that, when I was basically presented with a backtrack and I need to put something to it, immediately my brain comes, I like the story writing part. So my brain can better embody a character, especially if I know like a better something. So I'm way too prone to listen to, if it's copyright or something that sounds way too similar to a show that's out there or something like that. I'm way too prone to want to sound like the characters in the show. I want to be like one of them that's already written, not somebody that you see off screen. But when it was like they had their backtracking for everything they're voicing, and I was just trying to think of like how would they, because there's one part I remember that it was them saying, all I can remember, like my voice is too thrash to be able to say this right now, but I remember it was something like having to be laughing. It was like a laughing thing. The tone changed immediately to getting more sinister and quiet, and then the sound just cuts out. And they put it as something else, and I felt it was more like a Get Out kind of thing. And so, of course, on the day that I actually have a biopsy where they take out a piece of my throat, I want to try to say something. But like it was one of those times where I finally got to use kind of my own voice and kind of everything else, and it felt kind of right, but it didn't quite feel right. But it didn't feel right because I was using somebody else's stuff. But because I had to come up with it on the moment, it was just like, okay, what would this sound be to? Okay, it would be like to like this idea of like the drop in it would be the idea of get out or else. And so my brain came up with the idea of there's a character that's actually having to be in a confrontation. So all of a sudden it was like the rest of it comes together more naturally for me. It was the idea I need to be in the office. I need to be standing up. I faced the wall closer so I could be closer to the foam so I didn't get as much kickback to the mic. I needed to have the mic in front of me and actually be directional at it because I was going to be probably shouting at the end of it. Like everything in my brain like just started, the wheels started turning, it started clicking. Like I was going to be starting off quiet and then backing up from that mic because I was going to be threatening to get out. Like, get out. In my voice, and then it would be get out, like it would be like, but not that because I just cracked my voice, just cracked right then. It would be because you have to really over enunciate for voice lines. You have to really over enunciate because you have to imagine the idea you did not just see me do that. So like if you're syncing to lip flaps or you're doing it to like a voice or anything like that, you have to be very crisp, and then you have to have good audio engineering like someone like Patrick. And that's the best I could do, and like that kind of thing, I can do that. But I work better under pressure. So the idea of me like, oh, I'll just send something to you, like I always feel like it's crap. I actually don't feel like it's crap if I'm forced to be like, oh, this is like the sound and this is like the feel, and I get the general vibe, and then I have to make a voice for that. And it has to actually fit. Like, it comes together better. But I've basically stolen other people's shit. and now I'm facing the idea of I need to make two different... one's technically, as far as I'll go talking about that job, it's an audition. It's less of a... The reason why it would be like a full-time thing, it's an audition. Not just your straight up like I'm just putting out a voice reel. It is an actual audition for something that could be a full-time career. The other one is the idea of the same thing could be used for audition, just like a voice reel for just anything else. But this, because if the audition works, they own the voice reel from then on out. If the audition doesn't work, I still own the rights to the voice reel. I read that contract a few times. And so, yeah, I can't use copyrighted stuff. Because the other way I can go about it is actually doing a live interview. And I'm actually scared shitless of doing that. As first step for it, where they just do live. And then, so I've done a little bit of research about the company. And I really don't want to get into that one because if that happens, then a lot of things could change in my life. So I do not plan on getting that job. I just want to try for it. I want to try because I have to show that I can voice act. I have to show I can sing. I have to show I can do a lot of things all at the same time. But if I actually do the first part of it, one of the ways that you can go about it I would immediately be confronted with the idea of I've got to do this on the spot instead of being able to give them like, you know, a taste. Like, it's kind of like showing your portfolio before actually showing what you can do on the spot. Of course, your portfolio is going to look a little bit better than like someone saying, oh, this is your portfolio. Okay, it's a noonday sun, and here are some subjects that look mediocre at best in front of a camera. Take the same pictures. No, your portfolio is a showcase of what you're capable of, but also under semi-favorable like circumstances, where you could make the circumstances semi-favorable. When you have to do live audition stuff, basically they can throw you into shit that I'm scared of, and this is why I'm trying to aim at it of doing the voice reels first, and then once my voice heals up, trying to doing the singing parts next, because the idea that on the spot I need to be like that I need to be a character, it just scares the absolute shit out of me when I don't have the job, when I'm trying to beat other people to the job. So yeah, something I have to get on like now, because I've really realized that money rules this world, and I have to make some changes, or I will lose my house and my son. So, you know, anyway, let's get back to the game. Angie.
Don't leave. I can't let you.
You're still alive, huh? Before my friends murder you!
This one scene, by the way, while I'm playing this for lore, just to get back to something Resident Evil 8 instead, this scene only confuses me because I've read the files. Like, the Cadeau is like the parasite that actually helps a mutamycete infect the patient or this test subject or anything, and have a better symbiotic relationship and all these other things, blah 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 blah. And that Donna actually shared her Cadeau with her dolls, and Angie is the one she gave the biggest chunk to, other than the one that lives inside of her, and that's why she can control the dolls. And then the hallucinations come from the flowers in the front yard. So it's a combination of your tripping balls from the scent that's in her house, and that's what makes you not realize that she's still there helping to control them. But from what I understand and have seen, because of that first scene, she actually, for Angie, and I believe this is for Angie alone, Angie can move on her own because she does share conscious with the Cadeau whatever, in Angie herself. So Donna is the weirdest one of all of them for me to try to figure out for what the pseudoscience is, especially when it comes to the idea of playing the DLC later and trying to figure out, like, I mean, Rose is mutamycete. She's Evelyn perfected because she's made from a human and a symbiotic relationship with Evelyn and Ethan, and she's the child of that. So she should have perfect control over mutamycete. She should basically be like this, which is basically fucking magic. So this is the one that I'm most, if you want to know where my brain is most for like Shadows of Rose, of like, what does her story look like? Donna Moreau actually is where my brain is going to first, because she is not physically having to control Angie. Angie actually can move on her own, under Donna's control, and that's really, really cool. And I want to kind of investigate that a little bit. Thank you so much, Vamp Nemesis. I really, 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 really appreciate that. Ken I say, I want to say Kennesaw every time I can. Eloc, Dark Zone, Sirkins, and Kana. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that, Vamp Nemesis. And welcome back to the family for like 3 or 4 of those, if not all 5. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Wait!
Try and find me.
The reason I'm struggling with it is because while they all might be vibrating, while they all might be looking like they're going crazy, only a few of them are actually doing, hey, Ron, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Elijah, Nicola, Travis. Welcome back to the family. Not Spider-Man. Quantum Josh. Welcome, family. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yay! I need to make more perks and emotes, and I'm thinking about making that whole movie watch along thing a members only thing. Just gonna be honest with you. No lie, no cap. I'm thinking about making that a members only thing. Like when I said that we can watch the movies together. We can't watch Ghibli films because they're not on Netflix, but like, but of some of this, okay. Wait, where's the last? Where's she? Uh-oh. I'm sorry. Oh, hold on. I gotta stab her one more time. I gotta pay attention. Hold on. See, that cutout is actually in Angie the doll. But then this one, she's not.
Doing to my cute friends.
See, there. That is what.
It's over.
So this is what I'm like.
Mia, I'll make things right. What?
See, the dolls aren't shaking.
I need to get out
So
of this
her cutout controls the other ones.
So that's who was behind all this?
But Angie's the real like treasure out of this of figuring things out. Because look, she did have part of her parasite in the doll. But where are the stab marks? You obviously did actually hurt the cutout, whatever that's in the doll. Is that just, you know, to show off, oh, Angie's pretty and whatnot? Because her face is mutilated from putting the live parasite inside of Angie. And when you were stabbing Donna, one of those times you were not stabbing Donna. You were actually, why is she saying, what are you doing to my beautiful doll? It's because you were attacking the dolls and she got in the way of the dolls. You then stab her in the face. That's my understanding of what happens with her. But I'm confused by the model being this in game. So, and like I said, this is the thing that in my head best represents what would be in Shadows of Rose, of like the kind of thing that you would expect from like Rose's power from then on out. I don't know if that at all makes sense to other people. My brain is not thinking all the way clearly. I would say I'm gonna try to, by the way, fix that bottom bar to actually show super chats, and I'm gonna actually make two different things. I'm gonna tell people who are here now. I'm going to ask Streamlabs or go back to just writing my own script for making a bar like I used to use, because I think I can separate it out that way, to separate super chats and normal donating through Streamlabs, and just put on there what it is so people know, because I hate it that people have there's something that has driven me crazy about this. YouTube loves super chats, and over long term it helps the channel. They take like 30% of it, but at least I can't remember what the cut is now, if it's 30 or 40% that they take. They say they take 30, but they take more than that because of something else, and then you pay taxes on it. But they love your channel for it. But the going through Streamlabs, I'm allowed to actually pay taxes and get access to that money within like days, like at most 2 to 5 days. So it's like one is like short-term help and one's long-term help. And that's what I realized when I was writing it down of how to get super chats on the bar. I think I'm just going to split it into two and make one be super chats and say like, help me in the long run, like support my channel in the long run, or support in the short run for like a short-term goal. And the top one be like Streamlabs and the bottom one be super chats, because I tested it and it seems like if I do super chats on their own, completely separate from other dollar bills, it will not make it look like I'm a millionaire from a $5 donation. It will not make it all of a sudden look like I'm a millionaire from basically. I think I figured a way around. I don't know what you guys would think about that. I'll put it in I'll put it in the member or in the community post if I remember to. I meant to put in a community post today that I was even having surgery, and then also the movie watch along things I was talking about before. That might be a members only perk. Because like I'm talking about watching movies, like I think we can watch Seven. Is Seven on a major platform that we could all watch it on? Because the way that I would be able to do that is basically put up a background to movies like that. And be able to start a timer to where if you want to watch it later and feel like you're watching it with me or with us or with the live chat and whatnot, then you can actually like hit play at the same time and know why I'm gasping. Because if you synchronize your play button when I hit play, if I have a reaction at that second marker, it means that you're actually watching me at that second marker at the same time. Yeah, Seven is one of the movies I want to do it with, but I have to do it members only because of like that. Yeah, I mean, and I want to do it members only anyway. I do want to do little watch alongs because every now and then, like I was talking about Princess Mononoke, I do want to watch movies with you guys that I reference or shows that I referenced before. I want to be able to have like binge nights where we're literally just sitting there and binging out, so that we're all on the same wavelength for like making some making some references. Oh, I'm gonna be live streaming more of Final Fantasy 16. If for no other reason, I will be live streaming more Final Fantasy 16 because Sid exists. For some reason, I love Sid's character. Also, for some reason, I know that the director... So, Yoshi P's the producer, but he had his hands in the pot a lot because he did Final Fantasy 14. So, I guess it's wrong to say that Yoshi P is actually directing Final Fantasy 16. He's producer. This is a really stupidly oversimplified way of explaining it. But if you want the stupidly oversimplified way of... Oh my god, why won't it let me close the door? If you want the stupidly oversimplified way of explaining it, directors make creative decisions for most projects, while producers deal with the legal side of stuff. Like the legalese of making those like, alright, so you want to make this creative decision? Well, how do we do it on, like... What hurdles do we have to get over for what, you know, for what set, for what place, what permits do we have to get for what, basically, and then like what liabilities do we have? What producers are the ones that basically help produce the making of the creative side, and the creative side is supposed to be more like the director. Yoshi P is actually the producer to Final Fantasy 16, but since he brought back Final Fantasy 14 from the grave and has made it into a multi-award-winning game, they let the producer and director spots kind of blend together a little too much. With that said, I want to play more Final Fantasy 16 because one, I want to get through the game, and second, like hell, there won't be a crossover between Final Fantasy 14 and 16, and I am all for it. Are you telling me that maybe, just maybe, I get my throat? Maybe I get some of the costumes and designs and everything from that Clive wears in like the box art that hopefully I get soon in the game, as stuff I can wear in game in Final Fantasy 16. Sign me the fuck on up. I want it. I want it so bad. I will take it. What's happening in Final Fantasy? I'm getting to it. I'm only one man, and like I've already said earlier in the stream before, I'm only one man, and I'm only one man that has been, since the day before Thanksgiving last year, been, whether I like to admit it or not, pretty badly sick. And the worst part of it is that means that for the better part of a year, I have been down on my luck health-wise, and that's just fucking sucks. I want to get to all of it. I mean, it's really hard to explain to you guys how demoralizing it is over here. I don't know how to show it other than this. Before I was feeling so bad, can I swivel the camera, or can you guys see something? I'm gonna see if you guys can see something. Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you for my service to YouTube. I will absolutely. We don't talk about the other part, but thank you, Sam. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So here's my mirror. Mirror on the wall. Let's do this. Hold on. Where is my, like, just face cam? Full screen face cam. Look at this. Okay, wait. That's it. Come on. Focus for me further over. You see all these games stacked up? Okay, this is a stack of games of things that I'm, like, currently doing or want to do. So you see that they're Final Fantasy 16, Resident Evil 4, Dead Space, Resident Evil 7, Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy, Silent Hill, Shattered Memories we just did, the new Horizon, Frozen, whatever, the newer one, since it's not new. Over here is a stack of 5 different deluxe editions of Final Fantasy 7 Remake I wanted to give away before Intergrade ever came out, with 4 more copies of Final Fantasy 7 that I wanted to give out before Intergrade. On top of all of that is the PS5 version right here of Final Fantasy 7 Intergrade, and on top of that is Ghost of Tsushima. Like, I'm a depressed boy when it comes to the things, like, they're piled there to do giveaways to get people to watch a stream. It's been out for that long. I've been actually unwell even before Thanksgiving. Then I've not been physically doing very well. So if you have that Biotech, you know the bane of my existence right now. And then I've got Control that I wanted to finish up. I wanted to play The Room one more time to actually give a static video to those who've never seen The Room, because I just want it up on the channel without chat on the screen. I'm going to play it and actually talk to you guys, but I'm only going to talk to people who directly ask stuff that don't get me on side notes all that much. And then I have Back for Blood that I wanted to give another try to. Like, there are so many things just sitting here. And then that doesn't even get to the idea of I wanted to do a way out, figure out some way to do that with somebody. I got Wolfenstein stuff over there. I don't even have my glasses on. Mortal Shell Deluxe Edition for PS5 is over there. Elden Ring. We tried Godfall. I don't know if I'm going to be doing that. Life is Strange 2, because I did like Life is Strange 1. I know it's different. Blah, blah, blah. And then I haven't touched Tears of the Kingdom yet. I haven't had the money, even though people have tried to donate to say, like, buy Diablo 4 or buy Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't had enough money to actually go buy them. So, like, it is disheartening. Like, I've got these things ready to go, and I even had giveaways and everything, and it didn't. And I'm not. It's not for lack of I desperately want to. It's for lack of. It's for lack of to put, if I can put it in the best terms possible, to understand what it's like on my side. I wake up in pain every day for, even before the herniation was a golf ball, for the past year. And somebody was able to witness that pain recently. And because it caught me off guard, that mentally, when I wake up every day, I have to first get over the roadblock of my leg is still in pain, my abdomen is still in pain, all those things are in pain. And I had what was it? My shoulder was in pain, and like the kidney stone was gone, but something else was in pain. And I wasn't paying attention for just like 2 moments. It was 2 moments of me. If it tells you like why I'm so sick and tired of talking about being in pain, and why I went to go have biopsies, and why I just want this over with and to know what's wrong and just to get back to doing my job. I'd love for you to be a full-time career where I never talk about medical stuff ever again in my life. And I bring down the drawing tablet. We have days that we just draw. I have times where we just watch movies with members. I have times where we play all these new games and give people the uploads they want while people get live streams they want as well. I want to be able to get to all that, but I have to get better first. Someone was able to witness what it's actually like for me to be in pain. And sadly, that was my son. While there was a secondary witness to that event, my son also had to hear me screaming because I don't know how to describe that. I have been in a lot of pain trying to recover and getting everything in a row checked off. But it was just, I don't remember what set it off. And honestly, I don't remember very well what happened that led up to it. It was just, it was a slip of the mind where I very much am conscientious about, you know, pain happens, stay focused. Like, focus on something, do something, keep your mind busy. Don't really try to think about it. Like, you've got enough things on your plate. Go for the next thing. Go for the next thing on your mind. Let your mind wander a little bit away from it. Come back to it. Do something else. Even if you have to zone out for a second to get a breather, don't let it get, try to work through it. I did something and I couldn't like block it out, and my legs stopped working again. Like as if it was back in December when it was like at its worst. And I was just trying to sit up. My son had to listen to me probably about a month ago just scream. And I know he heard it because I asked him how he heard it and how he was doing afterwards. And he said that he went in his room for a few and cried. Because he just heard his dad screaming and he knew there was nothing he could do. That all I was trying to do was sit up. My right leg was back to not wanting to move without pain, but I'm really, really stubborn, and I'm really fucking tired of things like walking without, like, I haven't been walking with a cane. Like, hell, I want to go grab a cane right now. He had to listen to me screaming for 20 minutes just for me to about lose my footing a few times, have my sight close in on me a few times, trying to fight it just to be shaky on my legs, and then to try to, I know this sounds dumb, but to mentally get over it. If I can get over a pain that's harder than the pain that I'm in, many times I can try to mentally do gymnastics that don't do this without doctor's advice. Please do not do this on your own, because this can actually put yourself into shock. I'm telling you the God honest truth. This can, what I did to get over it myself, I know I can do. I also know that if I needed help, my son could call for help. But what I did could literally kill you if you're not careful with it. Because as soon as I could get my breathing and enough under control and enough fireflies out of my eyes where I got use of my eye again, because one eye was just so much pain that I just could not see through it. As soon as I wasn't shaking enough, I immediately did something you wouldn't think about. I just stomped into the ground. I just stomped my right leg, which sent a jolt of excruciating pain into my abdomen, up my side, up my spine, into my head, back down to my toes, made everything go numb. Made it feel like someone took it made it feel like when I got my leg stuck in a broken bear trap when I was very young. I was very lucky it was a rusted with a lot of foliage in a bear trap, or I probably would have lost my leg. That, and then just combine it with getting shot at the same time in the leg. I don't know. It felt like two different sensations, but purposefully putting it in a very, very high spark of pain, so that getting over that, the lower dull throbbing pain that made me scream for 20 minutes just to sit up and get out of bed again, didn't in my head feel as bad as the shooting pain. And then I was able to go back into my day of walking. That is one day out of like a year of this shit going on. One day of I have to daily. And so people ask me like, why haven't I done this? You should do this. You should play this. I'm tired of being sick as well. So I don't necessarily want to feel like I'm harping on it. But if I'm just trying to be full exposure, if my son has to hear it, and I'm trying to do this job to support him, much less trying to sign up for other jobs where if I lose control of my leg where it's in that much pain, I could get fired because I wasn't fit to do the job. Disability Act only says they have to make accommodations for your disability when the disability is disclosed and other things. They can deny you a job for your leg not being, for you actually being medically unfit. So like if you're an amputee, they have to make accommodations. If you're in a wheelchair, they have to make accommodations. If you have an ongoing medical condition that can have a resolution, they do not have to make medical accommodations if you're not already hired. So God forbid I actually try to get a job and I can't get the job because of that. That's one day out of a year plus of this shit going on. I am very tired of it too. So the idea of me finally getting biopsies done, much less the idea that my son has had to see my house for 1 year straight, more than 1 year straight, just not straightened up to my standards all the time. That he tells me all the time, he can tell that I'm depressed or I'm hurt or something. To hear my own child chastise me, all those things. And it's just, if you guys are tired about hearing about it, I'm tired of living it, and I want us all to be able to turn this back into the charity YouTube channel. I would like this channel to now blow up. I hate that I'd not be able to have one-on-one time with everyone who's been. Hey, Kokoki. We have the same honor, by the way. I'm coming back to that, but I would love this to go back to the idea that I can make so much money from this that we just choose charities and we drop hundreds of dollars on charities every single month, period. And that eventually I make enough money that 50% of it can just go to charity, because that's what this channel was supposed to be all about from the get-go. For now, it's survival. And once we get past survival, I want to totally go that route. As far as the monitor over here, if you have this damn Biotech monitor, you have the fucking bane of my existence. It's my only 2K monitor in three 4K monitors in here. So it's the only one whose resolution doesn't match when I'm trying to color calibrate. They're all the other three are the exact same model of LG. I can color calibrate all of them. I know I should get the right stuff so I can calibrate for like video editing, processing, doing thumbnails, doing all this other stuff. And this one damn curved monitor at 2K resolution is just sitting here scoffing at me, and it's my streaming monitor. So for those who don't know my setup, I actually have. I did earn it. I earned it with my. I for reals earned it. I don't know how to. There's a sticker on that side. I for reals earned it because I worked hard for it. So you see the camera. A pipe dream of mine is actually having the more recent version of that camera. Maybe two of them. So I can replace the camera over there. That's my Canon 5D Mark III. But maybe I don't need to replace that one. That's a full frame camera. But I'd like another one of these cameras as a. These are the Fujifilm X100 series. I loved having this camera as a street camera. Domo sama desu. Domo Panda definitely lives on the bottom of that camera. And then like, so my voice isn't bouncing everywhere. But there's a monitor. There's a monitor. It's two different computers, and then there's like two other monitors over there. See when I start pointing it over there? Monitor. I can't. Oh. Monitor. My setup is like a bajillion monitors in here to be able to get it all done. Because if you do a one computer setup and try to do what I'm doing right now, get ready for pain. One computer setups for being able to stream and do all of your stuff only work if you're a programmer. If you're going to write your own code. If you're not, holy crap, you will spend more money on one computer to make sure it runs everything well than you will on 2 computers running mediocre. I promise you. If you think that you can get a very an older, outdated PC to actually run your stream, to process your stream so people can see it, and then get a second PC to run games at 1080p, and those 2 PCs prices combined will actually be less than the computer you're gonna need to be able to play games, much less try to record them at 4K if you want to be able to do 4K videos. You don't want to necessarily do the 1 PC setup. Like, it is ridiculous. It's crazy. It's stupid. I tried. Not only did I try, I did. I just used consoles for the longest time. That's why I was a console player for the longest time. I was a console player because I could use a capture card, and I didn't have to worry about the second computer was the console. So I just did all the games and was just like, I'm just doing, and then I had ways of recording my face cam when I had a very small face cam that was like the Logitech C615 with a lot of light blasted in my face. The newer light boxes, NEEWER, newer light boxes blasted in my face to make it look good. Trying to record things like Alien Isolation back in the day. I think I did that on PC. Like I made it work the best I could. But it was not the best. In fact, the only reason that I could do YouTube is because Kevin, once again, I had enough money to pay bills, but I was house poor. I didn't realize my ex was spending every extra penny of that I ever brought into the house, period. And my friend gifted me a PS4. And then I was halfway gifted a capture card, like half the price of an Elgato HD60. I believe the 60S. The one that actually does the internal processing and doesn't leave your computer to actually do the codec and write the file for you. So there's the there's like the 60S Plus or something like that. One of them does its internal coding for you, and the other one, it relies on your computer to do it for you. I was basically gifted the tools. I was gifted a console to play games on. And I was halfway gifted a capture card, and I already had a computer to be able to edit photography, photos on and everything. And that's how I even had the ability to do YouTube. And then the plan was that my brother was also gifted a PS4, and one day we would be able to play games on the channel together and talk with all of you guys, and we would do all this stuff. And then my brother died. So it was just me. But I was gifted a way to start YouTube. So I have like very little ways I've ever been able to start. Which, moral of the story, nobody makes it through this world in their career choice by being a solitary island. It doesn't happen. So if you want to be a self-made person, get used to the idea that you will be leaning on, like, you're standing on the shoulders of giants, as says by all the currency from across the pond and whatnot. But like, you're going to be leaning on those who have come before you, or those who are more fortunate than you, or the expertise or the wisdom of those that you will not just. You're not going to be the person that's like, let me just sell books out of my garage and call it Amazon. No, you're going to, don't turn down kindness because your pride got in the way of opportunity. With that said, you're talking to a very prideful man. I remember the beeps and bleeps of the Elgato and you performing tier 1. Oh my god, Koki, you've been around for that long. That's right. Oh god. Me having to be under the desk with that damn Elgato all the damn time. Because when going from recording to streaming was a nightmare. And having only one of them. And then when I got a second one, it's like the first one knew that I got the second one and got jealous and just stopped working. And it was... Oh god, you've been here for that long, yeah. Oh my god. It was that shit started in 2017/2018 and got resolved probably 2019-2020. Finally, when I was able to get the 4K S's, the 4K 60S's, that's when that finally got resolved for the most part of me just having to unplug and replug. And then the streaming computer still didn't like that one as much, but it wasn't nearly as bad. But holy crap. Holy crap. Yeah, that means you've been around for a while, yeah. Me just under the desk being like praying. Because I didn't know how to, I also didn't know how to shut down a stream without shutting down everything. So I was afraid that if I shut down the stream, I just, like, everyone would leave. So I couldn't just shut down the stream and restart it. I had to make it work. But I didn't know how to make it work. So I was very desperate. I was winging a prayer like that. That's about as real as it gets. Hey, Angry Mirror Cat. It's been a hot second. We like under the desk darkness. You like hearing me hit my head under the desk. The smacking of my head as it meets desk. I'm gonna fight a giant. Even though I'm just running through the game, I'm gonna go fight that giant. Shut up. God. Like, hold on, guys. I gotta say, now, come on, Elgato, come on, do it for it. For the infinite stake, you get that with CP, not with in-game currency while you play. Unplug it. Just, yeah. The bleepies? I call it a lot of things. I said a lot of words for just being so angry that every single time I felt like I was like, I got everything tested, everything's good to go. I've got my whole setup. Nothing. Ain't no stopping us now. Where's the video for the game? There's some stopping us now. Yeah, you're right. I did call him something. I don't remember what I called him anymore. Where are you? I didn't like you two making noises, so I killed you. There's your lesson to not make noise. Please do not make noise. Okay, thanks. Hello, Banana Master. I am scared. You know what? You get scared of random things when you're in a profession like mine. Reading a name like Banana Master, that's one of the things that can scare you. Alright, I'm running on back to fight the giant. Probably a good time for me to hit that blue button that keeps popping up. I'm not running into walls. Okay. I have to look into it later. I don't know what solved Alyssa's problems, but I'm pretty sure Alyssa's gone. I don't know how many things I went through with Alyssa to get her account when it was blocked. Somebody else had their account blocked, and I don't know if they're here to be able to say what I did. Ah! Bah. I spoke his language. For a moment, we understood each other. No, for some reason, it's YouTube side when it does that. The most notable troubleshooting I've had to do of tier 1 tech support for that shit was Alyssa. Where her account just for some reason was just like, nope. I think it was the first time that happened because I think I was playing Breath of the Wild. Which makes me want to desperately play Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, he's dead. It's a like life. I tried to make a song for us. You're currently playing Breath of the Wild for the first time. I think I had Tears of the Kingdom pre-ordered, and sadly I couldn't afford to keep the pre-order. I think I don't own Tears of the Kingdom right now. I wish I did. I want to get on Zelda because I do those live streams. Because as much as people want a backseat for that one, when it comes to Zelda, I will absolutely just ignore everybody. And of all the games I can play and then record in the background, Zelda just happens to be one of them that I cannot record 4K. So it will be 1080p, which means I can record hundreds of hours of me playing that game and just cut out all the stuff of me having to do things that people don't like when I have little side notes and we take a little sidebar and chat for a while. I can cut all of that out. I will absolutely tear up Tears of the Kingdom. I don't own it. Do I go back and get that? Fuck it. We do it. We're getting money on this run too, boys. Let's do it. Christian Ventilator. And Isethus? Isethus? Ithethus. The emphasis on the icy or the thus? I got head. Hold on. I have to go into a field. My brain immediately wanted to try to hit notes that I know I shouldn't try to sing, but it's what song is that? My brain won't let it go because I know the song. But I also know that my throat's shot, so I don't know what to do. Because I don't want you guys making fun of my voice not being able to work. What's going on? Snorting some... That's some good dimp. YouTube, I mean, just nasal spray. It's just nasal spray. I did not mean it as a drug. Anyway. By the way, why was it that the nurses today were so surprised that I've never done any illegal drugs or any drugs really at all? I've drank on streams more than I ever have in my personal life ever. The nurses were flat. They asked me over and over like I was just not telling the truth. Can I talk out the lyrics? I don't know if I could talk out the lyrics. It's one of those songs where it's like, okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to talk it out and it's not working out. I don't, hold on. I'm trying to think of the lyrics really. Well, I was gonna, if I'm like, okay, so like, if I don't have cancer and stuffs, then maybe we can do some drunk live streams. Maybe those are possible, and I know people love. I mean, that does actually bring crowds back in and remind them that I have a channel. Those work. And the idea of gating people from getting me drunk so fast with actual money that I profit from works. Because for those who don't know, like some people think I do drunk live streams just as a publicity stunt of just, I just make money and I make bank. No, 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 no. For those who have been in this channel for long enough, the reason that there's money attached to the shots is because the first 2 times I tried it, the first time I did not attach money to shots. And the second time I attached a flat rate. And there are 2 people in particular that it was something like $30 a shot when I was a smaller channel. And people pay like $500. And I got super sick super fast. And that's when I had to discuss like a graduating pay, like of like after so many shots, it goes up. And then like we do a breathalyzer I have to do. And even after doing that, people like just dumped money into it. It was like something like the first time I did it too small. It was like the first 2 shots, $25. The next 2 shots, like $45. I felt bad putting it up that much. No, 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 no. People put another like $500, $600. I think that stream came out like $1,200. Like people put to it, and I felt so bad because I simply couldn't drink it all. And then so that's why it's gotten so like to do drunk live streams, it's gotten so expensive because people wanted to see me drink, but I'm not doing it for free because I just don't drink. So if you want to see me try to function and drink at the same time, I've got 2 breathalyzers. I've got ways to stay safe, but the money's there not only just for the idea of it's my job, but also for the idea of it's the only way I know to slow y'all asses down and not get me killed. Because wow, in some of those streams it just went, and I hid most of them because I'm embarrassed of some of them. I'm embarrassed of like how it went. 27, 09, and 17. I'm not embarrassed of the people that were there because that was, I mean, growing pains of a channel. But Jesus H. Hey, Jesse Rodriguez, what's going on? Well, I'm alive after my surgery. I don't know if everything came out good. I get preliminary results kind of today, kind of tomorrow. And then I get to sit down with the doctor in about 3 weeks to find out officially why the first doctor refused to touch me. Because out of all of it, I did learn that there is a reason that the first doctor refused to touch me. There is something about me that made it so a doctor did not want to scope me while awake. That they wanted to do a thorough everything scope. But I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's benign or anything. I'm still in that state of I don't know, so I don't know what to say other than like I'm not prepared for anything. I'm just prepared for the idea that life can happen. I mean, I'm just in a scary place because even talking to the nurses and the doctors, it's just kind of like, you know, what is this symptomatic of? Don't ever push medical professionals to ask them what this is symptomatic of. Anyone here in the medical profession, anyone awake in the medical profession and ever been pushed to answer the question, what is this symptomatic of? Because I bet you know the answer that I got. Oh, Christian, don't even worry about it. Thank you for subscribing. Because the answer is going to be everything. And then when you find out the answer is everything and literally everything, you get to find out all the things you actually didn't want to learn. The answer is you're symptomatic. Don't ask what you're symptomatic of because it's probably more things than you're prepared for. And then it ends up being just like throw up levels of like it can be everything from I could still lose the ability to speak. Like just like, oh, I want to do voiceover reels. I want to work with Patrick Carrier, see if I can. Nope. I lose my ability to speak to. I need treatments for thyroid for the rest of my life, to just cancer, pick some spots. From everything from they can do surgery and I just have an adjusted lifestyle and I'm fine, to terminal. They will give you the whole rundown if you bug them enough because honestly, when you know how you do the whole WebMD thing and it's like, these are my symptoms, what could it be? The reason the bad stuff comes up so often is because the bad stuff just happens to be there is a correlation between how bad a condition is and how much it correlates with all other conditions near it. And it's because correlations are the idea of like, oh, like you have a fever, you could have a flu or you can have a bacteria or something like that. But if you have like a fever and vomiting and blah, 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 then you're starting to like narrow it down to a specific something or other. At the same time, you might not have ever thought of it like this. When you start actually giving so many symptoms, you also broaden it up. That there's always the idea that you're not just sick with one thing. There's always the idea that you've always been sick with more than one thing. And they together will give you all those symptoms. And it just so happens that when you start expanding those like symptoms way far out, a lot of the comorbidity of having one thing adds up with the other. And so when you press doctors for like, you know, what do you think it could be? Nope. Then you will shit yourself. Like that's immediately the moment where you're like, I made mistakes. So currently right now it could be everything from benign to they didn't find polyps. That actually that was my best guess for digested blood of why it's coming out of me. Yeah, it can be everything, which is scary. And currently right now, without having all the results back, because they did like more than half a dozen biopsies. They're getting towards a dozen biopsies that they took samples from. Then it gets to the point of being very, very overwhelming. Of just like, oh, it could be benign. Yeah, it could be. It could be absolutely 100% something that is treatable. It could be another flare-up of celiac. Okay. They're finally confirming that diagnosis for me. I found out that the biopsy was never sent in the first time and that it is just a visual inspection that showed that I most likely had celiac, and I've been going under that assumption for 5 years. That's a fun assumption to go under. It's not like that's just life-changing. Most likely, celiac can be done by a blood test and visual inspection, but needs a biopsy to make it official. So, yeah, they have the biopsy for that now to make it official. And if it's not, then the things that act like celiac disease are not good. The things that can act like celiac disease because you're getting with gluten, but it's not that. No, they're bad. Every single one of them is bad. Yeah. Benign doesn't always mean good. I know that better than anyone. Yeah. My brother's tumor was technically benign. My brother's tumor killed him. So there is, yeah, it's just, it's a, and then they got on to me for my blood pressure being higher while I was there. And I was like, what do you guys think? Currently unemployed, but hope to rejoin the family soon. Well, thank you, Reagan, for being here. Don't worry about it. Hey, Zach, thank you. Hope everything's good. Love the stream. Currently playing RE4 Remake.
Do not look at my little pee.
Oh God,
Dirty eyes.
I forgot about that sound bit.
Service.
Oh, that was from Sam Carter for 30. I don't know why that didn't play. Did that play twice? That already played, and then I paused it after that. Oops, sorry, Sam Carter. I'm so sorry. I don't know why that didn't pop up. And Zach, I hope everything's going well. Okay, people have given super chat. Does it come out of my paycheck? Let's try to get Reagan back their shield. Hold on. I'm gonna go for this real quick. Reagan, hold on. We got this. We got this for you. Hold on. We got. Can I? How do I do this? How do I attempt to roll the dice for the lottery and get your shield back? Hold on. We can do this. Reagan's had a shield for so long. How do we roll these dice in our favor? We got this. I got this. Hold on. I'm gonna roll my dice real quick. I think. Oh, don't make me hear myself twice. Hold on. I'm rolling my dice. I was in the hospital with my blood pressure high. Yeah, I'm trying to get a membership right now. I'm trying to. Why won't it? What's wrong with my thing? Where is it? Why can't I want it. Let me hold on. Membership gifting. Okay. I am super low on money. I'm gonna try first one. Let's see where it goes. We're just gonna try one. Because it's not going to take it out of my PayPal. Out of my YouTube. It's taking it out of my PayPal. No, okay. One. Let's see where it goes. Do we get Reagan back their shield where they're unemployed? Reagan? Whoever gets it, thank you for supporting. Reagan? Gabby! Welcome to the family, Gabby! Okay. Everyone here that's capable, roll the dice once. Just no. We're gonna. There's gonna be a few family members. Everyone that can possibly just roll that dice once, real quick. Just like I thank you so much, Zach, for everything. Just the Reagan has had a shield for forever. If Reagan's going through unemployment, I want Reagan to still be part of the family because Reagan's been a long time supporter, and I feel really bad. Okay, like just like shake him, blow on him, like give him a roll. Every time someone gives him a roll, I'll give it another roll. Somebody gives it a roll, I give it a roll. That's how it works. Okay, Vamp gave it the next roll. Okay, we'll trade off on rolls and see what happens. We got this. We got you, Reagan. Oh yeah, Reagan, opt into getting gifted memberships. Oh, why is my audio cutting out? Please opt into getting gifted memberships. Please opt in. Yes. There should be a button below the gifted membership pop-up thing. Yep. Under the show your support for Darkness, gifting membership gifting. It should be like super sticker, super chat, membership gifting, and opt in for everything. It should be there. Okay, I gotta roll the dice one or two more times. Why is Vamps not being given out? No! Hurry! Opt in. Opt in, Reagan. Reagan. Do it. Opt in. You might have to be at your PC or on an iPhone or on Android, something. I don't know. I'm gonna roll the dice though one more time too, just in case. I don't see it popping out, so I'm rolling them dice. Reagan, opt in. There it is. There it is. Thank you, Deviz. Thank you. Okay, there it is. No, they got it and it didn't pop up for some reason. Vamp landed it, and Deviz, thank you so much for short lived. Welcome back to the family, because I think you've had a shield before. There we go. Okay. We got it covered. Sorry for the temporary interruption in today's entertainment. Hold on. We had to get locked up support. If you're going through financial hardships, we got you covered. Bro, we got family got you covered. we got it. We did it, boys. Yeah, Vamps got you. Vamps got you for some reason, and it didn't show it. I guess it just assumed you were already a member, and it didn't say it. Thank you so much, Divies. I really appreciate that. All right, got you that 3-star shield, pal. Yeah, we got you, bro. Don't worry. And thank you, Divies. Thank you, Vamp, for that. I was gonna pass it around. I was about to put in my next attempt. I figured it would play it like the lottery until we see who wins. Because I really do feel bad when people are like, long time supporter, but I lost my shield or something. I'm like, okay, what do I do? That first teacher paycheck on August 15th is gonna hit so hard. Well, I'm glad things will work out, Reagan. We got you covered though. You got that shield. That's a 3-year shield. Wear it proudly. I didn't want it to go away. I'm always so happy to see the year 3. It's my and I'll say it's part selfish. It's part of my affirmation that I'm doing something right if people will stick around for years. That there's something worth fighting for it to keep the channel going if people are willing to stick around that long and support. And so when I see the CO go down and then people are actually like apologizing that like you're unemployed, like, no, I want to get you, but and then I'm looking at my own paychecks being like, I'm almost fucking unemployed, and I'm like, no, we got this, we can do it. You start. Yes, Patrick, almost 4 years. It's almost 4 years. That's what I mean. That's why it's starting to like mean so much to me on things like that, because it's just so. It's not all about just like the bloated number of like how many, like, yes, YouTube would love it if I was back over 400 members, but it's more like the idea of, yeah, 3-year shields, 4-year shields. That's actually is something really special to me. Of like, when I look at it, I'm like, this is, even if I have to get another part-time job, the channel's worth fighting for making it bigger, making it what I wanted it to be. It's worth me getting through being sick so that eventually we can have a fun time here, have entertainment, have cool talks, have watch-alongs, maybe watch 7, maybe watch some good films and other stuff, analyze some game stuffs, play some things you guys have been long requesting, do challenge runs, do static videos, everything full-time again. And I'm able to do it full-time because I'm healthy, because I'm waking up every morning and taking my morning jog, and then getting back in, taking a rinse off shower, getting into my morning routine of recording, getting my videos up in the morning. So there's a, an 11 o'clock, 1 or 3 p.m. video out, and then streaming for you guys at night while still being a dad and all that jazz. Like, I want to be back at just what I considered for so long to be normal. And I know for people who have been here for the last about 2.5 years, that's not normal. But before that, no, that was absolutely fucking normal. There was a daily or bi-daily upload, if not 2 uploads per day, and live streams. I did all of it. And COVID hit me like a dump truck. I guess it's 3 years. You sent a gift of membership, you don't think it came through? It should have come through. I hope it maybe it might just be delayed. I hope it comes through. I'm sorry if it didn't come through. Hey, Hero Huggy. Hi, glad you got that done. I had more surgery than dates the last 6 years, so I covered for a rotator cuff and preparing for the next month. So, my best to you. Well, I hope the best for you too, Hero.
I'll just be taking this.
I'm due for more surgeries coming up. Doesn't mean I like it at all. I'm always confused when people say I've helped them. I don't always understand what I've done. But I'm glad if I've helped, I helped. Sometimes I feel like I'm just rambling. Sometimes I am just rambling, I guess. Sometimes I feel like I'm just annoying. I think some people would probably agree with that.
How do I get out of here?
I'm sure some people agree with that. I'm just annoying. But we're not talking about them right now. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the everything. No, actually, we'll clear that last. I have to beat this game in 3 hours for one of the achievements, and I forgot. I should have just speed run the game. It's 11:32. Technically, I'm not supposed to be driving my son to school in the morning, but, you know, we're going to see what happens. I can always Uber my son to school in the morning. It would not be the first time I've done that. I have indeed Ubered my son to school in the morning before. I'm looking for Power of the 69s, thank you!
Let you in on a little-known secret of comedy. Things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
Yeah, I am too.
Looking forward to those fun times, and we all love the side talks. Power of the 69.
Thank you, Fam Nemesis. I appreciate that. Yeah, I know that there's a poll going on. I'm gonna have to see what other people said, because I could always use that term every now and then. But in my day-to-day life, especially when I've actually gotten more and more passionate about subjects that I talk about, and I guess there's a few people here who have talked to me, I guess one-on-one, either on the phone or on Skype, Discord, or in person. There's a few people who have heard me get passionate about a subject, and I do actually say, instead of just like whatever else, like what I wanted to call them everything, like, you know, instead of calling it a tangent or rants, because people think of those as like bad, like they tune out because they hear it's another tangent, another rant. I actually do say side note when I'm talking about something and I realize that I'm going off topic. Apparently I really have tuned in on, like, what do I say? And I'll be talking about something, and I'll realize that I'm trying to make a point about it, but I'm not actually making the full point, because I haven't gotten to the actual fact of, like, what is this point about? And then I realize I left out a bit of information, so I go, and side note, and I realize I say that all the damn time, even on streams here, that I will say, and side note, you know, that's untrue or whatever. So, yeah, I'm gonna look up other entries, because Fire did the poll and everything, and I want to look at what people said. But side note would probably be the go-to, because it's the one that I most naturally will say. because I already say it. I do actually say that. So you're the reason I watched SAO. Oh yeah, you have a keyboard mess. Matt, Austin, Kyoto shows. Klein and Silica, Leafa, Lisbeth. I don't know. Thank you, Smooth. I recommend playing Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition if you're doing requests. Have you thought about voiceover work? We were just talking about voiceover work earlier, Smooth. Thank you. I was just talking to Patrick Carey about that. Yes. That's assuming I get to keep my voice in its entirety anyway, but I'm going to work toward it as if I'm keeping it.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5?
Thank you.
5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever.
Leafa.
Again?
Thank you, Smooth. Thank you. Oh, Fallout New Vegas. Okay, that's a different. You're thinking of probably Xenon, which is from Gun Gale Online when she's first introduced. And Leafa is his sister, but she goes by. Oh, you have Alice from Alicization? If you're talking about SAO Alicization, you have like one of my favorites. Alice from Alicization. SAO Alicization is not like the rest of SAO. I don't know what happened with Sword Art Online. I can see why it caught on. I mean, the progressive novels do it a bit more justice. Like Gun Gale was okay. The incest arc for the fairy arc was it was all right, and then it got into like, so it went from SAO to then the new, but then Alicization hit like a dump truck. You do not have to like SAO to like Alicization. That's completely. I think it was her, is Kirito, and 3 females. There's Leafa, which I forgot her name. I forgot her actual name. Leafa is her in-game name. Kirito's sister, the incest arc, the one that has a crush on whatever. And then Xenon is the one that he meets at in Gun Gale. There's Lisbeth. There's Silica. There's Alice. Like Alice is the best of all of them. Alice best girl. Alice best girl. Sugu. Thank you, Sugu. Suguha. Suguha, you got his sister Suguha? Or do you have Leafa's when she's got blonde hair and wearing the green outfit? Suguha's the bob cut of the short cut of the dark hair, which is actually his cousin, but we won't get into that. We don't have to talk about that. Yeah, I have mixed opinions sometimes about it. The abridged of it is hilarious. As far as Fallout New Vegas, I've mentioned it before. There are some games that I wanted to try out. I sincerely wanted to get to, even early on in the channel. I even tried out Fallout 76 because I sincerely did want to try out some things to remove myself from what once was. And what once was, like, when have you played Fallout? Well, see, I've said before that my brother and I had like games that we were going to separate that we were going to cover. We already had, like, Nathan already had some scripts written out for what he wanted to do. I had some scripts written out for what I wanted to do. Nathan wanted to cover Mass Effect. The other one he wanted to cover out was Fallout, and his favorite was New Vegas. So there is a very low chance that Well, okay, there's a higher chance now than ever that I might actually do Fallout, stuff like that. There's a higher chance. I don't own it. I'd have to go to my brother's and get it, and I will never be able to take some of the games. Like, I can never take my brother's copy. I believe it is still in whatever game system he was playing it in. So I'm not taking, like, I can't do that. Basically, if it's in my brother's GameCube, if it's in his Xbox, if it's in his if it's in one of my brother's game systems, I'm not touching it. It stays there because as long as those systems stay disconnected from the internet, those systems have the last messages he ever wrote me, because the last time he ever wrote me something was not a text, it was actually on those systems. So I don't even want to like bother them. But I'm getting closer to being able to handle, I think, things that Nathan would have covered. I'm getting closer, and I think I'm getting closer because I think my hair is the proof that I can look in the mirror, and I know it's not cut the way I've talked about before right now. It's not cut the new way, but it's because I need a haircut. This side has usually had like 3 like cut shorter and 3 cuts into it. And if you notice, there is a black streak in my blue, and that's not on accident. I believe I've decided that never again will this actually be pure blue, because the blue mohawk was my brother's, not mine. Hey, Robert Durham, what's going on? So I think I'm getting closer to being able to do things now than that would have been just my brother. And I think my hair is the proof that my hair was my penance. I promised myself that for 6 years my brother was trapped in a basement alone to suffer while the world forgot about him. And so because I was so fixated on trying to get enough money to save him, instead of just spending the last time I had with him, my brain said that I had to pay for it by not being able to look in the mirror and see myself. And that's what made me get the blue mohawk. It was penance for not being there for my brother. It's been over 7 years. And finally, with the help of... my hair is not combed at all.
Hey, hold on.
But with the help of... Thank you, Christopher Akuna Matata.
Hear me out. I got an idea.
I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Hear me out. What if...
I was not expecting...
What? Oh my...
Thank you.
Oh my god. Oh god. Ah!
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you. I really do.
Considering getting some of the items off of your Amazon wish list and gift cards, but I thought this would give you more peace of mind as you are getting through the medical issues.
It does. Thank you. It really does. I really appreciate that. I need to update the Amazon wish list to the games people keep asking, like, you know, the new Breath of the Wild, the Tears of the Kingdom and stuff like that. But yeah, I have to pay for medical. Thank you so much, everyone. # Christopher. I really appreciate that. You see that though? I don't mean to seem unappreciative. I just want to finish this real quick thought. My hair needs to be cut. It needs to be combed. I had surgery today. I didn't comb it after the surgery, so it's matted down. My hair needs to be cut on the sides, and it was the person who cuts my hair. I told her to do something that I would never do, but my brother would have never done. So she started doing like waves and patterns in the side, and the 3 slits going into the side of my hair, not sideways, not like permanent, but going like this way, is something that my brother would never have done, but I like asymmetry. So she started cutting like these 3 lines into my hair whenever she cuts my hair down. But then when I went to dye it last time, I finally went back and got it dyed. And I told her that I couldn't go back to just being my brother's copycat. I paid my penance. It's over. It's been 7 years. What do I do? And we talked about it, and she came up with the idea. Well, we both came up with it together, that there would just be a part of my hair that doesn't get dyed anymore. And it can get larger or smaller over time or turn a different color. But so when she did it, and she did it for free because I had no money, I have to pay her back somehow. I have to thank her for her kindness. Because when COVID hit, I think she's being kind to me, because when COVID hit, if you guys remember, I asked you guys as much as you could donate, because the next time I went over to Supercuts, for them, they were having to shut down. So I gave her like $100 tip, and her other 2 hairdressers that were there that had no customers. I also gave them like, I asked them how much they would have normally gotten, and one came forward and was like I usually $80. So I gave her like an $80. I gave them the tips that they usually would have gotten that day. So I paid like Mercedes like $100 extra, $80 to someone else, $50. We gave to like people, and then we dumped $200 on an IHOP worker as a tip, and I tried to leave really fast, and she ran out to the car. All those things. So I'm guessing Mercedes is just being nice because I've been nice in the past. But yeah, the decision right now is I might be able to get to games I haven't been able to play before because I am more and more looking in the mirror going, oh no, this is not Nathan. I see that black streak, and that's absolutely me. I used to just grow my, it's like, pff. It was either a puffball or I cut it down. And my chin hair either got long and then I would shave it completely clean and then it would grow long again. My chin hair is for my son, but this is for my brother. And finally being able to put streaks in my hair, like just cutting it in streaks and then putting a black streak of undyed. I need to go back and get a haircut. She told me to come. Actually, she called me today while I was in surgery and left a voicemail saying that I had an appointment today that I must have forgotten about, but that she had, she figured I had the surgery that I mentioned to her last time I was in there that I needed. So she was like, the only reason you wouldn't be here is if there's a death or surgery. So just call me back, you idiot, and hung up. So Mercedes is awesome. So I gotta call back Mercedes. She probably wants to cut my hair for free, but she'll cut it down to the skin and then put the strips in it. And then, yeah, that black streak, the more my hair fades to blue, the blue fades out, the more you'll see that I kept the black in my hair. And that's how it's going to be from here on out. So I paid my penance and trying to regain my sense of self over time. I am slowly but surely doing things that would never have been done by my brother. Good night, Blue Knight. Thank you for being here. And my brother never would have just put a random asymmetrical streak in his hair like that. That's not him. I would. So the asymmetrical streak is there, and the streaks, the random streaks that are covered up because they grew out. Hey, Sir Phantom Hive, what's going on? And once again, thank you, Christopher. I appreciate that.
What the fuck are they doing here?
Get off of me!
Stay the fuck down!
Ethan! I gotta say, I'm surprised you made it this far. It'd be a shame if something happened to you now.
Sure, Chris. Why not? You killed Mia. Now do me and finish the job.
Hey, Cap. I'm getting some serious motion readings out here. We should move on.
What kind of readings? What's moving?
Unknown, but my guess is we've been here too long, and Miranda knows it.
Hey, did you say Miranda? How are you
involved?
Leave it
Just
alone,
got here?
Ethan, you are out of your depth. What about the sample analysis?
It's definitely related to the mold.
So they're just doing the sample analysis now.
Stay out of our business, Ethan. What this?
So yeah, so my theory, my understanding of the story was more or less correct. They are just now doing the sampling and everything like that. My mic is peaking, but not like the duck.
Shit! Stay back!
Kokoki, it probably will. You found the image online but no name? It probably went through just like Reagan. Some people who had a shield before and get it back, it doesn't say it if it thinks it's just continuing on their subscription. I also found out, so.
Miranda sent you to slow me down? You're pathetic. What are you talking about? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hi, Roses. Did you say the screams of the damned are coming from me? I'm busy being... That's gotta be Dying Light. I'm busy being on my paraglider. No. That's gotta be Legend of Zelda. That's gotta be one of them. Last year... No, what is that? What that was Dying Light? That was Dying Light.
What am I supposed to do?
Dying Light 2, rather. I need to get back on that too. That's on my list. Ooh.
The exit's underwater.
You guys want to see the anxiety? Hold on. Oh, I forgot. I have my anxiety list. Watch this. It was Dying Light 2. Watch this. Ow. I need to get something else to drink anyway. So one of the things, hey Smooth, thank you. I saw it as I was coming right back in. Found New Vegas Ultimate Edition is on sale for $6.59 on Steam till August 16th. Do I have an Amazon Wishlist? Your brother sounds like he was awesome. My brother was amazingly awesome. Thank you so much, Smooth. I have a Steam account. It's in the description. If you send it to me on Steam, I'll just get it on Steam. I'll gladly take it. I can't promise if you want to see my anxiety, I started realizing that I had to really plan out, like, that things need to be planned out better, of just getting up a schedule, getting things recorded, getting things processed and everything. So I have my planner here of everything, and then I started making the mistake of writing down everything I said I'd play before in the past so I could start scheduling it in somewhere. This is just a small list on the side, and I was like, I am never getting all that in August. So I was like, all right, well, let's just make the list. Let's just leave that list as, like, you know, hopefuls for being able to stream, and then we'll process during the day and we'll do that. So those are hopefuls, and let's just write down everything else we could do other months that to catch us up to more recent, because I realized that one that I was looking forward to doing for the longest time that came out and I didn't realize it was System Shock Remake came out. I wanted to be on that on day fucking 1, and it's been out for like a month, over a month, and that makes me really sad. And then I started writing down all the other games, and this is where the anxiety set in. As soon as I started writing down all the other things, and this is a fourth of the list I've got, and they're all games that take minimum. Some of them are minimum, like if they're indie, an hour or two. Some of them 10 to 20 hours on average, some of them 40 to 60 hours. And I was just seeing, and I all of a sudden went anxiety attack, and I can't eat food. So I'm gonna finish the, like, I am about 40 games behind on what I wanted to do. So there's going to be a very long string of me doing a lot of work where I stream, and then if it can be just edited from the live stream, I will upload it that way. So a lot of the indie games that can only be played at 1080p, I'm not going through all these hoops and everything. I'm just gonna make a better thumbnail, re-tag it, and I'm only gonna be recording like the straight up gameplay part of it just for a thumbnail's sake. That's it. That's all, and that's it. Something like that. Maybe I won't even do that part. I'm just gonna make a thing, upload it. That's it. Like, I've got the game Night Delivery, stuff like that. For other things, I don't know. If it's anything that can be played in 480p, I might be just doing it. So Tears of the Kingdom, I might just be live streaming it and cutting out all the times I talk with chat and everything. Because good God. That would save some time. Anyway.
Would like to buy one child, please?
Thank you, Smooth. I start, yeah, that list is not complete. I realized I didn't have enough places on paper, and I started having an anxiety attack, and I wasn't allowed to take my anxiety medicine. That liquid diet did a doozy. It's not fun. I don't recommend anyone do fad diets ever, especially liquid diets. Don't do them. Yeah, I have my planner. I like everyone else. My planner has been like one of my weakest points. Because my planner right now, instead of being what it usually is, which is I have a planner, I stick to it. I get shit done, and I feel accomplished. I check it off. I know I've got other things I miss. If I miss it, I reschedule it, and it's just like that. That's how calendars and planners, that's how my Google Calendar, how all of that kind of stuff has always worked for me. Planners right now are obnoxiously like stressful because they show how much I am behind. That it's overwhelming, and I know I have to stick to it to realize that how to get through it, but it's just, holy crap. I just missed that chicken. Oh, my dad. Is there any meat actually left on these chickens? Like, seriously though. Yeah, crossing stuff off the planner is the best thing ever. Currently, right now, for every single thing I cross off, I add 3 to 4 items. That is where it's like, I know I'm like, I got it. That's why we're doing a lot of streams coming up soon where, like, if I get into Nintendo games or things that are 1080p, so there's some indie games, yeah, I'm going to talk to only pertinent things that are going on in live chat, and all alerts will be paused. I'll thank people when they actually do stuff. I won't. I'll say thank you for supporting. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for membership and whatnot. And I'm gonna go right back to the game, so that people won't think I'm like ignoring them. So they'll be more likely to watch the VOD. But I won't have chat up on screen. I won't have elements up on screen. It'll just be the video game in my face cam, so I can just release it. And then at the very end, I can play credits like I usually do, so people can see credits and play all of the. At the very end, I'll play all of them at once and play the credits at the same time. Because I'll still give credit with credits. So I'll just pause it during the game, and I'll have to get more and more used to that kind of system because there's just nothing else I can do about it to start catching up. I gotta catch up. And soon here, in the next week, there'll be a night where a lot of the indie games that I know that are like only an hour or two long, I'm gonna go through a night of just like having all the thumbnails done for them and just blast through them on a weekend, possibly. Oh shit, I have to do this whole thing. I'm just gonna try to blast through a lot of them. And Amnesia, the bunker should be, I'll start doing the whole processing of that tomorrow if I'm feeling up to it. I keep saying if I'm feeling up to it, I just need to do it no matter what. Because I won't feel up to it. I'll feel incredibly sick still. Because I do feel incredibly sick. Everything is very dizzying still right now. I'm just very proud of myself for... I've been straining. Wow, Freudian slip. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and I'm still with it. So I'm happy with myself. Yeah, basically, Jeffrey. That's what it's turned into. And that's not including my... That is just my list for August. That is not my panic-inducing July list that was like... Zero of it was done. Or June, 0 of it was done. So that's nothing that was on the June or July stuff. Which... Gotta really reiterate... 0 of it was done.
Not looking for fish food.
Whee! Where is he? Oh, he's right there. Can I cross this? Or are you gonna do some shit? I forgot. I can't remember what you do. I'm just gonna cross it. Gonna cross and hope for the best. I'm just gonna hope for the best, and my brain immediately went to something that I shouldn't be thinking because of having a chunk of my throat cut out today. Like, I gotta confess, I'm just gonna cross it. I got another confession to make. I'm your fool.
Damn.
I'm getting tired of starting again somewhere new. Were you born to resist or be abused? That's about as best as my voice can do today, because it is torn up from getting cut up. Hey, Matt Wolf.
It stinks.
Well, that's actually, you'd be surprised how much that is actually my normal register and growl. That won't hurt as much. The other song I've been thinking of will hurt. And it's driving me nuts, and that's why I haven't been singing, because I don't, it's driving me up a wall that I cannot remember it. It's driving me up a freaking wall. Thank you, Roses. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, sir. Gio, Larissa, welcome back. Kratos, what's going on? Speaking of Kratos, God of War is way high up on that list. The song that was stuck in my head is the one that's really at my register, because I'm picturing, but I'm trying to remember the words, and I can't just say the words, because I don't know why it is. It means it's from my childhood. I want to get the guitar out because I even know the guitar part, but I can't think of it. I don't know how to explain this mental fog of, I can almost even imagine. I know the. Yeah, I honestly, yes, I shouldn't be singing, but that's more natural. Everything, hopefully, because I have been wiping away blood from my throat all since that they did all the biopsy stuff today. Yeah, every cough I've been doing has had blood, is whatever. And I'm wiping blood from the other side too. I'm bleeding everywhere because of everything they did today. But that's not gonna, like, I didn't taste anything from that. That's, what is that song? I can't raise my voice. Guitar? No, I'm not. Okay, I'll just let it. I'll just let it cook in the back of my head. It's fine. I'm just gonna suffer in silence. No. 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 Oh, come on. No. It drives me nuts when other people figure out the song that I'm thinking of. I don't know if anyone else has that pet peeve, but this song, when I'm thinking of a song, it drives me nuts when somebody else, like, it's not that they, like, beat me to the punch. It's just like, that was my deal to deal with, kind of thing. I know it's an older song, and I know that one of the reasons I don't want to sing it, part of me is like, if it's an older song, there's a good possibility that it's one from my, like, youth that I would have, that would have just been one of the ones that, I don't know. Would it have been along the lines of, like, Frail? It could be Jars of Clay. Because I late night songs I can get stuck in my head that oh, the girl's voice. That's why it's stuck in my head. Oh, because Kevin used to be like, I wonder what that girl looks like. Oh, wait. I actually do know the song then. Wait, I just remembered. It's not the... No. They're not the same song. No. Those aren't... That one's Worlds Apart. I'm thinking, hold on. Soaring on the wings of selfish pride, I flew too high, and like Icarus, I collide with a world I tried so hard. That's Worlds Apart. An open field with wildflowers, she breathes the air and flies away. Yep. The daisies and the roses, no simple language. Someday she'll understand the meaning of it all. Yep. Yeah, there it is. That is whatever that song is what was stuck in my head. Both of them at the same time. That's why it was confusing me. Both of those songs, and the other one being the one I am the only one to blame for this. Somehow it all ends up the same. Soaring on the wings of selfish pride, I flew too high, and like Icarus I collide with a world I tried so hard to leave behind. Yeah. To rid myself of all but love, to give and die. Yep. To run away and not become. Yep, that song. Yeah. That's that one's the song Worlds Apart, and the other one is the one that's been stuck in my head half the day. Now I can go look it up. Thank you, Colin. I appreciate that. What is that first one? I want to fall in love with you. I want to fall in love with you. I want to fall in love with you. Yep. Yeah, they're both Jars of Clay.
Big one.
I want to fall in love with you and the freaking Worlds Apart. Hey, welcome new. I'm Darkness. Hey, Army Man. I've played Village a lot. I'm here for the lore, so that the DLC for me will be I'll remember it. Thank you so much. You're even in harmony with it? It's not like I haven't sang those songs a bajillion times when I was younger. That whole album is a weird thing for me to think of, because that one is self-titled, and then there is Much Afraid that has Frail on it. And then there is If I Left the Zoo that has River Constantine and Sad Clown. That's the one that's Say how's the weather? So I look out the window to brighten my soul, but I can't control the rain that keeps falling. Smile on the outside never comes in. Comedy, mystery, irony, tragedy. So I scream, let the show begin. And you break me open. Yeah, that song. You're good. That song. Do I entertain you? Do I preoccupy you with my wit to cover this lie? Are you mesmerized? Do you think me faithful? Do you think me a clown? I picked out this shirt, put on this hat, put on this paint just for you. Yeah, my voice is very shaky because it hurts very bad doing that. What can I've forgotten what I use. I swear to Christ. Brain, please. Brain? I thought I just broke off this crank so I could use it here. Did my brain just unbrain for a second? I think my brain just unbrained. Because I was thinking of so many other things. I don't have the best voice. I have literally a chunk cut out of it. I promise I'll do better later. Can I use this? What chance? Please. Can I? Is it? Am I might be dumb. I might. No. Wait. I might be dumb. Hold on. Listen. I am. I got this. I got the crank. I can't get back down. The door's warped and won't open. What did I do wrong? Did I freeze it? Can I get up? You can't climb up like this. No, I can't. I can't use. I fucking hate this. Are you kidding? Well, that's stupid. Oh, Patrick, you literally just said that. Okay, cool. Never mind. That was supremely stupid, and I apologize. Glad he's been carrying that crank in his asshole this whole time. They made me eat see-through clear liquids for 4 days to see in my asshole, but he can just keep a hook up his. This is bullshit. Oh, I'm super fog. Super fog. I couldn't even think of a song from my childhood. I'm super foggy. My brain is all over the place and actually wants to think in a lot of songs right now. When my brain starts thinking in songs, it doesn't do well for me. Because it means that everything starts relating to something and then I can't think of another thing because, when my brain gets foggy, it latches onto the weirdest shit. And it's super annoying. Whoops. I just not gonna deal with that puzzle the correct way. Have I ever played Resident Evil 4? Somebody has definitely clicked on the right live stream. If you click on my channel, you're gonna see that yeah, I got a whole playlist and running through it in different ways, and I've already beat it into the ground myself. I don't know. I haven't like done like a guide or anything for it. For personal prefs, I got it. I was actually plucking away at like earlier when I was really out of it, because when you don't eat for 4 days straight basically, and you start feeling very sick and you start dry heaving and you start doing everything else, sometimes you just bend over a guitar and start strumming out a beat, which happened to be Arms of Sorrow for me, because I was being that pitiful. Yeah, I know, but now also that song is stuck in my head, except for all of a sudden I can't remember the lyrics to it. And every time I try to remember the lyrics to it, you know what comes up instead? It's freaking End of Heartache, but the Resident Evil version of it. So every single time I try to think of Arms of Sorrow because it was stuck in my head, I'm over here doing End of Heartache in my head, and I'm a mess. I'm a mess right now. You're just learning? Oh, if you're just learning, I will teach you something that I've many times said to other people then. And eventually I'm going to make like little shorts on these topics. I need to someone write this down. In fact, Jeffrey, I need to do the Discord thing. Text me again. I need to make a short on why I don't like comparing things, so I can actually tell people to go watch the short. Jeffrey, you're not helping. My brain won't. I will. Come here. I can't hit those notes with my throat. I'll be waiting. Yeah. This distance, this disillusion. I cling to memories while falling. Sleep brings release and the hope of a new day. Wait, something. The misery of being without you. Surrender. Something. Another moment is another eternity. Wow, eternity. Wow, I felt it sting so hard singing that high note, and it went sharp. For comfort, for solace, for the end of my broken heart. All right, you got your. The reason I don't do comparisons. The reason I don't do comparisons on this channel as much, what's my favorite and least favorite Resident Evil, is because by default, if you compare two games, yeah, I'm slamming sometimes. I mean, you know me all too well. Yeah, anyway, so the reason I don't do comparisons, good night, Liam, is that basically before I fight Fish Dude, if you do comparisons, I'm gonna regret this all tomorrow after. I literally feel when they cut out a part of my throat, and it's not fun. Go ahead and text me now. The reason I usually don't do comparisons, something has to lose. So if you think about it in your normal life, like if I were to compare this game and like which is better, which one do I like better? Resident Evil 7 or Resident Evil 8. Well, they're actually pretty different games. Resident Evil 7 puts you back in a residence, it's pretty confined. It's back to being like the horror game genre that, like, kind of the vision of the horror game genre as it was. It's a house, it's embodying, every turn could be your death. It's a little smaller than the original mansion, but that's okay. It's new graphics, and it's the original idea of some of the ideas they had to leave behind it for Resident Evil 4, so it's great. And then this game is nothing like that. It's more action oriented because it's Ethan now more confident in everything. He's stepping up his game. He's going through this village. That's whatever. It's the village. if I said like one of these games was better than the other, it intrinsically means that this game is better, but this game is worse. And so usually I try to avoid comparing like that. And I've said it many times on the channel because of that intrinsic value of comparing two things. So if I were to say like, my favorite is Resident Evil blank, the natural progression of questions is like, what's your least favorite, then what's after that? It means that, well, in my mind, sometimes like, so the most common one, the reason why I had to start saying it, Resident Evil 3 and Resident Evil 4. Which one, I mean, Resident Evil 2 and 3. Which one do you like better? And actually, they're two totally different games. I like them equally. And in fact, if I had to choose one to play more often, it'd be 3, because of the action elements of what I can do as like challenge runs. I can do a lot of randomizer stuff for 2, but for challenge runs, I like 3. So they're two different games, but intrinsically, I like to do challenges. So 3 would be like more suited for me for doing challenges. But it doesn't mean I don't like 2 just as much. But people ask that question, but they want to know like, do I fit their opinion? They just want reaffirmation of like, I like 2 better remakes. So do you like 2 better remakes? They're basically already asking like as a loaded question. And those that are asking for an honest opinion, I'm just kind of feeding into this idea that one thing has to intrinsically be better than the other. If 2 games are different enough, they don't have to be like each other at all. Like Resident Evil 1 remake is one of the best, if not the best remake ever created. Like full stop into discussion type deal. That doesn't mean I like it like more than like this game, because I'm playing this game obviously more often than I am Resident Evil 1 remake. I've got a playlist for it, but I usually try to avoid comparisons because it's the better way for me to put it is like, let me ask you about 2 of your closest friends. Which one of your 2 closest friends, like let's assume we all have 2 closest friends, okay? Just for the sake of, because, you know, speaking for me too. So we all have like 2 amazingly close friends. Which one is better and which one is worse? Like, then it also all of a sudden like hits you like how bad it is to start comparing, you know? Like when you start realizing that comparisons can really ruin things for you. So like, it's like, you know, one friend you'd go to for something very serious, and the other one, it would be like, no, this is the friend I go to unwind and relax because they know how to keep me cooled down, while the other one might get me riled up, but they get the right questions asked out of me. Like, it's 2 different friendships that you foster in 2 different ways, and then I go off and ask you, but which one's the better of your 2 friends? And it's like immediately making you like choose something that isn't necessarily intrinsically like one's better, one's worse. They're 2 separate people, entities. You know, so comparisons aren't necessarily the best. I do compare things every now and then. But usually I try to keep it very much apples to apples. The idea of, do I like the characterization of Leon? Like when people ask like characterizations, do I like the idea of the characterization of Leon's continuity coming from the comics? I mean, the written books versus like the ambiguity they give in the video games. That kind of comparison I don't mind, because it's kind of like asking, do you like the way that the story was presented, but the same story 2 different ways? And it's not like a remake. It's just in Resident Evil 4 remake, they do like Krauser's story in the game. They do it like they tell you in the prelogue that Leon doesn't have a choice to join. But in the original version, you actually had to read the books to realize that Leon was threatened with Sherry's life to actually join the service that he joined for 6 years to even meet Krauser, to get into the debacle he was in 2004 and all that. You had to read all that, and instead it's just implied in there that he was blackmailed for some reason, that they just don't say out and out what they did, but that basically he was forced into serving after the events of Raccoon City. And so it's like, which way do I like it better? Well, depending on how they do it, I might like the characterization of having it implied, because it leaves the door open to explore. If they redo Resident Evil 6, it leaves the idea to open up the door to them explaining thoroughly, because if you remember in the original Resident Evil 6, the president's talking about going public with everything, and it leaves open the idea that, you know, the new president could be apologizing to Leon for threatening innocent lives like Sherry's, because Sherry's in 6. So it'd make more sense in universe to like save it for 6, but imply it now that it's not his choice. So it's like just 2 different ways to tell a story. So you know what I mean? Like it's like that. I don't mind that kind of comparison because it's a I'm not putting down one over the other. It's like, oh, we can all enjoy Leon S. Kennedy. Just which way do you enjoy it better? I've watched all the CGI movies. So so anyway, that's kind of that's what I do. I need to actually make a short for that because I've given that answer many times, and I should have a short of like why I truly believe comparisons can be extremely harmful in even day-to-day life, because the worst kind of comparison that you can ever have is comparing your life to somebody else's life, because it intrinsically is doing two bad things. One, it is usually you playing down your best qualities, and second, it's you assuming the best qualities of somebody else. My best example would be people assuming that one of my son's best qualities is his intelligence. It's actually one of the things that tortures him the most. It is one of the things that I'm most proud of, that I foster, that I nurture, that I try to help him along with, that I like being able to talk to my son. But if you talk to my son about like his intelligence, he would absolutely choose to not be able to see the world the way he does. And so so when people like compare like children, or like my child to another child, or you know, even some of the worst comparisons of like you compare your own two children and joke around about, oh, the favorite, like people get hurt. You hurt your own life, you hurt somebody else's, and then you have to assume like, if like, oh, they have such a great life. People have assumed that about me. I'll tell you right now, it's still at least a bi-daily thing that I'm crying for probably about 30 minutes to an hour, either in pain, physical pain, or emotional pain. That I am still depressed and sad and lonely and hurting. And people are like, oh, I wish I could have like you. I'm not sure you do. I'm not sure you want my career and life and everything like that. You'd have to, because you can only assume what you have seen. So yeah, comparisons are just a dangerous thing all around. Anyway, good night, Majida. Thank you for being here. Okay, let's kill this guy real fast. I
guess I gotta do this.
No. Dang it. Okay, let's restart. It will restart me from there, right? Cool. Can't I just kill him out and out right then and there? Did I go the wrong way? Isn't this powerful enough to just kill him? Or is that on lower difficulty?
I guess I gotta do this.
Anyway, I have a lot of games I look forward to playing in the future. Hey, Kelsey, what's going on?
Can't get caught in that.
Can't get caught in that. Immediately gets caught in that. Isn't there a better way to do this? This got to be. Am I stupid? I might be stupid. Does this still do more damage to him? Even compared to the stake?
I guess I gotta do this.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get him in under 1 minute anymore. Not on Village of Shadows.
In death as he was in life. Disgusting.
You know he's a real action hero when he has the one-liners. You cannot be an action hero by action hero rules if you do not have a cool one-liner to be able to end off what you just did with. Read the action rule guide handbook, hero rule guide book. We all have it. I have my copy. Right? It's too heavy to pick up. It's a very heavy book. Otherwise, I'd grab it for everyone.
The exit's up ahead.
Yeah, if it says BPP, it is absolutely joy. No doubt about it.
You're better off than I thought.
I've done third person on, I got it on way too many systems. I've done third person on PC. I'm playing it right now to keep my office cooler on my PS5. But I'll be doing Shadows of Rose. I bought it, Shadows of Rose on PC, so. I'll switch over to my PC to record or stream or do both for Shadows of Rose. No, 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 no. Don't go up yet. I need my balls. Don't leave without your balls. Can't get those back. And they grew back. No, they don't. I've gotten this goat, right? There's no way that I left this goat unattended that would be down here. Somewhere around here. I don't know where this goat is. But there's a goat that I would have only seen from the other side. There's no way I haven't gotten that goat. Oh, come on. Oh, really? What, did they not spawn in until later? Freaking game. Oh, my life is a mess. Medically, I'm not the best at all. But I'm trying to get better. Trying to pay for all the medical stuff that needs to happen so that I can just be a normal human being that lives. Oh, yeah. I won the fight. It's against Fish Monster, and I actually have weapons. I think everyone got used to the idea that last time I did Village of Shadows, I guess on a stream that would be the longest one of them. Mr. Fish Monster kicked my ass, and hear me out on this. Mr. Fish Monster, I had to beat on Village of Shadows with no new game plus weapons, so that was not fair. I need Moreau's balls come later. I don't get his balls now. I gotta go over to that village area and get his balls. You can't have his balls here. You have to get them there. Yeah, catfish don't... But I've barehanded grabbed a catfish before. Not fisted one. Because I'm not that desperate for affection. Don't think too hard about that joke. But like I just had surgery today. I guess it was yesterday. It's 12 hours ago. I'm still bleeding from my throat and my rear from all the tubes they stuck in my... Hopefully I'm not, you know, as long as I'm not terminally ill or something that's so life-changing that I can't do and, you know, raise my son, I'm all right. I just need to start being able to live a normal life again. Ever since catching COVID and having my lung busted up from 2020, it seems like it's just one thing after the other. And I am very super tired of that feeling. Like I've said already, as much as people probably are tired of hearing about it from me, I'm super tired of living it too. Don't worry. Don't worry, buddy, oh pal. We are in the same boat. You don't like hearing about it? I don't like living it. So we are. How do you make this thing sorted? No, I refuse to believe. I refuse. I refuse to believe that you can't sort that. I need his balls. Mermaid balls. He's not a mermaid. Caw-caw! I don't blow smoke up my ass. That's what the endocrinologist was for today. They blew a lot of things into me. Have I ever thought about doing singing contests? No. Do I have the voice I used to have? No. The only reason I'm probably singing better or sounding like I can sing right now is because they did scope me. It probably helped open up whatever's been closing down my voice. That's it. No biggie. I used to sing. Did they fix Ed? They won't get to it yet. I'm going through all the other things they gotta get through before they'll do the abdominal herniation. Oh God! Hey Jacob, I was not expecting that. No, I know that song. But why did my brain just go? And I'm weak. Why? No, that's the wrong song. Wrong melody. Strip it from my head. I'm not a weirdo. That's a creep. Why? It's not even close to the same lyrics. Thank you, Jacob. What is wrong with me? Mental fog. Hashtag mental fog. And also Jacob. That's not on me. I mean, it's on me, but... Come on, brain. Cut me some slack. Cut me some slack, Jack. Cut me some slack, brain. Come on. They're not close. They're not remotely close. Hey, Pirate Kitty, what's going on? Ah, bird. My brain has been listening to so my brain's been trying to absorb so much modern music lately that I think I'm brain dead. I've been listening to a lot of newer stuff and I think I'm dying inside from it. I'm trying to think of if I do karaoke nights where I'm just trying to get back in the groove of getting my nerves down, going ahead and like grabbing one of those cheap ass karaoke backtracks, knowing that this stream will be technically only partly monetized, so just putting it private right after it's finished, and practicing doing vocal warm-ups and everything. Because of that, like I've been listening to other artists, other things that are outside my wheelhouse to do that. Oh my god. Yeah, actually, they did explain why some turn to everything. In fact, it's right here. Some of it. Mother Miranda gave me a mountain. Now I can do lots and lots of Kadao experiments. This is my secret special laboratory. I did 3 Kadao experiments today, but they all went pop and made a mess. Put a Kadao and then I tried putting wolf blood from a needle into the spine. The person wriggled a lot and then killed my assistant. I could not hold it down, so I put it in a cage. Now I have to feed it. Yep, it's what they inject in them. They use the Kadao as the medium between the Mutamycete and the host for it to attach and grow properly. And it depends on what they inject in them. If they've got wings, they put bird shit, bat shit, whatever into. If they put wolf blood, then they turn into one of the lichens and whatnot. That is definitely a case of science, because injecting something into the spine sounds like the most pseudoscientific best explanation ever until you realize it's not how it works. I'm glad they helped Panda's Corner. Do I refer gaming specs of things on PC or console? For one very, very good reason. It's not about graphical fidelity. On the computer that I need to switch out with this one, I'm running a 12th gen Intel with a 4080. I can run any fucking game I want to on max, and it's not gonna bother in the least bit. The thing is that when you have to plan for games and design games, you're gonna get your better experience from day one from usually consoles. Since computers can be built with an amalgamation of parts, you can have an AMD with a NVIDIA card and random Corsair RAM on a gigabyte motherboard, or you can have an Intel on a Asus whatever motherboard with whatever, like, and freaking AMD graphics card or Intel's new graphics card that doesn't necessarily work the best with everything. You can have so many different configurations that on day one your game's going to be borked somehow. With consoles, everyone has the same console. So I actually usually like consoles better because usually it's designed for the console to be optimized for the console. And so in general, console games just run better, play better, perform better day one, and have fewer glitches in general because all the consoles, like, you're not doing quality assurance testing on a bajillion different systems. You're doing it on the ones on the market. I'm describing a few computers at this point. I mean, I'm surrounded by a few. One of them goes in the living room. One of them gets used as a backup. So this PC needs to go in the living room so I can possibly... The gaming PC I've got in here right now goes in the living room so I can possibly try to jerry-rig a 3D space for me to be able to stream and have a webcam in the living room and possibly a green screen out there, the green screen that's behind me. But using the living room space to be able to do some things that are more fun, that take, like, VR, having a bigger space in this office. The computer that's built and ready for being out in here, that's out there, comes in here. The one that's behind me, that's an 11th gen with a 3080 Ti, and that becomes a new streaming PC to make sure it can run everything and run all the scripts. The streaming computer that's in here right now becomes the new backup. I have learned over time to have a backup PC. And my backup PC always has the ability to stream and play at least basic bitch games. I have learned this because technology will fail you. Technology will absolutely just decide to bork. And if your job depends on technology, then do not believe that you are immune from the bork. Bork to bork to bork to bork. Wish you luck for the interview on which day. Like 5th or 7th for the company, and I still feel like it's getting me not worth. Still trying. I feel that, Jacob. Thank you for supporting. I hope the interview goes well. I'm hoping to have an interview myself next week. I hope it doesn't go into 5 stages because I'd just go crazy. You're looking to invest into a desktop and always want to place it. What do you make for a high-end desktop and what specs? Don't invest in high-end desktop right now. You don't need it. I'd actually say right now is quite possibly, in my humble opinion, the worst time to go off and build one with Intel trying to figure out their new whole proficiency and economy cores, or efficiency and performance cores. Until they've got that down packed, because the next generation of them will probably really expand on that. Wait. And graphics cards prices have been coming down again because cryptocurrency and all that stuff bombed and whatnot. You might want to wait or just buy 11th gen Intel or a 3060X Ryzen with a 3080 Ti. Or, I mean, honestly, you don't, to play 4K video game, a 3070 Ti with a 2 gen ago. Let's put it this way. The 4K videos that I have on my channel, you can go watch me play Resident Evil 4. I don't know if it's in live streams, but I've got Visage. All the 4K videos that come off of a PC on my channel were done with a processor that is 6 years old. I believe the i9900K is now 6 years old. Someone correct me if it's not. Maybe it's 5. So it is 9th gen. And most of them were done with a First, a 5600 AMD Sapphire GPU that I upgraded to a 3060 that I upgraded to a 3070 that now has a 3080 Ti in it. My son is playing all the latest games on his computer right now, and the best upgrade you can ever have in your computer is just the graphics card. Just upgrade the graphics card. Most computers are not most games are not CPU intensive. They're graphics card intensive. There are a few exceptions, but most of the time your graphics card is bearing the brunt of the load. You can end up saving yourself a lot of money by saving on the CPU and buying a better graphics card. I just blew up 2 chickens. Look at all them chickens. I did really just blow up chickens. Zero disregard. Maybe a little bit of disregard. Anyone see what I did there? I'm not proud of it. I can't help the fact that everyone can see these scars. I am. Where's the damn river? Where's the running water? Where's the off ramp? Where's the Duke? Duke! I lost my way. My throat hurts. Honestly, right now, my son is... I've tested it on my son's computer. Get this. My son needed a computer at his mom's house. Of course, his mom is an ass when it comes to technology because I don't know why. So the computer I used to use as a Hackintosh for editing photos back in 2012, it is rocking a 3500, an i3500. So 3rd generation Intel that you're used to. That would make it 3rd gen. Need to head to Ohio, vote tomorrow. Yes, so if you're always vote when you can. Good night, Jacob. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you. I'm sorry my brain fog is making me stupid. That CPU that my son has, it's got 4 cores to it, 4 threads. That's it. It is running still DDR3 RAM, I think. It might support DDR4. I can't remember which it's supporting. It might be DDR3, which is slow. Its latency is pretty damn high. And I put into that one, since I've been able to play Ring Around the Rosie with graphics cards, a $300 3060 graphics card, and that was the computer he was using before he got the one for Christmas. That was his Christmas, birthday, and every other present until he's 18, with the desk that he got and everything for his setup. So he's got a desk. He's got a 31-inch monitor that costs less than the monitor I'm using right now. The exact same monitor, but for some reason the 30-inch one costs less than the 27-inch one. So what the fuck ever on that, I guess. I should have said with his monitor is way too big and he loves it. But anyway, he was able to, before I switch out computers, with a $300, and you can find them for $300 now, I guess $350, somewhere around there, with a 3060 not a TI, not a 3060 Ti, with a 3060 and a CPU from 2012, he was able to play all games in 4K. Resident Evil 3 remake in 4K, no problem. He could do that just fine. I tested that as well. For some reason, that's the one I had downloaded. Resident Evil 3 remake in 4K, he could play at 80 or 90 frames per second. Maybe a little bit higher than that, but I actually put it up to like way too high of settings. And so if that tells you anything about how much your graphics card carries the load for there are some games that are CPU intensive, but if you're not doing my job like streaming or trying to do other things or trying to do background tasks for the same thing or trying to do mods or you're just trying to play games, your graphics card is doing the majority of the lifting. It has a CPU on the graphics card. That's why it's a GPU. A GPU is actually a graphics processing unit that has a CPU and its own RAM, all bundled into one to process the picture that you see. If you upgrade that first, then your CPU only has to think about how to get information that it's processing from your hard drive to the graphics card, and then interpret that as one full whatever. Like the CPU is basically the hub of what goes where to make everything work properly, and with the RAM being your random access memory. Hey, and Adam Kinsley, what's going on? So, long story short, just upgraded graphics card and you probably got a perfectly fine PC. You don't have to worry too much about it. Yeah, a 2012 PC with a 3060 in it can absolutely play Resident Evil 3 Remake it in 4K. It's fine. I'm sure it could be run better than that, but I know it could be run better than that. But yeah, his it can run if it can tell you anything. When I sent it to his mom's, he wanted to be able to play Final Fantasy 14 on it. It can run Final Fantasy 14 at if you unlock the frame rate. His 2012 computer, which Final Fantasy 14 is 10 years old, with a 3060 in it, can run it at 650 frames per second or 620 frames per second in 4K. Yeah, graphics cards actually carry a lot of the load of what you think of, you know, what you're seeing on screen. Never to be underestimated. The only reason I have CPUs that can carry a heavier load is because I know that when I make bigger purchases for electronics, I need the electronics to last a while, because I'm not made of money. Ray tracing will drag a game's FPS. Well, you can disable ray tracing, yeah, sure. Hi, Adam. Hey, Wesley Pipes. What's going on? Ray tracing, depending on the game, will drag it down. It depends on the game, and yes, ray tracing does require more threads, because ray tracing is actually is trying to do true. So instead of occlusion and whatnot, and estimating shadows and reflections and refraction and everything in light. Ray tracing is the idea that it's giving it is simulating how light actually would act in any given situation, which is a very, very graphics intensive thing to do. However, it's also a CPU intensive thing to do. So ray tracing right now has two drawbacks, and one is that yes, it actually does. Ray tracing gets throttled by especially AMD processors. If you're having problems with ray tracing, you probably are rocking an AMD processor and you're getting your graphics card throttled. AMD processors throttle graphics cards like a motherfucker. And just, you can go to, I believe it's called userbenchmark.com if you want to read up on how that works, but ray tracing just is not going to work in your favor if you have an AMD processor. Or it's not going to work as well as you'd like it to. Now I can turn on ray tracing on the one in the living room with the 12th gen and disable the only have the performance cores going and disable the economy or whatever the background cores, and ray tracing doesn't affect the frame rate of my games in the least bit. In fact, in this game it still doesn't affect it in the least bit. But the last computer I've got that has an AMD that I play games on is the one that's streaming stuff right now. And AMD's AMD has been masters of swindling people into believing that marketing equals good products, and they banked on that one too many times, and they've now lost a lot of people's trust. The AMD though still is the master of multitasking, so I use it for my streaming stuffs or things that have to be very intensive, a lot of things intensive at the same time type deal. Anyway, thank you for coming to my tech talk. I know my fastest clear time for village under 3 hours, so I could get the achievement, but not on here. I believe we have all of those clears and everything unlocked on the Xbox Series X. If anyone else wants to correct me, I believe we did that after we beat Village of Shadows. We went back on the Xbox Series X and just wrecked all the achievements. Unless someone remembers that differently than me. I believe that's what we did. I say we because honestly, the people you're asking me, the people here watching me probably remember what I did better than I do. One, I'm still gonna blame it on anesthesia brain. I was legitimately non-hyperbole in surgery 12 hours ago, and it takes a day for all of something like propofol. Wow, my brain does not want to say that word all of a sudden to wear off. So I'm gonna keep blaming it on that. And also, I should have been resting the whole time, or getting up, walking, getting lungs just in case. He was in and out pretty fast, so I don't have to worry about much settling in my lungs. And I should have been resting this whole time, and instead I was working because doctors want money. Actually, the electric company wants money right now. The doctors want it too. What? Yeah, the sedative. Propofol. My brain does not want to process that as the correct way to say it or pronounce or anything. What most people call the Michael Jackson drug. I have bad reactions to it, and it ends up lasting longer in my system. And unlike a lot of other drugs, sedatives that are used for anesthesiologists, it's short acting, but it actually is disposed of your body by, I believe, fast. And I was on a clear liquid diet for 4 days, so it ain't being disposed of in my body anytime fucking soon. So I'm gonna have side effects of trying to get rid of it for a little longer than normal. Given that. What game am I excited to play or stream in the future? I want to play more Final Fantasy 16. I wish more people would watch more Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy games in general. 7 not as much. I mean, I am excited, but not as much as like the other two I just mentioned. I really wish instead of just Tactics Ogre Reborn, that there was a remake to Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions. Oh my dad. I don't want to get... Am I allowed to sell stuff with AMI achievements? I need to go look at my achievements. Because I don't know if I'm allowed to sell stuff. Am I allowed to sell? Am I allowed to not make so much money? Is that one of them? Am I doing things wrong? Have I been a good boy? Oh my god. So many questions. Can I flip it? Can I flip it? This is the game of can I flip it? And the answer is maybe. I have actually a whole list right here. I want to finish up Frambo, White Day. I want to finish up the guide. I actually have a note next to it saying that I might ask Jeffrey for the second half because my notes, I don't know if I can stomach finding everything about the second half. I made a guide to White Chrysanthemum, the first half of it. And my live stream of it, it gets me White Chrysanthemum, but I don't know if I have the time to go back and write down everything I did. I have Maid of Scare. I think I just need to edit that. That should just be on that computer. I need to edit Fears to Fathom that we already played. I want to be able to do all the observation duties, closing shift, night delivery, Night Way Home. All of those, I can't remember that company. Little Nightmares 2, Elden Ring, Demon Souls. The Little Hope games and all that stuff. Control, Last of Us Part 2, Final Fantasy 7 Integrate and Crisis Core, Nier Replicant, Nier Automata probably, again, all recorded in 4K or at least higher quality and edited. Ghost of Tsushima, Immortal Shell, Alien Isolation with the voice detection on, Phasmophobia with the new stuff on, Dying Light 2 all the way through, God of War and God of War Ragnarok, Sweet Home, Home Sweet Home in VR, the new Layers of Fear, which is just called Layers of Fear, Mara Orphanage, I never finished because my computer crashed. I want to revisit Soma. Vanishing of Ethan Carter because I did the other game that comes after it, which is Edith Finch. The Walking Dead final season I want to finish. White Day 2. Within Scary. I want to do Mad Shadows of Rose, which is why we're doing this. System Shock 2022 that we did. This is getting to this month. This month is Shadows of Rose. System Shock 2022. Finished Dead Space 2023. Finished Dead Space 2023. Legend of Zelda as soon as I can afford it. Final Fantasy 16. Tried to finish it. Diablo 4 as soon as I can afford it. Finish Visage. Play Madison. Mortuary Assistant last month had its final big update because it's a one-man team and he's not doing it anymore. Thin Scary's written down here as well. Amnesia. Finished. Redo Rebirth probably. And the original, The Dark Descent, or just get to where I was. Possibly rewatch my old guides and live do a Claire B guide so people stop asking and post that. To do other take, maybe I'll be happier. And Resident Evil 4 remake for randomizer stuff. And I need to process the bunker, the DLC for Resident Evil 8 when I do it, and I plan maybe Family Game Night on Wednesday, and then Mel screwed with my schedule, so I scribbled all over the page, got really frustrated, and shut the game down. Mel is my ex. I was once the married man. I have words for what I am feeling about him playing these titles. The new updates to Mortuary System, the new updates for Phasmophobia, finishing Visage. Oh, by the way, for those who've not seen Visage, but I did recheck my own stuff because I am editing it. One, I can't figure out how to make the subtitles bigger. I'm going to look back into it one more time before I just type in subtitles to into YouTube, so that if you need closed credit subtitles, it'll pop up at the times the subtitles should be there, so you can put up on screen if they're too small. So I'll do that possibly as a workaround. But my dumbass was so trying to get out of that one room that is a medical room that I figured out one that Dwayne is a name that is all over the place in the house you're in, so obviously that's your character. For those who haven't watched, this isn't really a spoiler. It's just saying Dwayne's name is in the medical room that you have to break out of with the axe. I went through, scrubbed my own footage, and for some reason my brain went, Patience. No. It's staff. Dwayne Anderson is right there. Some of the other documents. Dolores, Lucy. I'm an idiot. I now get a lot of the story of what's happening in Visage. So I get what's happening, which means I probably cannot beat the game until I do chapter 3. It's probably impossible given now I have a new theory on what's going on. And now I believe I am dead right on the theory, so, you know, there's that. But good God, I'm an idiot. I'm supremely stupid for missing that one. I try to be smart. This is where it gets me. We're just gonna throw all this away for right now so I can stop thinking about gold. Yeah, I have an ex-wife. I tried to make things okay and everything with her. Didn't work out that way. I actually told her when everything was happening, no matter what she did to me, I wanted to be best friends for her own sake. That didn't work out. Wish it did. It'd be a lot easier because intrinsically, the sad thing is, she's not... We share different moralistic values and core values, but at her core, she is trying to get through life in a way that she feels is as straightforward and what's the best way to put it? As much as I disagree with her on so many points, including the way she's even trying to go through life, I have to concede that when it comes to our own child, she is trying to get through life in a way that, yeah, I have to at least respect the idea that most people would balk at the idea of facing up to as much responsibility as she's willing to face. So it's not like she's not willing to stand up for ideals. It's just that we have a conflict of ideals. And that is a big difference. Visage is hard. Hard as in hard to figure out or hard to play. Like, I mean, it's been hard for me to figure it out. It took me a while to figure all that shit out. I finally put together what it is, and it's a combination of PT and Silent Hill 4 The Room. I know what Visage is now. I know what Visage is now. Oh no, I know what Visage is. I can give thoughts right now. I don't have the last one in, but I'm hoping the last one just fills in the blanks. I figured Visage out. I poured through the documents, poured through the game. I figured it out. Because finally what I did the last time when I played the game, I figured it out. And if it hadn't been for my realizing Silent Hill 4 The Room, it would be harder for me to say that, but except for Silent Hill 4 The Room, you're playing as somebody who's trapped in the room that was kind of set up in the way that the protagonist, the person that you're playing in Visage, would have been the one to set up the room that you're trapped in. But it's the same chains, so I realized what he's in because yeah, it goes back to Silent Hill 4 from what they're taking inspiration on that one. So I figured the game out. I know the game. In fact, In fact, I made a lot of notes about it because when the epiphany started rolling, it was one of those like just write it down and think about it later. Because I figured it out. I'm assuming that the last chapter is going to fill in because Dolores and Lucy's chapters actually explain a lot. For example, wow, what a coincidence that both stories has something to do with someone taking a medication and they keep getting worse. Oh wait, is it a staff member that's actually in a place where they give out medications where the medication list is not up to snuff and they probably shouldn't be having that on a treatment plan of any sort? Oh God, what would have ever happened to that? Why would that ever make somebody start drinking and have their and then move to somewhere and lose their mind over the things that they've done? Hey, Christopher Golnick. I got that game. I got that game under wraps. I can't wait to finish it. The third chapter I have highly assumed will actually answer the rest of the questions I've got. So if I'm overreaching on assumptions, but the third chapter, which I believe should be the final one, given that it seemed like there was always going to be 4 chapters. I think they even said 4 chapters. I think the house is the 4th chapter. So I think I accidentally started playing the last chapter. Surgery went as good as it could. I don't know what the results are yet. In the progression of everything that's gone in that game, God, my brain actually is. I think I'm a bit tapped. My brain lost the thought I had about it's. I think I figured it out. I think each chapter has already been giving a picture of not necessarily just them, but Dwayne. Good night, Fire. Thank you for being here. Okay. Extra content. Can I just sell things? Can I sell things? Yeah. 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 Without spending, not selling. Oh. Yeah, I can sell. Yeah, we're selling some shit. Yeah. Yeah, we doing that. Wait. I haven't beat Shadow difficulty on here. Okay. Drop your shit. I gotta sell some stuff.
Ah, my apologies. I have something special today.
Yeah, you always have something special. Shut up. Just take my shit. No. No. They stay with me. Can I carry him over to a new game? I don't know. They're my trophies. He's gross. He can go. I need to put those things together. Whoops. I need to put these things together. Whoops. I can go. I didn't get her lipstick. I'm an awful person. Ingrid's necklace. I can go. Onyx skull. Chartreuse skull. Golden lace. Actually. Steel Horace Fulgar. Alright. And then all the meat. Because I don't need any of that. And then, nope, nope. I said no, no, no. Try to make me go to rehab. And I said, in retrospect, that was a good idea. I'm very tired.
This is Lord Moreau's? I suppose it's what they call the beauty of the grotesque. Ah, yes, I have you. Find some quality ingredients and bring them to me.
No, I'm gonna play it live, but I'm gonna put it in 4K. I just won't be talking to the chat while I record it. But I'll actually play it live. I don't have time to be able to do static everything right now. I have to catch up. Once I'm caught up, I'll be going back to... Oh, was that $500,000 and stuff? Yeah, this was totally the we're just getting shit run. Nope. You go no further. Boy. He ran at me. Oh, wait. Wait. There's a big one. And you know what they say, the bigger they are, and the bigger they are. And that's usually all they say about it, because there's no reason to say much more about it. Like, they're just huge. Oh, God. Hey, Horace. Hello, thank you. Oh, God. He's dead. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the well wishes. That's what she said.
Do not look at my little penis with your dirty eyes.
I have to play White Day more.
Hey, since you were cut on and still on the grind, I gotta say you are much harder to be $1 plus at road than I. Be well, man.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Honestly, my brain by being put under, my brain immediately put a challenge to me of I do not like it when things can screw with the way I think. So my brain just kept saying, you're gonna be streaming today. Like, my brain was screaming that all day today, and it wouldn't shut up. It's like, you're gonna be streaming today. You gotta be working. I was like, I can't work. It's like, you need to be able to live. You need money. I was like, I know that, but I need to rest. They're like, no, you gotta work today. I was like, why? And my brain went, because you have to prove you can still think. And I went, oh yeah, I have to do that, don't I? So I was gonna like try to do all day tomorrow or something like, no. I even told Rowan, I was like, hey, you know, I'm in the car with Rowan after I picked him up from school. Had to have assistance going and getting Rowan because I wasn't allowed to drive. And I go get Rowan and I was like, hey, what's up? You're gonna chill out. I'm gonna chill out for a little while in the living room. I'm gonna see if I can stomach some food. You're gonna eat your dinner. Then your dad's going in the office and gotta work. And he looked at me like I was like stupid. And I was like, why? He's like, I had already told him I wasn't supposed to do anything. Like all the doctor's orders. He's like, aren't you supposed to be like resting? I was like, yeah. You don't have daddy Warbucks over here. Your dad's got to work. And he's like, I don't know what that reference is, but I don't think it's a good enough excuse to do what you're doing. And I was like, Rowan, don't. And so Rowan sassed me earlier. I got enough sass from Rowan about working at all. I was like, then I explained to him, like, I was like, I have to. Not only do we need money, like, if you would like more bread for peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for lunch, I couldn't. The sad thing is that I'm not gonna cry saying it. I could not afford fruit to put in his lunch. Money became a real thing this month. So I was at the grocery store and it was just one of those things of like, oh boy. I told him, I was like, I gotta work, medical bills, and you know, the damn electric bill and everything. And he was like, yeah, you said that, but you're supposed to rest. And I was like, little boy, you want to go and do my job for me? He's like, no. I was like, are you gonna harass me for doing my job? He's like, no. I was like, are you gonna give me side eyes for doing a job? He's like, no. I was like, what are you gonna do because I'm doing my job? He's like, Dad. Like, yeah, little boy. I'm gonna judge you. And I was like, oh my god. Okay. My son just pulled I'm a judgy move on you. All right. Ow. I am so dead. Wonder when it last saved. Please don't be long ago. Thank you. Thank you, game. Well, I mean, I'm never going to take the idea that my son will love me for granted. My dad who adopted me had his 2 biological children abandon him. One went so far as to change his name, and the other stole from him and then left him high and dry to die of emphysema cancer when he could try to help out too. I'm not going to take for granted that Rowan will love me either way. But I do not believe I'm raising a child that will judge me based on the idea of what I can and can't afford at any given time for something like that. I think I'm raising him to be better than that, at least. So I think there's at least a certain... At least I think I'm at least raising him with a certain standard in mind. But I do know one day he can resent me for what I'm doing. I mean, for all I know, he's gonna turn out to be more like his mom than me. He might have my mind and then get his mom's everything else. Even though, you know, right now that doesn't look like the case, but... I don't want to ever to make a competition between his mom and I either. I want him to be able to love both of his parents. It's just, he does gravitate more towards the way that I think, which is learn what you can around the world and then use it to the best of your ability to make informed decisions without leaving information out that's convenient. He hates that just as much as I do. Leaving out information because it's convenient, because it's easy to enjoy something or to live a certain way because you choose to ignore an important detail. It drives him nuts. Drives me nuts too. We both have a very big tendency of being quite... I hate saying the word judgmental about that, but that's exactly what it is. I hate using that word, but at the same time, I know that when it comes down to it, what we're both looking at is judging the idea that people could have spent more time critically thinking about the things that they're doing, why they do it, who they're doing it around, and they chose not to because it's an inconvenience, and he sees that more in his mom than me right now. But I have my own times where ignorance is bliss in a way. Or I try to... I am not a big pessimist like it would seem all the time. I'm very much more of a realist. And realists get called pessimists many times over when people don't hear them out front to back. Just like when I was talking... Like I'm talking about, like, I just had parts of me biopsied and everything for testing later. It can be everything from completely benign and non-life-changing, non-life-threatening to... I have a year to live, maybe shorter. Like, that's reality. For me, it's the idea that one is just as likely as the other. And so all I can do is take steps to see what is going on so I can then face the reality that's facing me, because I now am becoming more and more intrinsically aware of my mom's own struggle when she had MS and it wasn't diagnosed. That how hard it must have been to keep going through things knowing that you are not well, you are sick, something is wrong with you, and you can't figure it out. I've been going through so long of something. I am not well, I am sick, something is wrong with me, and I can't figure it out. Whoops. And yeah, my thoughts are scattered because I'm realizing that I might need more liquids in me. Everything I just went through also is very dehydrating. I might need to get up and get liquids. I'm gonna go get some liquids real quick. I think my son currently, as it stands, the thing that he shares most in common with me that makes it so that he can understand things like I can't afford everything, or that we have to sometimes pass by things in the grocery store even if his mom could afford it or somebody else could afford it, is the idea that he is more of a realist, and I'm trying to still raise him to hold on to that. And for me, being a realist is the idea that, you know, at the same time that there are people that will dedicate their lives to helping those that are disenfranchised and trodden on in this world, there are other people that are the ones that put their boot on their back and made sure they pushed them into the dirt. You know, those who lift others up, there's somebody else that kicked them down. And I'm trying to raise my son to realize that not only are both things happening, and it doesn't make you an optimist just to look at all the times that people are doing good things and to ignore all the people that are doing bad things. And it doesn't make you a pessimist, or rather, being a realist is when you're looking at both, and it doesn't make you a pessimist because you notice that someone is is treading on other people, and it doesn't make you an optimist to just be googly eye at people who would reach down to help them back out of the mud. But it does make you naive to ignore either side, and it does paint a full picture of the world that you live in and what you have to deal with when you actually do accept that both halves exist. And it's pure ignorance to believe that there could be the idea of needing to reach down to help others if the only factor was people's tenacity and gumption wasn't there, if there weren't third variables that were outside their control that put people in bad situations. And because I raised my son to look at the world like that, because I raised him to try to be more like me, and to try to, because I raised him in a way that the only way that I know how to, where I try to tell him about how to take in all the information. I have a son who can hear his dad say, your dad, you know, what happened at the doctor? What did you find out? I don't know. But you know, I let him research and find out that it could be everything from terminal cancer to benign nothing and everything in between. And this is the same child that, you know, I was able to calmly turn to the day before Thanksgiving, and a cart bumped into my stomach, and I realized I had a golf ball at my abdomen, and I had an abdominal herniation. And I told him we might have to go to the emergency room, and I told him that calmly. And it was, while he told me that he was panicking, it was just, that was reality for him. And while sometimes it's hard to remember he's 10 years old because he handles so much things better than most adults, I think the only thing that I'm doing the best that I could do at this current time, even if he does one day turn his back on me or decide to go a different way, I think I am trying to raise him to do something that his mom would never do, which is taking the world for what it is instead of what you want it to be, while also recognizing that what you want it to be isn't quite out of your grasp, depending on what it is. That to be a realist isn't to sit there, and what I get accused of, and to try to teach him that it's wrong for people to do that to me, is that I get accused of being pessimistic because I bring up the possibility or the probability that something bad could happen because of a set of circumstances. That X happens and it can lead to Y, which could lead to Z. And it's a very likely set of events. X has now happened, so we have to look for Y. If Y happens, Z can happen. And it's, for him, it's almost like statistics. It's probabilities. It's the idea of, if you flip a coin, it's a 50-50 chance. If you flip a coin twice, it would be gambler's folly to believe that since it landed the first time heads, this time it's more likely to land tails. It's a 1 out of 4 chance that it would land heads twice in a row type deal. Tails twice in a row. Oh, or 1 out of 4 chance that the first time is heads, second time's tails type deal. That reality is just that simple. And that to weigh the odds in your favor, even for something like a coin toss, you'd actually have to weigh the coin. You'd have to do something about the situation. You wouldn't be able to just intrinsically hope that it's going to happen, because then you're hoping on basically randomized chance and luck, which doesn't necessarily get you anywhere in life, because life will give you a bunch of randomized chances to hope for things. And for as many things as you hope will come true, that many things will come false if you do not actually put time and effort behind it to make it a reality. And to make it a reality, you have to know the obstacles that are in front of you. His mom lives too often in the idea that there's an ideal way to live life, that you make enough money, you own the right kind of house, you have the right kind of significant other, you have the 2 children, the 1.5 children, a cat and a dog, that there are like almost like landmarks that you hit, and if you don't hit them, then you look for the bad parts of life. And if it's not obstructing that bad, like your goal, then it's a bad thing. It's being pessimistic to then, you know, observe life around you as being at all bad. And in my experience, that gets you blindsided more easily than anything else. The way that I try to raise Rowan, and the reason why I think that even if he does one day disagree with the way I've raised him and turn his back on me, at least I'll impart him with the idea that he won't go through this life with rose-colored glasses on. and just be another person who refuses to accept the reality that they will live in and that they will die in, the one and only time that they'll get to live and die in that reality, that they will go through life never appreciating that no matter what it was you're going through, to be more of a realist means that for as many times as you acknowledge the hardships that might be ahead and the setbacks you might have, that you also get to enjoy when things actually go your way because you worked hard, you fought past adversity, you saw there were obstacles that were seemingly insurmountable, you thought critically about how to get around them, and you did everything in your power to make the odds better in your favor rather than leaving the odds up to coin flips. And that's kind of what I equate it to him all the time. Do you want to leave your life up to a coin flip? And I'll sit in the living room with him and just flip a coin and be like, do you want your life to be today good or bad? And I'll be like, if it's heads, it's a bad day. If it's tails, it's a good day. And, you know, flip a coin and be like, okay, it's heads. Does that make it a bad day? Or do you want to work against that coin now? Do you want to put it in your favor? Does that coin dictate your day? Or do you dictate how you respond to the day to try to make it a better day? And that's the kind of things I try to solve. That's the difference between letting life happen to you and acknowledging the life that's happening to you. And those are two very different things. Letting life happen to you means that you're not necessarily acknowledging what's happening. You might be acting, you might be an active participant, but you're not necessarily living inside of it. You are just going with whatever is happening to you. And the only things that you can ever control in life are your actions and your reactions. And for those who choose to believe that me being a realist and raising my son to be more of a realist, to actually study the world around him and then react to the real circumstances, even if they're the worst things to ever face him, to think that that's making him into a pessimist is just naivety and ignorance at its purest. Because if he can face it head on, there is the chance for hope. Hope lies beyond adversity. Hope lies beyond the worst set of circumstances. Just like I said before, of if you're an optimist, you're sitting there saying like there are such great people in the world that will help those that are in need and everything. And then a pessimist will go, yeah, but someone stomped him into the ground. It's the idea that one day he might be the one stomped into the ground, and the hope that either he can lift himself up or somebody else will come along and give him a helping hand. And then to take it a step further, to know that that helping hand had to come from somebody, and maybe one day he needs to be it for somebody else. I think what his mom doesn't understand is that even at 10 years old, he is quite capable of things and acts that will shape the person he is, the person he's viewed as, and the person he'll choose to become right here, right now. And I think she believes that over time he'll get used to the world. He'll get used to the circumstances he's in, and he'll get used to the adversities he has to overcome without ever teaching him, why should I even try to overcome it? I think that's the biggest problem with all of it. Without questioning it, without dipping into that pessimistic side, there's always the nagging thing of why even try? And for somebody who's suffered from depression and anxiety and a lot of disorders and now medically sick, I've had things going on my whole life of having tragedies and things play out in front of them. There's so many times where I could just ask, why even try? And the answer, even if one day I do slip up, even if one day I make a mistake, whether it be at somebody else's detriment or even at the lowest of my lows, of my mind wins at its lowest and I'm no longer here, I can honestly at least say that I tried my best to impart to other people and to my son, and while living my life each and every day, to try to remember that as bad as those things were, as bad as those things are and can be, there is no such thing as a better tomorrow just because you hoped it would happen. And there is no such thing as learning of why you should even hope unless you made a conscious decision to face it. And you can't make a conscious decision to face it unless you acknowledge it. And the second you acknowledge it, you're going to be called a pessimist. But that comes from ignorance of people who are scared that the truth, not the reality that the truth will cause in their life, but the truth itself will harm them. And they've convinced themselves through different means, through either nature and nurture, their circumstances, how they're raised in their culture, whatever it is, they've somehow convinced themselves that by simply knowing that adversity is in front of them, that somehow now it will affect them. And if they don't learn about it, they don't have to face it, and it's one less thing off their plates. And I would argue it's the exact opposite. That it's every time they turn their back on it, it's one more thing on their plate. Because while it might cause me anxiety to think about all the things that could be against me, it'd cause me a lot more anxiety to be hit by all of those things like a dump truck, because I kept saying, but that'll never happen to me. Thank you, Kelsey. I appreciate that. I just saw that. I know I'm out of it because I just went on a random... Just went on a random little side note because I'm really out of it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you for the tip.
This sound bit. Oh my gosh.
Female, so I don't mind just the tip.
I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. I don't know how much longer I'm going. I do know that tomorrow I need to rest. But I'll just probably rest while he's at school. So thank you so much, Kelsey. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. It really does. All of this means a lot. Yeah, that's just the tip one. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. Wait. I have to hit the add button, but I'm gonna play Final Fantasy music in the background. Hold on. There's this loop right here. Ooh. Wait, there we go. Oh, yeah. Are we having discussions about the tip? What have I stumbled back onto? I do not blame you for running away. Thank you for holding. I need hold music. I need to find some like good professional hold music, or listen to more video game soundtracks until I come up with some real good hold music. I grabbed the wrong damn controller every time. Let me put it further back. I only buy them when they're this size and they're one for $1 on sale at Publix. These body armor lights. This tastes straight up just like orange juice. Extremely low in sugar, 10% coconut oil, water, nice and high in potassium, just like I like it, and all other electrolytes that you really need. Gluten-free, no caffeine, 20 calories, 2 grams of sugar, not many carbs. Basically this is about as close as you get to an actual real deal energy or electrolyte drink that oh god. They finally restocked them at my grocery store. They were on sale on an end cap. And for the first time in a long while, like 2 weeks ago, when my son pointed it out, I busted out a credit card because I didn't have money for groceries at the moment, and I grabbed them, knowing that I had surgery coming up. These are a lifesaver. Because I know my body has lost a metric fuck ton of important things I need. What's the total carb count? 18 grams. They're not bad. Pairing these with if I could afford to have these all the time, and specifically orange clementine, the low calorie, no sugar added, no clementine. If I could pair these with meal replacement drinks, shakes, and then at night protein shakes, if I could drink 2 or 3 of these a day, it would be perfect. Because these actually have calories. The meal replacement shakes have fats in them. And then the protein shakes, I add a bit of sugars to them. And so that actually gives me enough, like 98% of Americans and Europeans in general have a potassium deficiency. That causes cramps, blah, blah, blah. But in general, it's actually really, really well-rounded good for you. I'm not sure, Darren. And Southwest Swanville? Swanville? Swanville. I'm not sure how to say that. Oh, swivel. Leet speak. Whoops. Potassium deficiency. You should feel attacked. God, I've had cramps for like yesterday and the day before. Are you kidding me? My body started feeling the potassium. Oh my God, my legs cramped for no damn reason. I wasn't allowed to drink this because it had orange in it. I couldn't have it on a clear liquid diet. You can't have oranges on a clear liquid diet because orange actually can stain your bowels and everything. You should feel attacked. It hurts so bad, and also brain fog. But swivel. I'm glad it could help. I'm I'm doing the best I can to get the things that I need. I need someone to be my right-hand man. Vitamin C deficiency? You got 70% of what you need in one of these bottles. I really do like body armor, not sponsored. I had totally accepted sponsorship from Body Armor, so they ship me crates of this. I don't think they need my support in any way, shape, or form, but honestly, looking at a lot of things that are on shelves, like, knowing that Logan Paul put together a sports synergy type drink, and it's bullshit compared to this, and everything else that are on shelves are just, you need, coconut water does some good things for you. And to know it gets so underutilized, it's so good for you. But also, yeah, I've been through the racket of things like that, and BioLite and Gatorades, and now Gatorade has their Gatorade IV because BioLite had their thing in it. Everyone wants to have their now thing of like the proper hydration drink. When in reality, they're seeing like there's a market for people who can smell bullshit from a mile away, and that market is saying, "Oh, we actually want something that works." Who would have known that consumers would figure out that the things that they're drinking aren't really meeting dietary needs? Most people actually on their healthcare plans have a, you'd be surprised that a lot of healthcare plans, starting especially this year, have a free visit with a nutritionalist within your network. Actually, mine, I believe, has like 3, but they're like in really, really fine print. And 2 of them are like televisit type deals or something like that. Or I can't remember how it's done. That's a really weird thing. There are a lot of healthcare plans in the US now that will, for free, just send you off to somebody that will like go ahead, they'll do the labs. The labs will probably cost you somewhere between $10 to $50. That's probably the place where you actually end up spending money. Maybe it won't cost you a penny because my plan does not cost me a penny for doing labs, for blood work and whatnot. And they'll just tell you, like, hey, this is like where your body is, and this is like what your body should have. And then it doesn't have to be a diet. It can just be a lifestyle change of being like, hey, like, because too many people try to diet, and there's an easy way to go about it, which is just called a lifestyle change. All you gotta do is be like, oh, this is where I need to be. And then you can just start eating like to where you need to be. And eventually where you were will start shedding off. And if it's that you had too much of a caloric intake, you can gradually, like, you know, step it down to where it needs to be, or this, that, and the other. But you don't have to like miss out. Like right now, I was told that I might want to consider the 420 way of eating, which I know meme numbers, so I have to say it out loud, where there's only 4 hours in the day that I can eat, and maybe that my stomach would be able to tolerate it a little bit better. There's also the 8-16 rule and things like that. It's called intermittent fasting, but it's ways to try to get nutrients in me and not, you know, just completely get screwed over. Been looking for those. Trying to only use 4 health kits this whole run, and boy howdy are they testing me. I am a very, very tired boy. I am a tired boy from Neverland, always looking out for Peter Pan. That was more of a style. God, now that's stuck in my head. Run, run, lost boy, they say to me, away from all of reality. I cannot do that run. My voice feels like it's bleeding every time. Something like lost boys like me are free. I cannot do that right now. That is not gonna work. Maybe the manly scream knocked that out of my voice for a second. Now that song's stuck in my head. I have always like 3 songs stuck in my head. Because when it got dark for a second, I was just like immediately like, keep you in the dark, you know they all pretend. Keep you in the dark, and so it all begins. I got like 3 more songs in my head. Nope. Nope. I said no, no, no. Like and cried a raw for a rehash, and I said no, no, no. Like and crawled a raw for a rehash, and I said no, no. Ooh, money, money, money. Oh, they're just gonna keep coming until I do this. I've been analyzing your screens for years. You get You'll get there, champ. Don't worry, one day. One day you can be just like me. What, you think I got this kind of expertise overnight? Buddy, this took years of experience. I have a heart monitor that I got a while ago when I still had some money to spend on one. In the living room. Hey, White Shade. I have a heart rate monitor that apparently is compatible with heart rate monitor apps for streams. And so I can actually put that on for things like Phasmophobia so you guys can see my heart rate. I have to configure it all, but if I remember to configure it before a stream, I can actually put on a heart rate monitor and play all that. And you guys can see that I got some genuine screams in me. I'm not bullshitting. Phasmophobia, though, is a game that I definitely do have to do something to make a smidgen scarier for me now. Because now it's turned into one of those games that I have like set objectives where I'm like, I have to do it. And getting caught by the ghost is like, no, like but I see it coming. Because I play it on, I haven't played it on the hard. There's a new difficulty to it. There's like pleb and intermediate and like whatever the hard, and then there's nightmare or something, and then there's insane or something. I haven't played on since that came out of the hardest new whatever. But I'm sure I'm sure I'll lose my shit. Insanity. Yeah, I play in VR. I get sick sometimes. Motion sick. Because I don't get to play it standing up as much. I play it many times having to sit in the chair, so it was a discombobulation. But there's insanity, and then I really like the idea of insanity. I also like the idea that I've played it enough on my off time that I understand more thoroughly what the hell is even happening. Like the E whatever readings and stuff like that. You can just monitor that from the truck. I'm a puss cake about that now. I'm trying to catch that from the truck as often as possible. I go and say some loud shit at the door and run for the truck to see if it skipped up, because if it skips up every single time it reads a 5, your truck also shows that it skipped up 5 levels. So I go in there and I basically antagonize them now. It's things like that. I've learned. I'm picking my battles. Holy crap. Holy diver, you've been gone too long in the midnight sea. You gotta get away. Get away. Wow, voice didn't want to do runs. There, I literally, it's weird. I think it's already starting to heal up. I feel where they cut out the part of my throat for the biopsy. I know the biopsy is small. I swear to Christ, I know where they cut it out. I can feel it. Calling in the air tonight. I've actually like, I'm gonna play it soon. I'm gonna have to. I haven't played it with people ever since was a long time ago with Sky and not Bree, but the friend was it Brittany and Tronic, and they purposefully were trying to scare the shit out of me. I haven't played it with other people in a long time, but I will say that I do play it pretty well on my own. Just because biggest liability is like people. Because I can't tell another people not to. I can't tell another people. I can't tell another people not to let their sanity drop, because as I have quickly found out, and it wasn't quickly at all. I found out a long time ago playing with Sky when we were doing those things. The old Phasmophobia things I have on my channel. Very, very old. Years ago when it was early access, all that jazz. I say very, very old, but it can't be all that old. So when I was playing with Sky and all them, the gang of us that used to do some Friday the 13th with Julie before she did One Shot Girl went over to Twitch and all that jazz. Started opening Pokemon card packs more than she played games and stuff. Then we would I learned then in my scared learning stage that everybody's sanity now counts against you. So other people losing sanity, and I'm sitting there going, oh, come on. Now that I know that it's a constant, don't do this to me. It's just a constant idea in my head of just don't do this to me. Yeah, it was a while back. It was years ago. It's been a while since I've been able to do, because I was doing PUBG and stuff with Sky too, so doing a lot. I miss being able to chill out with Sky and them. And it worked because the big thing about playing with Sky and them, Sky and Bree, well, Bree was never with us in that group. But Julie and Tronic and like all are part of their career streamers and everything like that. So it was like one of those things where everyone's kind of doing their own thing, but also knows that, you know, their paycheck depends on interacting. So it made for much more natural interactions, given that once you learn that you need to interact for the idea of other people are listening to you. You don't have to change much of who you are. You don't really have to fake your personality. But you do have to have a certain level of je ne sais quoi about certain subjects or certain ways of going about things, and it just worked out. Made it easy. Especially since there's two of us that absolutely didn't know what the fuck we were doing. There were two that absolutely knew what they were doing, and they put us in the fucking asylum. And just left her and I to die in the basement. Which, in retrospect, is funny. Question mark. Oh, I sucked back then. I'm not claiming to be good at the game. Oh. No. Am I really gonna try to finish this game tonight? No. I said no, no, no. Especially since my throat wants me to keep trying to sing songs and I need to stop. Because now I am bleeding from my throat this time. Because I coughed when I was in the kitchen and I coughed into a Kleenex. And it's like, oh, Blood, there you are. I missed you. Hello, Blood, my old friend.
That's not good.
Why? I can deal with people screwing with me a little bit as long as it's playful banter and with the understanding that I will absolutely do the exact same thing to them. But then it's kind of like, let's call it a truce. Also, it means that, sadly, even though it's not like a mainstay of, like, you know, ranking in the YouTubes, I'm pretty sure Among Us finally is on the list of not banned from my channel games, you know, just in time for it to not be a thing as much. I think every YouTuber figured out really quickly that it actually lost some money, and good God, did that game cost a few of us careers. Do not That game was the equivalent of a lot of YouTubers playing Raid Shadow Legend. Because even when you win, you lose. That was one of the hardest things for me to try to explain to some people when Among Us was kind of popular, of what happened and why it had to go away from my channel really, really, really fast. It fucked a lot of us over. Because it was being a free-to-play game that was making people want to go play the game instead of actually watch the channel, which intrinsically isn't bad, but also the game itself lent itself to the idea of a cyclical thing where you would want to instead now basically self-promote it, and then they charge money. Now that it actually has a money gate to it, people who actually want to play it will play it, and people who don't won't buy it. So, you're very welcome, Johnny.
You're the real deal, Ethan. Well done.
Oh, I don't shut people inside by that type deal. I don't mean screwing with people like that. No, 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 no. I mean by the idea of, like, I'll be the one to get the cursed mirror, knowing damn well where that ghost probably is, because I want to double check. But then I'm immediately gonna talk about going into the truck to just check and see if, like, to see if we got a reading of 5 real quick, knowing that everyone else, because of my sanity dip, is going down. So I'm a little slow to take my pills. Which means that probably I'll get my reading from the truck a little easier. But that kind of idea. But no, now that, I mean, there's a possibility I could play Among Us again on the channel. Now finally, well, there's also the one last problem of playing Among Us on the channel. Which is I can't play with viewers. I don't know how to play the game with playing it live. There are stream snipers that just refuse to quit, and other people have basically set groups and ways of going around it. I do not know how to do it. Even if there's a delay, you can tell if I'm the imposter or not. So stream snipers would get me every single time. I've been practicing a few things while on my ass on my Steam Deck on the couch to try to get back used to them. Caca! You would, what is this, a 44 mag? What, who shoots a chicken? I shoot a chicken. That's not the point. Don't ask dumb questions, me. Shut up, me. I'll ask whatever questions I want. You can't control me, me. Me. That's not the point. Shut up. So, what was I saying? I interrupt myself so often. How much poultry would you be left with if you actually did shoot it? Is it blood splatter from the chicken on the side of my weapon? Did I splatter that chicken all over? Can I get it off? No, it stays. I'm a messy eater. I did figure out one thing, which has probably already been patched. I like figuring out bugs in games, and I will screw with people that way. I make no promises about if there's a bug in a game. The Luigi board. Oh my dad. I didn't get its counterpart. Whoops. the idea that you can actually barely use the Luigi board, depending on the map, how the door swings, that you can use it at the barely threshold of the door, and for some reason, if the ghost goes on the hunt, it will actually lock you outside the house, not inside. Therefore, go after everyone else for you using the Luigi board. It's a tricky thing to do. I have done it. Because I did want to know if it would work. Though I will say that's not screwing people over. That it was a specific... I need to try this. I need your help. Can you just stand here until I get it right? Because I had a feeling that was something that was happening, and I was correct.
It's my greatest pleasure to see you return alive.
Shut up, dude.
Welcome.
When they say roll out the red carpet for him, are they talking about like something for him to walk on, or like something for him to wrap up like in a blanket with? Don't know on him. I'm keeping my ladies. No, I didn't combine the things. I combined that. Once again, this feels like a supply run. I'm not allowed to use more than 4 first aids. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or a money run, rather. Because I'm selling so much shit. But I can't spend money. There we go.
Now, this is something to splurge on.
Yeah, I can't spend money. I have nothing to really spend it on, so it doesn't matter.
I'm skilled at all sorts of weapons modification. Do let me know if you find anything else of value.
A marker of your crimes against chicken kind. Wait. What is the marker of my crimes against the blood on the? No, I can wipe it off. Wait, hold on. Give me your belly. I don't know. Right. There's got to be a way to get it off. Can I get in water? I can get in water. Castle Dimitrescu, where are you? I need to get in water. It's important that I get in the water. Can I? Will that work? Hold on. Now I'm actually intrigued. Can I get this in the water and get the blood? How much did they actually... I mean, don't put your weapon in the water, but I want to put this in the water. How much did they actually... How much... Do you think they did it? I don't think they would. Maybe they would. I don't... Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm finding some issues. I think I know how they made water in this now. What do you get to see when you stand up? Okay, you see that. There's an under layer to it. Look at that. So, the foliage isn't actually on a true layer. Per se, is on a JPEG. It's a backup to load in before it needs to load in the rest of the water, so it looks like they can do the effect over it and you wouldn't notice for far away stuff. So like they don't need to load in the entirety of the effect, but it leaves that the ability to see the gravel, which might not actually be what I think. What it might actually be is which one's loaded in for what time of day. I can't wash off the chicken. The chickens will smell me coming for miles. The only solution is to kill more chickens. or crows. Birds of any sort. I need to please combine the items to sell. I don't have the combine makes a doll. Combine makes a goat. I fell out of the map in Soma.
Welcome.
Is that really a thing that happened? A murder most foul.
Securing goods is more important than anything. Anything, my friend.
A murder most foul. Coming this summer. One man. One magnum. One mutilation of meat. One flew over the choked cuckoo's nest. They're not choked. They're cooked or shot. I can't say that. The part where you get into the sunken ship and you escape the plot. You know, I have to really emphasize how long I'm revisiting Soma because of how long it's been since I played Soma. I don't like watching me. I find myself pretty boring. I wouldn't. Someone that recently recommended, like, asked me for recommendations for YouTubers, and I definitely didn't say me. I find myself to be generally just pretty boring, so I don't really watch me. It's on the list. Soma's on the list. Remember that anxiety-inducing list I said? Of all those things, you see Soma written right there? Soma Revisit is on my whole figure out where to put it on the damn calendar. Because Soma was my first full game playthrough. I also plan on going and replaying the first game that was like made in whatever that engine was. There's another game that I tried to play back then. I don't remember what it is, but
what's going on?
I think I need to go lie down until my son needs me in like 4 hours to take him to school. Until Uber needs to take him to school. Do not send your child alone in Uber. Please be with your child at all times. Please do not exit the Uber while your child is still in the Uber. Yeah, I know. The factory's long. I'm making the whole... I'm making the whole thing longer than it has to be because I keep sidetracking myself. If I wasn't going for any money whatsoever, this game is already over. You can even on Village of Shadows beat this in 3 hours. In fact, I should just do that to show people that that's absolutely true. If you're doing this on New Game Plus and you get to bring any weapon you want to with you, I'm holding exactly what you need. You just need this with Infinite and the game's finished. You just run and shoot.
Don't worry about the kid, Ethan. It'll be fine. Ha! Just get your ass across the bridge.
Oh boy. I have to just get my ass across the bridge. But what if my ass is too fat for that bridge? So, I will be streaming sooner than later. I will be streaming again today. My electric bill is tomorrow. It is in 21 hours. God, is that electric bill going to just murder me? Then the hospitals will. I'll pay the electric bill first. But before I go, oh come on, Streamlabs. Did my computer just say no for a second? My computer just was like, nah, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. What are you talking about? I ain't doing that. I just had to convince my computer just to do the normal things. See that screen? Death and taxes. And medical bills, which will lead to death. Death and taxes matter. Hospital bills will lead to death if you don't pay enough of them. Because then you don't get help and you die. Thank you to the people who subscribed during this, which is Joshua, Nelson, Larry, Aaron. I'm not gonna butcher that. Folly, that guy, Nihil, new channel members, Demetrius, Ken, Elok, Dark Zone, Sirkins, Kana, Elijah, Nicola, Travis, Not Spider-Man, Quasum, Gabby, Yeser, GL, Geo, Larissa, Kratos, people, super chats of Christopher Humatano, Kelsey, Anonymous, Vamp, Stacy, Jacob, Smooth, or just normal super chats from Michael, Ballard, Smooth, Bry R, Joe, Sam, Zach, Army Man, and Howards. Wow. That was at first just not super chat. My brain, it broke. If I'm feeling of sane mind tomorrow, I don't have my son, and I'm going to probably dive back into Visage. I haven't made my schedule for the week. And I don't know when my son's practices are. I'm going to try. Medical bills will lead to death and taxes. But hopefully, I can dive back into Visage. Because I kind of want to finish that. So we'll see. Thank you guys for that supporting. Thank you guys for being here. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope to see you guys back here for the next one real soon. Hopefully it's got to be something that I can finish a series on. I need to finish up series so I can post them. It was my pleasure, Kelsey. Hope to see you guys back here for the next one real soon. Bye. Pass out time. Pass out time. Time for me to pass out. Just like I just sang in the fucking song. Pass out time. Gotta find the tab now.